intro. Y'all ain't ready for this. The disrespect is real.
I don't give a fuck. I'll do it again. I'm not above it. I am that snake bitch.
No, it's okay. You guys are all welcome to trash Queen in the chat. We'll hold a whole panel on Queen.
I am honest to a point, but a lot of the things I talk about aren't true.
Wait, somebody not telling the truth on YouTube? Are you fucking serious? Oh my god. Oh my god.
Got a monster inside of me. You better watch out if you ignore me. The road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me. And he gets claws real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling this war. Never getting bored, loves the blood and gore. Always wanting more, freedom from the source. They don't really understand until they feel the fourth departed. If you start shit, you'll be heartless in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you left scars ripped. You'll be chewed up and discarded.
Me and my friends, we're gonna find you and we're gonna rip you apart like a wasteland.
Snakes don't get a fucking safe space. If she wants to keep it going, then we'll keep going. If she wants to stop the bullshit, then we'll stop the bullshit. But I'm not gonna fucking sit here and let anybody lie on my motherfucking name.
Bring your app. The fucking link is in the chat. That should be.
Oh, loose booty, wet panty looking ass boy. Replay that, Queen. Her name is Queen. It ain't really so much Queen. Queen B. Queen B. Okay, there. Queen B. Queen B's money. Queen B ain't got no money. Queen B.
She always fucks some shit up. I don't know why PJ doesn't get his ass on a motherfucking leash and get his ass under control. Fuck.
Better than never. I can feel my heart rate, adrenaline pressure. It's stormy weather, lightning, thunder, pouring weather. Yo, I'm a go-getter, try to do it like me, but I do it better. I got a mind that's clever, the beast inside is competitive as ever. I'm conscious, my subconscious, an accomplice to me. I promise the darkness, I can honest believe. But don't cross me, I might lose control of the lost beast. So, he's locked away inside with the key control by fight or flight.
And I haven't brought it public, you know why? Because someone that I was fucking close to is in the middle of a goddamn lawsuit. How do I get my hands on your stuff? Because I need something to clean these titty butts. My job is just not doing it.
Bring your asses. As simple as that. Come in. I mean, bring it. Bring your asses. Hey, don't get Queen B and her 550, 600 servants. Bring their asses out.
You might have started it, but I'm gonna finish it.
Absolutely. Or go to somebody else's panel. Let me just say Queen B's panel. I'm telling you, we all need to go up on Queen B's panel because that seems where everybody's going. I guess Queen B is like the god of YouTube.
Queen B Escobar, bro.
She's in China just making drugs.
You know, I run the cartel on the YouTubes. I run the cartel here. You know what I mean? Like, because that's what boss bitches do.
Exactly.
He's beefing with the Queen Bee because I heard the stinger sucks.
This lady Queen Bee with the lip ring is innocent. You two weirdos are being weird. No, I know who this is. You're the lady that was on Molly Go Lightly.
No. You have no doubt QB could hold her own with any female on YouTube. Let me tell you something we all learned a long time ago.
I would stalk her up and drag her from here to China. Let's meet one-on-one.
Writing checks their mouth can't cash. Bitch, I didn't write a check my mouth can't cash. I cash all them motherfucking checks.
And I cannot for the life of me understand why people put her on a pedestal. And these allegedly smart people put her on this pedestal like she's something important.
We got to tell you about yourself. It's your fucking overlying ass over there. Is her fucking name obnoxiously relevant?
Because
I know, she changed it.
She meant to say obnoxious and irrelevant. That's what she meant to say.
And coincidentally, it sounds exactly like Queen Bee's voice because, as I've always thought, Queen Bee is using some sort of slight distortion on her voice when she broadcasts.
Exposed!
Queen Bee exposed!
Oh my god, exposed!
Oh my god, bitch. Did they get that Dugan?
Said they get that Dugan. That shit Chronicle was shady. You better fucking shut your mouth with that. Girl, stop.
Wow. What in the hell? Someone told Queen Bee that you said it was her hacking your emails. What the hell is wrong with people?
Take your ass to bed. It's fucking past your bedtime. Go on now.
Right? Why you gotta be crying?
Motherfucker killing the vibe, bitch. Take your ass to bed. Boston, no, I'm not capping at all. I'm telling the whole truth.
Look, babe.
Anyway, guys, I'm gonna skedaddle. You know me, skedaddling away. See you guys.
Alright.
Pumpkin. I love you too.
Alright. I despise you, Boston.
Whatever.
Good morning, beautiful.
Happy day.
Happy day, baby. We got rigor today. Gotta trigger these motherfuckers every day.
Baby Jesus showed us that, you guys. I swear to God.
I know that's right, because you just put right on that shit.
Yes, I did. Baby Jesus was like, look here.
Yeah, fuck the pause. Pause for the cause. Fuck that pause.
I'm just trying to be a better person. I know it.
Let's see here. God damn it, Duke. You hear him?
Yes, your dog is orange.
Damn it, Duke.
Girl, this tea is piping.
It's living. These motherfuckers hot.
That just burnt the roof of my mouth.
Where's Candy Sue? Where's she at? You heard that like I heard that one. Fire in the hole. Smoke him if you got him.
You're like the type of person that would probably be in the back of the class.
Fuck you, me too.
Ellie's a thug.
Right.
You don't
We're all thugs around here. Shambles. Thank you for supporting the hot biddies. Y'all wasn't ready for that, was you?
Wait, I wasn't, bitch. I was not. I wasn't even close to ready for that shit. All right, I love you, baby girl. I'm gonna jump off.
I love you too, baby doll. Yo, what's happening? What's happening? How y'all doing? Let me get this link up in here real quick. So yesterday, I know there were some people asking why I didn't come on here where I was at. Well, yesterday, we had a practice, a doubleheader, and my voice was out. So it really wouldn't have done me much good to try to come on here and talk for a couple hours when my voice is going out. It still hurts, but I mean, I got a voice today, so I made sure I had one to come on here and talk to y'all today. For sure. For show. So as y'all know, there's a whole lot of shit going on in this motherfucker. Whole lot of shit going on. Kiwi ain't happy today. My bird, she's in there going off. She must know I'm not happy today. Green Goddess, I feel like it's really hard. Like I have to exert myself to make sure I can talk to y'all. So I sound okay. But it's kind of, I mean, it is what it is. I wanted to jump on here real quick early because I'm not going to have time later. And I know I'm not going to have time later. So I had to come on here and pop on here and talk to y'all this morning real quick today. So I can talk to y'all today for a minute. Because like I said, I know I won't have time until later tonight, maybe like 9 or 10. We got another doubleheader tonight. We won both of them yesterday. Hopefully we won both of them today. But it's hard with practice. It's hard with practice. 2 games. You know what I mean? Practice. It's tough. Some summer camps and all that bullshit. It's a lot. Y'all know how it is, though. I ain't got to explain. And yeah, Ellie Kiwi's in here going off. She hears me going off and she starts going off. She heard me on the phone this morning and she was just, yep. She's like, God damn, my mom is going off early as hell today. She's up. She got her voice back. She's going off. Although this morning I did have a, I did have a little, you know, throwdown with Duke. But hey, B Tim, what's up? What's happening? Running bear, your birds won't shut up. They must hear mine. So I hear Bet's made it down there. More craziness, but with everything going on, I don't know. I think I'm going to take a step back from Sebastian's case, because there's a whole lot going on that I'm just not in tune with. I have 2 son conures, Barbara, Kiwi and Tweety. We call him Tweed the weed bird. They like to steal my smoke, and they chew on little stems and shit like that. Yeah, running bear, there's a whole lot of bullshit that we ain't liking in these streets going on. Let's see here. Kimber, thank you for becoming a new member. Beer Can Island member for 12 months. Amy, member for 12 months. I woke up golden today. Happy day. Katie Jayless unveiled, made my morning. So yeah, let's jump right into it. There's some shit going on. Yeah, they are pot smoking birds. B Tim, I'm gonna need you to stop telling on us, all right? I'm gonna need you to fucking stop it right now. Cut it out. Quit telling on us. Quit telling on us, all right? Even though it's called the devil's lettuce, you'll come straight out and call it the devil's weed. Oh man, hold on one second, y'all. All right, y'all. So the other day, it came out that Clue was really upset about being doxxed by Smoke. She said some derogatory names, and there was, I believe, Deets did a 5-hour live. Like I said, we commented on the 5-hour live thing. People thought we were commenting because she was live for 5 hours. No, it was the fact that she was live on 4th of July. I didn't know what she talked about because I didn't watch her live stream. I was busy, so I didn't have a chance to watch it. So I don't know what all she talked about. Anyways, either way, though, I know that there was a clip of Jeff on there, and Jeff is one of my, I really like Jeff. And so it was hurtful to see him hurt, and it's very hurtful to see that. And so that day, right then and there, I told y'all, you already know where I stand anyways. I don't have to come on here. See, this is the thing. I don't have to come on here and tell y'all where I stand, because you already know. I don't fucking stand for that shit. I don't stand with it, and I don't stand beside it, and I do not stand behind it. Period, point, fucking blank. I heard Chasing say, Queen B ain't standing behind that. Nope. Savage last night talking about you need to come out and speak on it. No, I don't. I really don't, because people know where the fuck I stand, and I sure the fuck don't stand behind it. And I asked Clue last night. This stuff is really, really bad. There was shit that I was hearing on a fucking live stream last night that I didn't even know was said about babies and ovens and all kinds of crazy shit. Like, there's no fucking excuse for that. There's no excuse for it. As a middle-aged white woman, I can't sit here and talk about racism because I have no idea. I can't speak on it. I have no idea. It's not my place. But I can tell you right now, I don't stand with anybody that's racist or anyone making those kind of remarks. I will not stand behind that. I never have. I never will. Period. Now, I was kind of upset at Arctic because yesterday he decided he was going to come on here, and I'm all for everybody speaking their mind and speaking up, and that's fine. It is what it is. Everybody's got something they want to say, and I understand that. People, everybody's entitled to their opinion. I understand it. Been here long enough to know. But for him to say, I expect this person to come out and say something as a, and then he says, as a gay man. Well, first of all, he's not a gay man, but that's not your place to be out in that anyways, even if it were to be true. That's not okay, and you should never even do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't even know why you would even think that would ever be okay. When you said you heard it, okay, I hear a lot of things about a lot of people, but I don't just go around and accuse them or say anything like that. Like I said, what if he was? He's not, but what if he was? It's not your place, baby. It's just not your place. And it's not anybody's place to demand a guest on my fucking panel to come out and speak on something. Who the fuck are you? Like, where the fuck do you get off demanding anybody or expecting anybody that's a guest on my fucking panel to come up and speak on something? I don't understand. Right, B. Tim, I understand that. But it wasn't his place to say any fucking thing about that. It's not his place to expect you or anyone else to come up on my platform and explain your stance on something someone else did on this platform. It didn't happen on my panel. It didn't happen on my channel. It didn't happen over here. It wasn't something we were involved in. I wasn't over there when it happened. I wasn't on a panel when anybody was yelling vulgar, fucking nasty ass fucking shit. I wasn't hanging out. I'm not sure why the fuck or how the fuck that was. I just don't understand. Again, like I said, I don't stand with that shit. I don't stand behind it. As soon as I heard the stuff about Jeff, the F word that she was talking about, smoke, and how bad it hurt Jeff, that hurt me because he is my friend. I think very highly of him. I just feel like, you shouldn't expect somebody to come out and speak on something when they're you know what I'm saying? They don't hold a channel here. They're a subscriber just like anybody else. People shouldn't have to say, yes, I'm gay. No, I'm not gay. That's not okay. Shouldn't fucking matter. I accept everybody here. All walks of life, everybody's welcome. I don't give a fuck what you do, what you are. I don't give a fuck. Private business is private business. There comes a fucking thing where, yeah, you know what? We don't stand with it. We don't stand beside it, period, point blank. That's it. That's all. But it's a little fucking shitty when you demand and expect somebody, a subscriber, that's somebody that comes up and hosts my panel with me, to say something. He shouldn't have to come out and say one way or another what his relationship status is, what his sexual preference is. It's none of anyone's business. I shouldn't either. Nobody should. What the fuck is that? It was fucking wrong, period. That's it. That's all. Either way, though, you guys know what it is, and you know where the fuck we stand. We don't stand with that. We don't stand for it, period, point blank. And like I said, I asked Clue last night, is this how you feel? Do you feel this way? Is this how you feel? If there ain't no change and there ain't no recognition, then there ain't no sight. You know what I'm saying? There ain't no point. It is what it is. That's some nasty shit. I can't stand with that. I won't stand with that. She responded to me the same way she responded to Savage. That's it. The same way she responded to her, she responded to me. So it is what it is. I mean, I can't tell her how to feel. She can't tell me how to feel. I don't know. I just feel like this whole fucking, this person needs to call this out. And why ain't this person saying this? And why ain't this person saying that? Why the fuck should we have to? It's 2024, motherfucker. You know where I stand. I've been around long enough to understand. And Laura, let me tell you something, you racist little fuck. You ain't got no business calling nobody out. You ain't got no business asking anybody anything or saying shit to anybody about coming forward and stepping forward, period. You don't. Miss Atlanta is too dark for me. Sit the fuck down in your own goddamn words. Go chew on your own shit. There's videos for fucking days about the shit you've said and done, so shut your ass up. I don't fucking know. What I do know is, like I said, I don't stand by that. I don't stand with it. I don't give a fuck. I'm not going to sit here and say I got family that's black. I got, nieces and nephews that are black. It doesn't even matter. Period. I don't give a fuck if I do or if I don't. It ain't nobody's business what the fuck I got. I don't stand by it. Period. That's it. That's all. You want to stand by it? That's how you want to conduct yourself. You do you. That's fine. But again, I don't have to. I don't. That's not something. That's not how I feel, and I can't stand with that. I'm not asking anybody to change to be my friend. You do you. I'll do me. Little mama, she's an irrelevant motherfucking candle ass maker. That's what she is. She pisses me the fuck off with her. What about Queen Bee? So what about me? What the fuck you mean? And what? And what about me? I made a fucking, I made a goddamn statement straight from day one, from the fucking initial where she said the F word. I wasn't out here calling people snowflakes and saying, oh, it's just a word. Just a word. No, hell no. Motherfucking ain't. That shit's hurtful. That fucking word might be just a word, but that's a hurtful motherfucking word, and it hurt people. Hurt people that I love and care about. That I respect. Sorry, y'all, I had to get a drink real quick. My throat's really dry. The baby comment I didn't even know about till last night. When this fucking, the shady bitch that I can't stand made a video. That's when I heard him say something about a baby in the oven. The comment was made, oh, does it have a temperature of 350? My mouth hit the motherfucking floor. What? Excuse me, what? I don't know, man. I don't fucking know, man. Oh, the shit's just, it's all fucking foul. It's all fucking foul. I have no idea why Truth left. I have no idea. I'm guessing because he didn't want to, have people demanding him to speak on something that he don't want to speak on. I don't know. Not really too sure. I know that Granny had her panel yesterday and people are pissed and they're saying that she shouldn't be saying things because she's made a racist remark. And she said, yeah, I'm not saying I didn't make a racist remark. I said I would, but I only said it because I was angry and upset. And so there's context that people don't get in situations like that. And now people are upset. And there's a lot of people that are new to Granny. They don't know. So what they know is that people are coming out and saying, oh, well, she said this before. She said that before. So she's having to explain herself. Oh, he hit his channel yesterday. See, I thought he deleted it yesterday. Truth said on a channel that he was going to stay friends with Ku. I think he knew the backlash was coming for supporting her. Well, I mean, that's his choice, you know. Everybody's entitled to their own choice. That's his fucking choice. You know, that's her choice too. I mean, she could have very well came on here and said, you know, I was wrong for that. I was fucking clowning around. I was talking shit, you know, whatever the reason may be. You know what I'm saying? Not that it's okay or we would ever excuse it or anybody would have to excuse it, but I assumed that she would come out and speak on it. I guess I just thought Clue was somebody that would come out and be like, hey guys, this is what happened. Like, this is what's up, you know, because I don't see her. I never ever thought she would say things like that. She seems like a really down to earth person, you know what I'm saying? She seems like she's really laid back and really cool, really fun to be around. So when I asked her, you know, this is really bad. Do you believe in this? You still believe in this? And she's like, you know, you might as well distance yourself from me. And I'm like, what the fuck? I figured, no, I don't believe in that. No, I don't. You know, I guess I was expecting a different response. That's all. Then again, you know, it is what it is. I mean, I'm not expecting anybody to be you know, to tell me something because that's what I want to hear. You know what I mean? I'd rather her keep it real with me than lie, you know? That's all. So it is what it is. Now we keep it moving. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's it. That's all. There ain't nothing else really to do. There ain't really any updates in Sebastian's case. So at this point, I think it's best to just, you know, keep it moving and go back and check periodically. Because the more we keep it in the forefront, the more Betty, or others. I guess Betty's already down there again, I'm sure. From what she said on her live stream, they're supposed to be setting up a search. So I guess we'll see if that works. But it's really strange that she collects, you know, super chats and money on her AdSense and stuff to go down to Tennessee when there's people missing in her own backyard. You know what I mean? I just find that a little fucked up. But, you know, there's several people that are using this case as a grift. And, you know, there's a reason why Pascal walked away. There's a reason why other people walked away. It's just that time. You know what I'm saying? It's been, 4.5 months? Almost 5 months. And there ain't been no updates. I mean, fuck, his own dad was clickbaiting people, so with his channel and shit. So there's other cases, there's other things going on. Did you guys hear about the TikToker that the woman that her daughter unalived herself due to 4 girls bullying her, and one of the girls that was the bully, I guess, her dad's a superintendent, so she sued the mom, and the mom had to take down all of her videos, and it's really controversial. There's like a real big thing on TikTok. Anybody heard about it? Anybody been paying attention to it? I think her name's Aubrey White or Wyatt, maybe. Aubrey Wyatt. Y'all heard about it? PHP stalking Trump. Bitch, I needed that laugh. Too much. Out here stalking Trump, sleeping on the sidewalk, little Skid Row. Come on, little boy. Betty, oh Betty, little boy. That's too fucking funny. So what do y'all think? Y'all think the mom should have not said anything, or do you think she should have outed those 4 girls, or no? Because I mean, they're getting doxxed, and it's really bad. People showing up at their houses. It's really, really bad. It's pretty fucking intense. Yeah, her. Okay, so, yep. Okay, look, here we go. Aubrey. Okay, Aubrey. Auberly or Aubrey. I thought it was Aubrey. Could be wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. You know what I mean? But this is the little girl. Okay, so her mom's followers were bullying the other kids, and that got the mom shut down. Well, apparently the one of the parents sued the mom, and they did a gag order. So I'm just saying, you guys. I mean, I don't know. I think it's something that definitely needs to be talked about because it's like that movie like that 13 Reasons Why. Like there's this happens in schools. I mean, it does happen. I feel like it needs to be talked about. I mean, it's something that's really, our kids, there's a lot of us with kids these ages. I mean, it's pretty fucked up, I think. Got to throw us some music on real quick. Hold on, let me go grab it. Oh, hey, Roro. What's up, baby?
Hi, what's up? I'm so glad you're talking about this case.
Girl, it is so big. Look, it is so controversial right now. Like, there's a lot going on. I didn't realize how big it was. I didn't realize there was so much going on with it.
Yeah, and it's like I've heard so much stuff. I haven't seen receipts of everything, so I'm glad you're going over it. And it's like I'm torn. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I'm torn on how I feel. I can empathize. Well, just go on and tell people what it's about, 'cause a lot of people don't know. Hey, here, buddy. I want to show what you was gonna show.
No, baby, I'm just going over this. I was just going over the shit with this.
Go over it, and then we can all talk about it. But it's like you have I see both sides, but then I have to look at, I don't know, we'll talk about it as we go on.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean the stuff with Clue and them, that's just I already knew. I knew where I stood from the beginning and from the jump. So,
yep.
Hey, girl, what's happening?
I have a happy story.
Oh, tell me.
Boy missing since 2022, located by Indiana State Police. Oh, shit, hold on.
Wow.
That's awesome.
How'd they find him?
Okay, is that better?
Yeah,
Can you hear me now?
Good. Yeah.
Okay. Dumbass. I forgot to mute my YouTube. Anyway. Boy missing since 2022, located by Indiana State Police at Bloomington home. He was reported missing almost 2 years ago, located at a home in Bloomington on Tuesday. He was 3 when he was reported missing, and he was believed to be with his mother. I haven't read up a whole lot on it, but it's like a pretty big deal when they're found alive and okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Did they say
Okay.
like how we found him? What, who had him? Like,
Okay.
did he wander out?
Then the 3-year-old boy was believed to be with his mother, Deborah Bryan, and her boyfriend, Caleb Blevins. According to the release from Mooresville Police Department, around 1 p.m. on Tuesday, Indiana State Police located the boy, his mother, and her boyfriend at a home in the 8300 block of North Fox Hollow Road in Bloomington. Stephen Bryan was taken into protective custody and will be released to the Department of Child Services pending further investigation. Police said Deborah Bryan was arrested for her interference with a custody warrant out of Morgan County, and more charges will be filed in the future for individuals that assisted her. The Morrisville Police Department thanked Indiana State Police, Indiana Intelligence Fusion Center, and the United States Marshals for their assistance. That's all it said.
So it was a parental abduction. Wow.
Yeah.
And you know what? I'm glad that he was, that's a good story. I'm glad you came up and said that. But I do got to stop you real fast because I need to talk to TJ here. So she says, Tess, Queen Bee just moved on so fast about what's going on. Instead of educating people about the hatred on human beings, YouTubers just want to brush it under the rug so quickly. First of all, it's not my place to educate anyone on racism. I'm a middle-aged white woman. That's not my fucking place, and I would be selfish to do that.
Yeah, I don't understand. I've been trying to understand their comments.
Second of all, if you want to educate someone, I keep an open panel and an open link. If you think that's something that you think people need to hear is someone educating, go ahead and come up here and educate. What do you want me to sit here and dwell on it? What am I supposed to do? What would you like me to do, TJ? Come up here and let me know how you would like me to run this live stream, please.
It's like the middle-aged white woman saying, I have black friends or I have black family.
I'm not going to sit here and talk about how many black friends I have or how many gay relatives I have or my sister's gay, my daughter's gay. It doesn't fucking matter.
It doesn't because you're not black or you're not gay.
It doesn't matter. I don't stand with it and I don't stand behind that bullshit. Period. Point blank.
That was stupid.
That's all.
Anyway,
if you need to be educated on it, there's hours of lives. Go watch replay.
Fuck, they did what, a 5-hour live? Fucking 7, 8, 9 women yesterday fucking talked about it and educated and whatever the fuck. Go watch that.
I have literally been off YouTube since last Wednesday, and this was going on last Wednesday. This subject had started last Wednesday when I was yeeted off of YouTube for a week. I think it's played out.
I mean,
did you know that signs of congestive heart failure mimic a migraine? There's something to educate yourself on, because my 48-year-old fat ass didn't know that until last Wednesday. That's something people don't know, TJ. Read up.
And you know what? I had headaches last week, and I thought they were just stress headaches. And I probably should go get checked.
I started getting a headache last night, and quite frankly, it's scaring the shit out of me. And I've suffered lifelong migraines, and like I'm scared to death to get another fucking headache right now.
Well, you sit still and sit back and chill. We're waiting on TJ to come up here and educate us.
Please educate me, please.
Why he's educating us? Will he tell me? Can he please educate me on where my husband put all of my random baggies? Because I'm really kind of having a panic attack, and my husband thinks I'm stupid.
TJ's been in chats all week stirring shit up. I'm guessing so because that was some bullshit. I mean, what the fuck? It's not my place to educate you or anybody else. You know what? My next door neighbor, he lives across the street. He passed away of congestive heart failure. He was like maybe 34.
It's scary, man. You know, and my blood pressure wasn't
Wow, look,
out of the normal.
swelling in your right foot can also be symptoms of heart issues, but I ain't calling no names.
My feet and legs are always swollen, and I look like a puff pastry. You know, I suffer from swelling. I have other health issues that, you know, make me swell, and so I don't think anything of it. And my blood pressure wasn't real out of whack, so I didn't think, you know, worry about, you know, it being something other than just a migraine, because my blood pressure was in the normal range for me. You know, it didn't go out of whack until I was in the ER, and then it shot up to the first one I can remember was I know I get the numbers wrong. 147 over 147 over 111 or something. I don't know. They were both sets of numbers were 3-digit numbers, and they shouldn't be. I know that much, but they were all really high. You know, and I normally run like 148 over 88. You know, but even if it's a little high, I just take an extra blood pressure pill and take a nap. But I wasn't feeling, I felt like I had a migraine. I wasn't super swollen, no more than normal. Like nothing was out of whack.
Oh, girl, my right foot's been swollen, and I've had migraines last week.
Yeah, if it's out of normal for you,
scared.
please go fucking get it checked out if it's out of normal for you.
And I am, because you got me scared. I'm serious right now.
When Thursday, I stayed home with Yukon and Maggie, and you know, hubby and kid went and done all the fireworks and stuff, and I, you know, took my migraine medicine, and it didn't help, and I called my doctor Friday morning and had them send the ambulatory people out and give me an injection, and usually that knocks the migraine out if my migraine meds aren't working, and that didn't help, and it made it worse. And I told my husband that afternoon, I'm like, man, I think I need to go to the hospital because that's not helping, and it's getting worse, and I just don't feel good. And he says, all right, well, let's go. And he says, Jimmy, drive you? I said, no, I don't. I think you probably just better call the ambulance, because I was taking breathing treatments and I couldn't breathe, and I just wasn't feeling good. And by the time the ambulance got here, my O2 was in the low 80s.
Damn.
And I couldn't catch my breath, and I couldn't get my O2 up, and I was just miserable. And
one thing people don't learn. Oh, sorry.
They were like, they kept asking me stroke questions and kept telling me to look at them, you know, like, and I knew what they were doing. They were like looking for signs of droopage and stuff, and like, you know, I'm not having a stroke, it's a migraine, I'm telling you. And you know, they were telling me, and I was just too stubborn to see it. I wasn't in the ER an hour before they had me in the ICU, and that's where I was until yesterday, and they moved me to the step down yesterday, or day before yesterday. They moved me to the step down unit, and then I came home last night. But I would have never thought that my migraine wasn't a migraine. I didn't know migraines would be associated with heart failure.
Yep. And a lot of people think that the number one killer of women is breast cancer. It's not. It's heart disease. has been for a bazillion years. And another thing is when drug companies, when they do tests on drugs, go look at the tests. A lot of times they're not done on women because there's too many factors: childbearing age, hormones, all those things. We are complex people, and so
Yeah.
they can't get a good control. So a lot of times the meds for different things, many drugs that y'all be blown away with, are never tested on women because of our level of complexity. I'll put it that way. So, yeah.
You want to hear here's the kicker. Now tell me this ain't a bitch. But 3 weeks ago yesterday, I quit smoking.
Yep. I know. Ain't that a kicker? I know.
Son of a bitch.
Yep. Well, I'm glad you quit. I mean, that's a good thing. I wish my fat tail could quit, but
I needed to quit because I mean, my God, like I was literally killing myself. I literally, but I needed to, if for nothing else, for my kids. But ain't that some shit?
I know it, girl. Look, I know it, girl. But I'm so glad you're okay, and I'm glad you listened to your body and you went to the hospital.
Me too.
Listen
Thank
to your
you.
body, people.
But I'm not kidding. Never. I mean, I didn't have a single symptom that was out of the ordinary for one of my migraines, other than it wasn't reacting at all to any of the normal stuff that I would do.
And that's why checkups are so yearly checkups, so you can get that baseline. So they get that baseline, and then months down the road or the next year, if you start having issues, they've got something to go on.
Online, post Snapchats about her.
See, I go to the doctor all the freaking time because, like, I'm a freaking walking medical problem.
Yeah. I know, girl. I know. Well, I'm glad you're okay. I'm glad you're okay, and I'm glad you listen to your body and don't smoke. And this is Murray on panel. If people are asking who is this is Murray.
Oh, it's Murray. Yeah, Murray.
Sorry, I can't see the chat because I shut my YouTube off.
Murray, just Murray.
Yes, I love you guys. But
I love you too, and I'm glad you're okay.
I am too. I had no idea all that was going on.
I got way too much shit to tear up.
That's right.
I'm not ready yet.
That's right.
So, but yeah, there's so much other stuff that people need to learn about. Everybody already knows that subject, whether they.
Yeah, and if you don't know, then whatever. I just whatever. I'm over it.
Yeah.
I'm ready to just move on.
Yeah.
Keep on moving.
You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink.
Yep.
Yep. So anyway. Yep.
Well, this case that Queen's going to talk about, it's really good, and it's really it's an emotional topic because it's like it's very. I was conflicted with myself in some instances,
Yeah.
Well, I wanted to just hop up and bring the feel good story of that little boy being found, even if it was his mama that took him. Obviously, there was,
Well, there's issues.
Yeah, that is a good story. That is. I mean, it's a good ending.
You don't hear often, hardly ever of babies being found.
Yeah, the good parts.
Yeah. So, oh yeah, baby. Anyway, I'm hopped down. I love you.
All right, love. I appreciate that, and I'm glad you're feeling better.
Bye, dear.
You too.
Bye, baby doll.
Bye. She's so sweet.
Yes, she is. She really is. So, If you guys have migraines or anything out of the ordinary, please go get checked and listen to your body. I know I'm going to make a doctor's appointment because that has me nervous now. My right foot has been swelling and I've had headaches the last week. So I just thought it was because I was stressing, you know what I mean, from the kids and the games and the practices and the, you know what I'm saying, all the,
Yeah, well,
thing going on. So I just, you know what I'm saying, I just contributed it to life, you know what I mean, just regular life. And I don't know. So anyhow, here's this. It says the tragic story of Aubrey Wyatt. Now listen, now her mom just got a lawsuit smacked on her because she put out the girls' names, and then I guess allegedly her followers were doxing and harassing these girls.
Post Instagram videos, etc., for years. And the family actually group, and she had an older sister. And here is Steph help find justice for this girl who ended her life. So I'm going to share her story in hopes to kind of spread awareness and also to help find justice for this girl. I also just want to mention my top priority in this video is to be respectful of Aubrey and her family. Her mother, Heather, is actually really active on TikTok and sharing her story. So Aubrey Wyatt.
Yes, her mom is on TikTok. She shares her story. There's a lot of information on it. But this girl was 13 and she took her own life. Her mom documented it on TikTok, and I know there's a lot of people that have children this age, and they go through a lot of stuff on social media. With social media, it actually has to do kind of with Sebastian's case as well, because a lot of the social media games that you play online, you know, things like that can lead to things happening, which there was also another game that they were playing, an online game, CUT yourself. How many times can you CUT yourself?
oh my God.
That was one of the games they were playing. And these little fucking kids were listening and they were trying it.
Oh my God.
So then you got, 9, 10, 11, 12-year-olds online doing this to themselves. And these teenagers are laughing and having fun and cracking up and thinking, just because they're getting these little kids to do this sick shit.
Oh God.
Yeah, and they're getting them on camera to do it, and then they hold it against them and say, if you don't do this, I'm going to tell this. If you don't do that, I'm going to do this. Then the blackmailing starts.
Man, everybody just check what your kids are doing. You're not being nosy.
Most
you're
definitely watch your
them.
kids. Online is you see the crazy shit that goes on online, and you never know who the fuck is behind them people's names. You never know. You really don't. All right, here we go.
It was an 8th grader at Ocean Springs Middle School in Mississippi. She was, for all intents and purposes, popular, really well loved by her community. She was involved in youth group, and she had an older sister and a younger brother who loved her dearly, as well as her mom, Heather, who I mentioned earlier, who is determined to seek justice for the horrible things that happened to Aubrey. It all started in 5th grade for Aubrey when she started getting bullied by a specific group of girls relentlessly. There are screenshots of text messages of them calling her horrible, untrue names. They would bully her in person, online, post Snapchats about her, post Instagram videos, etc., for years.
They even bullied her after death. They had a doll hanging by a rope in front of the closet. What? I mean, these fucking girls, yes, they were doing some real nasty shit. Like I said, even after death, even after this little girl was gone, they were still posting nasty shit on Snapchat and doing dirty ass shit.
Now, see, I saw somebody, and
now they got people with bullhorns standing outside. I mean, there's shit. Like I said, this is a big fucking deal. Like this is getting ready to turn into a big ass thing. Because people are pissed. They're fucking mad as hell that she's got a lawsuit against her. It's fucking bullshit. And in my opinion, I think it's bullshit. She's got a gag order. She can't speak on her own daughter's death. These girls bullied her daughter. She unalived herself, and they're saying no. They don't want this. The one of the girls that did this, her dad is the superintendent of the school. So obviously there's controversy there.
Mm-hmm. Somebody said something, and this is what I didn't understand. Somebody in voice chat was looking up stuff, and they found something where the police said that that they saw no evidence of bullying. And
now these people are saying that as well. But why would they do a gag order and a lawsuit on her if there wasn't?
Well, I thought they did the gag order because the bullies or the other kids were doxxed and then you've got adults going after 13-year-olds. That's what I thought.
Well, you know what? That could be. That could be. Here, you know what? Let's watch this real fast, and then we'll start playing some of these TikToks because it's fucking really bad. I mean, it's getting pretty damn bad.
And the family actually.
I just want people to be able to be filled in. So the 900 people that are in here, they can get filled in on this story. And then as we're going through some of it, because I mean, I'm sure it'll be, you know, it gets controversial. So, you know, there's.
Was aware of it, and they took it to the school administration. But the school administration didn't do anything, which is just a huge injustice in my opinion. This is something that was preventable, but the school didn't do anything about it, which I think is such a tragedy in itself. But that being said, this happened for years until the final straw, which was a video posted online by the bullies of a doll. And I won't go into too much detail, but the doll was supposed to be Aubrey, and they were torturing the doll online in the video. And Aubrey saw this on September 4th, and she actually ended her own life that night. This is the story from Aubrey's mom's perspective.
Hey, thanks for asking. I'm gonna just give a quick version and try not to go. My daughter Aubrey died by suicide almost 9 months ago now, in September 4th, 2023. She took her own life, and so since then I have just advocated so much of awareness of self-harm and just bringing awareness to that and creating a foundation for that. But yeah, Aubrey took her life almost 9 months ago. And so I just share our journey. I share what we go through, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And just so that other people can see it's okay to be mad. It's okay to be angry. It's okay to be mourning. And it takes time to heal, and to also show anyone else, not just teenagers, but really our teenage babies, that please don't. It gets better. It gets better. And it may take time, but I promise it will get better. And so I use our story, our tragedy, our grief, our hurt to hopefully save any other life. Because in the end, we want this tragedy to just make sure that one life, if just one, is saved from our immense loss. So thank you for following along. Thank you for asking.
Since this has happened, as I said, her mom has been dedicated to seeking justice for her daughter, and there's actually an ongoing lawsuit against the school and any of the other liable parties for what happened to Aubrey. And I really hope and pray that justice is served for the sake of Aubrey and also her family. I think there were so many preventable things that happened that weren't prevented. Like, why were these bullies able to post whatever they wanted online? They're 12, 13 years old. Why aren't their parents monitoring the stuff that they're putting online? I think that's a huge injustice. And two, why did the school administration not do anything about it?
Now, apparently the parents did go to the school administration. They did say something to them, and they didn't do anything about it. If that's the case, that's a fucking issue.
Yeah, I'd sue them.
I think that there's so much to learn from this situation. There's absolutely no silver lining whatsoever about a young person ending their own life, or anyone ending their own life for that matter. But this is just something that was preventable that we can learn from. I think it's important to remember that these stories aren't just headlines. These are actual people. Her mom and her sister were the ones that found her. And I'm going to share this video with you. Trigger warning, this was a really hard watch for me, but I feel like it's really important to kind of humanize the situation since we're used to consuming so many different news stories.
Yes, trigger warning. And also, like I said, a lot of people have kids these ages. I know I do. Social media is so hard right now, and it is so hard on our kids. I'm telling you right now, it is so hard. And I've learned so much on here, just like with the missing kids and the games, and you know what I mean? Like I said, you know, with my experience where I walked in and she was talking to somebody on the fucking game, you know?
Yep.
And I didn't even know that game had people that you could even talk to on it. So, anyhow, yeah, I mean, there's always these new games where people, you know, where these kids are able to talk online to anybody. They basically essentially have access to anybody. You know what I mean? Any predator can get on there and talk to our kids, and we don't even know. And I feel like it's a violation of your home. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know it sounds crazy, but I just feel like it's violating, you know?
It is. Well, you know, Rabbit did a thing to where she did a thing talking about, I don't know if it happened to her. I think it did, but I don't know to what extent. But people are hacking into the Wi-Fi baby monitors. And
oh my God, I heard about that. How fucking scary would that be?
Yeah. And,
how violating.
Yeah. And so they're watching your babies in their cribs, you know. What the fuck? I hate people sometimes.
No, they're actually putting it on the black market for them to watch predators and
Yeah.
people that do things and pleasure themselves to that kind of shit because they're sick
Yeah.
fucks. That's what they're doing with it.
Yep.
Nasty
So-
motherfucking pieces of shit.
Just be
Anyhow, here
careful.
we go.
we can kind of get desensitized to it. But here's Aubrey sharing a little bit about how they found her.
Okay, so how do we discover that Aubrey had committed? A lot of you have asked this in just like a different way, and so I'm going to answer in the most like censored way possible. Basically, the night before, just to give a summary, like Aubrey was fine, like she had gone in her room.
Now, this is a major trigger warning, but put yourself in her position. Normal thing, normal day. You and your kids, you come home from the grocery store, you're cooking dinner, you're doing stuff. Kids go to their rooms, they're doing their thing, playing, whatever. You know what I mean? It's a normal fucking night. Just, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, consider yourself, put yourself in her shoes. You know, it's a normal night at your house. Everything's going fine. Everything's going good.
At about like 9:15ish, I went and laid Riker down, and then she was at like a birthday party, anticipated returning home around like 10ish. Nothing different. Quick summarize, she comes home, everything's fine that night. No big deal. Anyway, so I was like, oh, hot, let me go drop the air off, like, you know, turn it down. So I did, well, you know, to go do that, I passed Aubrey's room, and so I was like, oh, let me, you know, pop in there. Mind you, it's like 10 o'clock in the morning, and just see what she's doing. And when I went in there is when I had found that she had passed away. So obviously, like, we're not going to get into those details. We just don't feel comfortable at this time going.
Eventually, she does go over it. She does go into the fact that she had to cut the rope down. She had to have her daughter go get the knife while she was on the phone with 911, giving her instructions on where to go. And then she had to hold her daughter up while she cut the rope down. It was horrific, fucking horrific.
Into those. So, and then I remember like screaming at her to call 911.
So so I call 911. I go to my mom's room
because I'm screaming, like, because my brain is not thinking like, oh my gosh, calm down before Riker hears you.
Yeah, so I'm gonna call 911, running to my mom's room to tell my little brother not to come out.
Right.
Like I said.
And actually, they took the video down, so the full video is gone. You can't find it. That is her TikTok, but they did make her take it down. But we are going to watch a couple other ones. So
that was kind of a hard watch, but I just feel like it's really important to see the impact that bullying can have on individuals and families. These bullies, I don't know how they got away with it for so long. And the worst part, well, not the worst part, but the unbelievable part is that after Aubrey committed suicide, they showed no remorse and continued bullying her online, which is crazy to me. I think these people need to be punished for their actions, and I think their parents as well are responsible for what happened. This story just really hits close to home for me because I feel like everybody knows a middle school girl or has been a middle school girl at one point in their life, and you know it's just such a hard time for so many other reasons. You're still kind of figuring out who you are, and maybe you don't feel confident in yourself, and to have people bully you can feel like the end of the world because you haven't lived long enough to know that there's light at the end of the tunnel. I was in middle school one time and I was bullied, and not nearly to the same extent, but I felt.
Yes, this is Aubrey Wyatt's story. Yes, it is. And we're going to go over some of it, Amy. I feel like it's important to talk about because a lot of us have kids this age. You know what I'm saying? A lot of us are parents that, you know, have kids this age that are going through similar things or going through things that are, you know, social media related. You know, a lot of the cases we deal with the missing kids are social media related. So I just felt like it was important, something important to speak on.
Hi, baby. I got to jump down. My power went out about 10 minutes ago.
All right, baby.
And we're having bad storms, and I don't think it's coming back on. And my power, I got to keep my power on my phone.
Yep. And then save your battery. StreamYard will drain your battery too.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah. So I'm gonna hop down and get on a battery pack. Thank you. Thank you for letting me cover up, honey.
Keep me updated.
I will. Thank you, baby.
Yeah, so basically, the chat said stay safe too, Ro.
Like it was the end of the world because you haven't lived long enough, like I said, to see that there's a light at the end of the tunnel and that everything is temporary. So if I can share one thing, you take one thing away from this video, everything you're going through is temporary and there is a light at the end of the tunnel. There's no reason to take your own life. And it's tragic to me that nobody intervened with Aubrey Wyatt, that her family tried their best to get the school administration involved and they didn't do anything. And the parents of the kids didn't do anything. It's just horribly unjust and it didn't have to happen. So I know this was not a very happy
Well, that was another issue too. Why didn't the parents? I feel like the parents could have gotten involved, and they could have helped stop this at any time. I mean, honestly, they really could. So basically, here's some of the TikToks we'll watch. We'll watch a few of these TikToks. Let's see here. And I know they took her mom's account down. I'm not sure. I mean, I don't think it's okay that these kids are getting bullied, though. I really don't. I know that, people are upset and they're angry and stuff like that, but I just don't feel like they should be getting bullied like this and chased down. And you know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't feel like that's I don't know. I don't feel like that's okay. I understand what they did, I get it. I understand that people are upset and people have every right to have that opinion and be upset. So here's these. Hey AF, how are you, love? You gonna talk to me or are you just dropping a link? Just dropping a link. I'll go ahead and take you down. I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were just dropping the link, babe. So anyhow, basically, this is when she was documenting everything on her. She was documenting everything that was going on. We'll go over this one. It kind of gives a rundown, another little quick rundown of what was going on.
Have you guys been following the case of Aubrey Wyatt? If not, she was a 13-year-old girl that went to Ocean Springs Middle School in Ocean Springs, Mississippi, and took her own life in September of 2023 after being incessantly bullied by a group of 4 girls. One of the reasons for the community's outrage is even after Aubrey's death, her bullies continued to harass her and bully her. Now, Aubrey's mom, Heather, has taken to social media as an outlet to, discuss her grief and share Aubrey's legacy. And one of the topics that she speaks about often is bullying and what the detrimental consequences of bullying can lead to. Multiple pages, not Heather, but other pages that have taken the bully's information, personal information, and blasted it for the world to see. It's suspected that one of the reasons the main bully is being protected is because her father is a superintendent for a nearby district. The main bully's parents have sued Heather, and as a result, the judge has said that Heather needs to take down all of her social media accounts effective immediately for, quote, the protection of the minors in this case. I guess my question in all this is, where was Aubrey's protection? Because she asked for it for years and nobody gave it to her. Have you guys been following the case of Aubrey Wyatt? If not, she...
Oh, okay. AF, you're back up here again. Let me see here. How are you, love?
I'm okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. I wondered what was going on. I was like, is her mic settings off or what? I wondered if...
I have no idea what was going on. Yeah, I wanted to talk to you about something separate. So if it's okay, I'll just wait while this is finished and then I'll say my bit.
Oh, no, it's over. It's okay. Go ahead.
Are you sure?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. So, well, hello, Queen Bee, and hello, chat. I'm a little bit behind because I've been trying to get the mic set up and everything. So I've missed sort of the last 20 minutes. When I was coming on, you were chatting to somebody in the comments. They were saying something. You were asking for them to jump up and educate people, which is
yes.
What
She said, "Why did I not?" She feels like everyone's, all the YouTubers, including myself, basically swept it under the rug, and that I didn't educate people on it. And I said, it's not as a middle-aged white woman, it's not my place to educate on racism.
Yeah,
I feel like
absolutely.
that's not my place. And if you want to educate, you feel like people need to be educated on that, then jump right up and let us know what what you want to educate people on.
Okay, so mine's slightly different, and I'm a middle-aged white woman, but anybody that knows me and knows my channel will see my daughter Loveday, who has been taking over. I'm undergoing cancer treatment at the moment, so nobody knows what's going to happen, and Loveday is potentially taking over. It may potentially be her channel one day. Who knows? We don't know. But Loveday is Chinese. Her dad, my ex-husband, is Chinese. My son Dylan is Chinese. And I saw something, and this is very difficult because I really like you, Queen, and I've supported you. And I please don't see this as an attack, but
no, absolutely not.
I want to raise something, and as a learning curve for people, this isn't something for people to jump on and say, well, AF called out Queen Bee. I'm not at all.
Well, I already know what you're going. What is this?
Yeah.
Was Shady saying the chink guy thing?
Absolutely. And I'll
Yes,
before
and
I
there's
get
a
to
song.
that.
So there's a song that when you smoke weed, your eyes get chinked like a chingy, like they're chinked. And so that's what we've always said. And there's a song that says it too, like chingy, what's up? Why your eyes so chingy?
Yeah.
That's the same thing, same difference. Chingy,
Yeah.
chink.
Well, this is an educational
So
thing. I
basically, that's
mean,
what it means. Smoking weed, your eyes are chinked, like they're
Yeah.
very low. So that's not racial to me. That's not racist in any way. That's not directed at anybody. Has nothing to do with racial anything. So
well, that's what this is about, because my job.
well, I'm glad I
as
was
a
able to
teacher.
explain it to you then.
Yeah. My job obviously was as a lecturer, so I'm a teacher by trade.
Right.
Now, I've learned something throughout this whole debacle. So this isn't
Uh-huh.
pointing fingers at anybody. This is a learning process, hopefully. The F word that everyone's talking about. Now, being English.
No, the F word. The F word
The
was
F
the first
word,
thing
as
that
an
came.
English person, is very different. And this is the whole point that I wanted to get
One
across.
sec. The F word was the first thing that came about, and that was the first thing people were upset about.
Yes, absolutely. Now, I understand YouTube is international. Now, as an English person, the F word is used quite liberally here because it means something completely different.
No, I was ignorant to that fact. I didn't know that it meant something different to you guys. I had to be educated on that.
Absolutely.
Actually, just recently, because I was unaware that it meant something different to you guys than it means over here.
Well, it means two. Well, it means three things. One is to do with like a little thing that you use to make fire, but we use it colloquially as cigarettes. So that's one thing that most people use it for, of my generation anyway. Although I don't use it, and I'll
Oh
get
wait,
to
you
that.
call cigarettes that? Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Oh yeah.
What?
Yeah. I was watching an episode of Prisoner Cell Block H last night, and one of the characters I'm nipping out, and they use that word meaning cigarettes. It's colloquially used in different countries for that. Secondly, it's a meat dish. So you can go into any supermarket in Great Britain, and they will be on the packaging that word because it's like a meatball in gravy. Now, the other half of White Rabbit, if you remember the old White Rabbit that I used to do, John.
Yes.
He was kicked off Facebook for 30 days for putting a picture of his dinner, which was that. And I bought a packet of Mr. Brain's, the F word, because that's what it's called. And Facebook kicked him off. And he honestly didn't understand why. He was like, Penners, being kicked off Facebook, what's going on? And I had to explain it's because in different places around the world, that word means something completely different.
Well,
that's
why
I won't use it.
that it's even spelled different. Like it's they only so there's no GOT at the end. It's just yes, it's for cigarettes, but they say FAG. They don't say the GOT part at the end. They just say the first letters.
Yes. So I'm going out for a packet of they would. But saying that,
instead of saying a pack of cigs, you would say a pack of
yes.
Yeah. Okay.
But I don't
Well,
think
see,
the
that's
younger
so different.
generations do. I don't think the younger generations use it, Queen, because they understand that word means something completely different. Me being the age that I am now, I won't use that word because I understand that to somebody in America, it's incredibly offensive. And that's why I wanted to come on about the word that you just used. So you said that it's a word for a song. Yeah. Now, it's very difficult. And I think it's the same thing here, that it means something different. In England, if you were to use that word and call somebody my daughter or my son or my ex-husband or my father-in-law that word, you would be arrested for a hate crime. If you are Chinese, that word is incredibly offensive. It's like the N word with a hard ER for a Chinese person. It's very upsetting. So that's why I wanted to come on, because I think we've got to learn. The internet's great because what it's done is it's allowed all these different cultures and all these different countries to come together. But we're learning that, just as I've learned about the F word this week, is incredibly offensive. I didn't realize it was so offensive to people that the C word for people like my ex-husband and my daughter and my son and
Well, see, and
myself.
I don't think it's so much offensive as it is like hurtful, you know,
No,
because
it's offensive. It's really offensive. If you were to
no,
ask,
I understand it's offensive, but I feel like it's more hurtful than it is offensive.
well, if you think about it, the way that it's saying that word, it's kind of like looking at the eyes and that they're not open properly. It's a hate crime. It's hate speech. There's no getting away from it, and that's why I wanted to get on, because I know that had been brought up, and I as I read it, I was so shocked that you'd said that, and I was like, Queen said that? But then I thought, well, hang on a minute, maybe Queen doesn't realize that's as offensive to Asian people as the hard N-E-R word is to black
Yeah,
people.
no, I was just going off the song because, like I said, there's a song that's like from our generation, I guess. I didn't know. I thought everybody knew when you smoke bud or you smoke weed or whatever. There's a song by Chingy, you know, just says Chingy, what's up? Why, yeah, so Chingy, you know, that's, and they talk about chink-eyed or chingy, chink, you know what I'm saying? That your eyes are low, basically, that you smoke weed, that your eyes are low. So it doesn't mean anything racial. It has nothing to do with race, nothing. It just has to do with smoking weed.
Let me say something really quick, though.
Hi, Cappy.
This is AF. Hey, right?
Hello.
This is AF.
Yes,
Hi.
AF Pennington, yeah.
See, like the C word, right? Is put in a lot of like rap songs and put in a lot of stuff, and a lot of people aren't educated on the weight that word carries, right? Because unfortunately, in the States, racism towards Asians is like totally overlooked.
Yes.
Like they're kind of like considered white people. Like you could say whatever you want to them. They don't matter. Like, and there's been like, I'm in the state of California, very liberal state. And there's like, it's kind of like after, you know, lockdown and stuff, there was a little more light brought to it, but not even too much. Right.
Look
and
at
a lot
what
of people
Traders just said. She said, I just found out that saying jungle fever is racist, or saying calling people spade or a spade is racist.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, see,
Well, I
and
didn't know that.
like learning and like you're not fucking gonna tell AF to fuck off and that she's ignorant and it's just a word and you're allowed to say it. You know what I mean? Like you're here to learn, right? And like I don't think that Queen really knows that like about like the racism towards Asians just kind of being overlooked.
I was referring to a song and smoking weed. I have nothing.
Right.
It had nothing to do with someone or slurs or calling anybody anything. It had nothing to do with that. I was not in no chat saying that. I wasn't disrespecting anybody by saying, well, I guess if I was, I apologize. And I didn't think I was, because again, like I said, I was talking about smoking weed and your eyes being low. I didn't realize that was something that was upsetting to people. So now that it is, I won't say that again. But I mean, like I said, I was referring to a song and smoking weed. So
I'm actually really glad that AF came and brought this up here in the public, because you know what? Like a lot of people don't know about it, especially in America, about like Asians specifically, like certain slurs and racism towards them. And it fucking sucks.
How long ago was that song even made? Let me go look.
Fucking quite a while ago. Quite a while ago, but I totally like there's things I don't pick up on either that I'll be saying in songs and I'm like, holy shit. You know what I mean? Like, dude, you know that song by Dire Straits that I want my MTV? Dude.
Oh yeah.
There's a fucking part in that song where he's like, what's that? Hawaiian noises banging on the bongos like a chimpanzee. Oh, that ain't working. Like, and then the part where he's like, the little F slur with the earring and the makeup. Yeah, buddy, that's his own affair. That little F word got his own jet plane. Like, that was the 80s for you. They were fucking crazy and pretty racist. But that's one of my favorite songs. And I'm just like, fuck, man. Like, the banging on the bongos like a chimpanzee part, I had never caught on to. I knew the F slur was bad back in the 80s, but like there's a lot of songs that there's a lot of things slipped in. Like, and I've heard people addressing this situation we have on YouTube right now, right? And then saying slurs themselves because they're married to a person of color, or their kid is a person of color, or you know what I mean? Like, I'm just like, what? Why
Yeah,
aren't
no,
you
and that's
addressing
why I said I
racism and
wasn't
saying
even.
that
I'm
shit?
not my place to say I have family that's black. I have family that's you know, their
Right.
sexual preference. It's not my fucking place to be saying anything like that. To be, I don't have to sit here and justify who I know, who I have in my family, whatever. It's wrong is fucking wrong. Period. I don't stand with it. I don't stand by it, and that's it. That's all. I mean, there is no.
In Queen, like when.
That's it. You know, you fucking tolerate the shit, or you don't. And I don't. There's a fucking strong line drawn in the sand.
And listen, bitch,
that's all.
You did not shy away from telling Clue how nasty the shit was she said with the F slur. They didn't even give you any time, bitch, to address the racism.
Well, it's not like they give a fuck to kid. They don't give a fuck what I gotta say anyway, so it really doesn't fucking matter. But just for clarification, this is the song that I was talking about. Let me pull this bad boy up real quick. So anybody that doesn't know, or you know what I mean, I'm not sure if you're well aware or whatever, but this is that song here. It's right there. Chingy, what's up? Why your eyes so chinky? See, did you hear what she just said?
I heard that, yeah.
So that's the song I'm referring to. And just for everyone to be aware, you know, that is what I was going off of, because again, I smoke and my eyes were low. So I didn't realize that someone would take offense or clip that to make it sound like I was saying something racial. I know how Shady is. She's a shady ass bitch. So I should have already known. But just so everyone is well aware, we'll clip it down so people can know, and I'll go clip the words so people can see exactly what it says. But I do appreciate you bringing it up so that there can be clarification on why and what I said.
Yeah.
Why I said it.
Well, when I was 19 when I met my husband, and I remember we were sitting up one night, and I was saying, "Oh, let's get a," and I said that word because that's what we back then called the Chinese if you wanted to get a Chinese meal. And the look on his face, he was horrified, and I was like, "What did I say?" He was like, "Mandy, do you not realize how offensive that is?" I was like, "What do you mean?" And I had to be schooled because I genuinely did not know. And now obviously I know. And when I saw that, I immediately thought, hang on, you've learned something this week about how offensive a certain word is. And I hear words being used that mean completely different things. Like we have rolls of sellotape in England, sticky tape, but sellotape in another country means condoms. So if I was to say I've got a roll of sellotape, they would literally think I got a roll of condoms. And we've got to learn, we've all got to learn that
Condoms? You said condoms, right?
Condoms, yeah. Sellotape is a condom. So we've all got to learn that now with the advent of the internet and YouTube and how prolific everybody is talking to people in different countries, we all need to be mindful that whilst a word might be okay where we are and might mean something completely different, it can be incredibly offensive to somebody else. And the word, the C word, is incredibly offensive. I say it's a hate crime. It's a hate speech crime here. I know that other people don't realize that. I didn't realize that. I talk to people all the time. My daughter, she's out at work and people say the word there and she says, "Do you realize?" And they say, "No, God, I really didn't know." And then they stop. And for me, that's what it's all about. Rather than kind of attacking somebody, I'm never going to jump on someone and say, "You said that word and that's disgusting." I would say what I said today, that this is offensive, be aware of it. And, you know, let's all grow together as a community and let's all understand that, you know, words do have an impact. They do have a meaning, but they have different meanings to different people. And that was the whole point of coming on here, because as the mom of children who are Chinese, the racism towards Chinese people, and as you said, Cappy, very overlooked. It very rarely gets mentioned. My father-in-law is 83, I think now. And I think about 2 years ago, he was spat at because he's Chinese. And it was all down to COVID. People, an 83-year-old man who's lived in England since the 50s has got absolutely nothing to do with COVID at all. But because he's Chinese and he's, you know, you can see he's Chinese, he gets the brunt of it. My daughter gets it. Love Days is a face now on my YouTube channel. She has been called out because of her. She's had people calling her horrible names, including that word. She's waitressed part-time and had to leave her job in tears because people have been shouting that word at her. It's out there, it's prevalent, and it hurts people. So that's why I wanted to jump on and just say, you know, this is the word, this is what it means
I'm
to other
glad
people.
you did. I'm so glad you did. Like, because I have a feeling in the UK as well as here in the States that, like, Asians specifically, like, the racism towards them is totally overlooked. Like, as far as a marginalized group of people, they are really screwed. Like, they just don't, I just don't feel like they're kind of, I don't know, like, people aren't aware. Just aren't aware. And as long as people are willing to learn and move forward is, like, I think the biggest part of all of this. It's how you react to what you've said, and it's important. You know, I'm sorry. Like, people can say they're just words all they want, and these are my opinions, but it doesn't make it doesn't
Is that aimed at me, Tiffany Marie? I don't know.
Listen, it doesn't mean your opinions aren't racist or homophobic.
Mm-hmm.
Of course you're entitled to your opinions. You're entitled to say whatever you want to. You might be legally held, like, responsible on certain things you say, but you know, here in the States, you got freedom of speech. You can say what you want. It doesn't mean you're free from consequence.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the point of coming up, is just saying, you know, just to be aware of it and just to kind of let people know. So someone in English shouldn't change their language. It might fit. Well, I don't agree. I don't agree, Truth Seeker. I think we should. It's like, I'm never going to jump on. And I wouldn't anyway. I would never jump on and say, I'm going to go and get a packet of whatever. Because A, I don't smoke, but B, I understand and appreciate that to somebody else it means something completely different. And it is offensive. And why would I want to offend anybody? Why would I?
Well, see, and that's
if it's a word that has another meaning.
I wasn't aware that they were that cigarettes were called that cigarettes were called that either.
Yeah, absolutely. But by the same token,
I was 8 years old when I learned that.
If somebody from England was, or wherever was to jump on, or from Scotland was to jump on and say that word, I think there needs to be an understanding that for them, they may not know that that's offensive. So not to jump on them. I think we all need to have a bit more understanding from both points of view, that A, you might be offending someone, but also somebody that says that word may be totally oblivious to the fact that they're offending someone. Like you, Queen, with that word, you didn't know, you know? So I'm never going to point fingers at somebody if they genuinely don't know that that word is offensive. Why would I? Why would anybody? So yeah, it's a very contentious topic. It's very emotive, and I think talking about things helps it, rather than sort of shouting and screaming at people or what people call calling out. I think we just all need to talk to each other and have a better understanding and a greater appreciation of the world that we live in and the differences that we have.
Right.
I think you're 100% right, and I think, like, Queen's stance is actually important. Like, you need to find balance in addressing situations like this. Like, she's addressing the fact that she's a white woman and she doesn't know what racism feels like. She can't, you know what I mean? Like, because sometimes it comes off really dismissive when people are like
away from people who have experienced that and went through that, and it's not my place.
Right. But you also don't stand for it, and it's nasty. And you've made that clear as well.
Yeah.
Someone said to me, you don't understand what discrimination is like. You're white. You can't possibly understand. And my response to them was, I don't understand what discrimination is like as being a person of color. No. But I will ask you this question. When was the last time you went to get public transport and couldn't get on because your designated seat wasn't available? When was the last time you went to a shop and you couldn't enter it because of who you were? How many shops, when you've been shopping today, have you been unable to get into because of who you are? That happens to me it used to happen when I was out and about, but on a daily basis. If the one seat that I had on a bus was not available, I couldn't get on that bus because I'm in a wheelchair. If if the shop has a step, I can't get in it. So 80% of shops I cannot go into. My son's getting married next year. I don't know if I can go because the wedding receptions he's got is upstairs and they don't have access for a wheelchair. I genuinely don't know if I can attend my son's wedding because A, I don't know if I'll be here, but B, will I be able to get up that flight of stairs? That's discrimination I feel every single day. Now, we all have discrimination. I can't possibly know what it's like to be a person of color. I see what my children go through. I see what my husband goes through. But I understand discrimination as a disabled person, but I cannot possibly. And I wouldn't want to school somebody on it. But when something like this comes up, that word, I understand that. And I do know that because of obviously the experience I have with my own family, hence me coming up and bringing it up to everyone.
I've never been on a panel before, so please excuse me if I'm ignorant.
Hello.
I was just going to say that this morning I was following someone's had something about they were schooling people on this very subject, and they had the definition of oh goodness, of how people are being discriminated against, but they distinctly said that it was only against, they excluded the white people, and I think that was wrong in their thing, because I think that in some cases you need to read the room, because there are cases where white people are discriminated against in some instances. I've been in instances where I've been like the only white person in an environment, and or one of the very few white people in an environment, and I've been discriminated against, or I've been called a honky or a cracker or whatever. And I can laugh about it, but there are some people that would take that and be very offended by it.
Well, the only difference is that, like with white people, there's there's bullying and there's meanness. Like there's no dismissing being fucked up to somebody, right? But there's not history of oppression or like people
Right.
dying under the word honky or cracker. Do you get what I'm
Right.
saying?
Right. And I don't mean like that. Like, I'm not offended personally, but
Right.
there are
Right.
people who are.
Yeah.
But
I
I'm
get it.
saying, like, take you being if you're in an environment, like some of the colleges that are close to me that are primarily black colleges, but that you have a very few white people who are in that environment. I'm sure that they experience racism in that college, those white individuals. So I think that it's ignorant to have a distinctive, let's say, definition that excludes white people, because there has to be instances where discrimination is against white people. I mean, does that make
Lee
sense? I'm not trying to say that.
Lee Boyd, you put down, why can't someone carry me up the stairs? We had that before where I was invited out to a meal with family and it was upstairs, and the owners of the building wouldn't allow that to happen because they were worried about the liability if something happened. So someone dropped me or I fell. They weren't comfortable with that, so I had to turn around and go home. So yeah, they can't lift me up the stairs, unfortunately. Besides, I'm a lot heavier now than I was 4 years ago, so that will make it even equally difficult. But yeah, it's a difficult thing. It's a hard thing. Very very hard topic, and it's been very difficult to listen to. And it's not a pleasant topic at all, but it's not pleasant to live through. And I think we will only grow and only learn if we are able to talk about things rationally and calmly, and the way that we are doing.
Women are very much discriminated against too. I was seeing that in your chat.
Yes, there is a history of discrimination and oppression with women, though. Yes, there is.
Exactly. Exactly. Eh, Exactly.
But yeah, I just, you know what I mean? I'm not going to be dismissive of anybody's feelings, but
Oh, and I wasn't trying to. I'm not trying to weigh a white individual or a woman's um, feelings against that of a person's feelings that is of another race. Because I agree. I do believe that Asians and uh, people of Middle Eastern uh, ethnicities and things like that, I think that they are highly overlooked in today's
yes,
society. My daughter
good point.
married.
Good
My
point, because
daughter,
I forgot, like, Arabic Middle Eastern community, they're also very overlooked.
yeah, my
Like,
daughter married a guy from Albania, and my daughter and I were standing in line a few months ago to watch um, a host of, I mean, to watch one of those shows, like a talk show. The two of us were in line, and there were two older gentlemen in front of us, and I could tell that they were had fought in some type of war because they had on some type of outfit together, and they were calling them, saying the N word, and I could tell my daughter was beginning to get very upset about it. And I'm usually not somebody that's very confrontational. I'll take a lot before I say much. But I could tell she was getting more and more upset. And I asked her, I said, "Do you want me to say something to him?" Because my son in law is a very nice guy, but he's very big. He's very stand up. And she's very kind to her, though. And he's very good. But he is Albanian. And she wouldn't let me say anything. So the other day when he was here, we were talking about it, and he said that he often gets called a sand blank and things like that. And he says it is hurtful to him. He and he can't stand it, but what can he do? And he doesn't like it. So a lot of times he'll speak English even when he's with his parents, even though he actually speaks another language primarily in the home when he was with them. And it's because he receives so much hate from the environment. Because people tell him they need to go back to their own country, that they're taking things from our environment, or their society, you know. And at one point, they had like 12 of them living in one home. So they were honestly working very hard to make it in this, in the United States. Nobody gave them anything. So I felt sorry for him because they were getting, you know what I'm saying?
But I'm going to jump down. But Queen, honestly, thank you. I appreciate you giving me that opportunity to jump up and just let people know. I really thought you would, because that's why I value this panel, because you do allow people to get up and to say things and, not take things in the way that they're not intended. And I do appreciate that very, very much. Thank you.
Absolutely, and thank you for bringing up the concern with the word that I had said with that song. I appreciate you bringing that to the forefront as well, because I didn't know that it was upsetting to some people. Like I said, I was singing a song and it has to do with smoking marijuana, so I didn't think it was an issue. Again, it wasn't directed at anybody, so I appreciate you bringing that up so I could have a chance to explain.
Thank you. But thank you again. Thank you, panel, and thank you, chat. And
thank you, AF. I really, really appreciate you coming up, because I feel like you addressed it perfectly and you weren't trying to have an angle to harm or stir up a situation. And I really, really appreciate it.
Okay, take care all. Bye. Bye.
You too. Bye.
We'll see you later, love.
Bye. Queen?
Yes.
I was going to say on your panel, I was going to speak to you about, we're talking about the bullying thing.
Uh-huh.
I was going to give you an experience that I had about my daughter.
Oh, absolutely. I would just say be very careful what personal. Don't put too much personal or private
Oh,
information out. You know what I
I
mean?
won't tell anything personal about her name or anything. I was
Well,
just going to say what happened at our school.
yeah, no, that's perfectly fine. I just want to make sure that you don't sometimes when we're talking, you just feel like you're talking to just me. And sometimes people get caught up and they think they're just like on the phone, and they're
Yeah.
like, oh, my daughter, such and such went to such and such.
Oh, no.
They
She would kill
forget.
me if
So I
she
just want
thought.
a quick reminder, just be, what I
Yeah.
mean? Be careful
Yeah.
don't overshare. But yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and let us.
And if I've done a bad job of being on your panel, please just tell me not to ever come back and I'll hang up.
No, you're fine, girl. Stop that. You're fine. Anybody's welcome. It's an open panel. And I appreciate people coming up, especially new people that, don't come up very
Well,
often.
I'm going to, my very good friend, her son was murdered. This is not what I was coming on your panel about, but I'm going to start my own channel eventually because I'm getting it together. But my very good friend's son was murdered. And
Sorry.
this is what I'm doing my channel about. And the police department just they didn't even investigate it. They just said he killed himself, but he was beaten and the crime scene was cleaned up. And it's just crazy. So anyway, that's what my channel's going to be about. So I haven't even finished it. So I've been working on it for like a year now because it's so intense. But anyway, that's the only reason I have a channel. But anyway, about my daughter. My daughter is very smart. She's brilliant, and we she was very good in school. Well, she got this boyfriend who had dated another little girl, and the little girl got pregnant, and they had broken up, and he started dating my daughter, and she didn't know who the father was. But anyway, my daughter and him would ride around town. She would follow them and do things to them. She had a number of little girls gang up on my daughter because she was pregnant and couldn't do anything. They would run up, jerk and pull her hair, corner her in the bathroom at school, push her down. They cornered them in the park at our little town. And when I say our town, we have 2 red lights, 2 stop signs, and that's it. We don't have a store. We have a grocery store, a bank, and a dollar store. That's it. So our town is so tiny. So
So with that said, then you obviously know the parents. What about going and trying to talk to them yourself?
I did that, and the parent tried to have a physical altercation with me. So they attacked my daughter and the boyfriend at the park and had it videotaped by another little group of kids. Knocked one of the kids completely unconscious that was with my daughter because they were trying to protect my daughter, and it was just a mess. But anyway, so we went to the police station, made a report. And they had proof it was her because she had left her book bag down there, and they got them all down at the thing, and then they made a court date of like the following Monday. So we go to the courthouse. I get an order of protection against her. And it had gotten so bad with this little girl. I knew something was up because my daughter had gotten to the point. She was in college courses while going to high school. My daughter didn't even want to get out of bed to go to school. She was crying every morning. She said she was sick. I would I had her in therapy. We had put her on medication. She was not the same child that she had been months earlier. And there was no other school system to put her in because, of course, like I just told you, we didn't have anything else. And when I tell you that the school has like 3 hallways, there was nothing else to it. So I went to the school. I had done everything I could do. The school hadn't done anything to the little girl. So I got the order of protection and I took the order of protection to the school. And the school told me that the order of protection was no good on school grounds. I've never heard of that. And I have a degree in the law field. And I tried to do something about it I tried to take it back down to court because I was friends with the judge. And just lucky enough, the little girl went on bed rest because she was pregnant, and she quit school the very next week. And if it hadn't been for that, my daughter would have lived a torturous lifestyle. But I told my daughter, I said, you really need to get away from this boy because it's just causing so much drama with you. And you have so much ahead of you, and he doesn't have that. And thank God she broke up with him. And of course, her life got back to normal. But I was so frustrated with the school system because had she not broken up with that little boy and gotten that girl out of her life, I don't know that we would have ever gotten away from it, and I don't know what would have happened to her because she, like I said, was not the same child that she had just been months earlier. And like I said, we were in therapy 2 and 3 times a week on medication.
Right.
She wouldn't leave her bedroom. She was crying all the time. And even with the little boy, when he would come over and want to take her out on a date, she didn't want to leave her house. She was scared. That's no way for a teenager to live. I mean, we didn't have much to do in our town anyway, but for them to be terrified to leave their own home, that's insane. And I know we're not the only people that live like that. I mean, that had lived that situation because when I brought it to people's attention, the other people had been living that too. So I can certainly see how that little girl's mother probably, I don't know that, but I don't know how big their school system was. But I know that we live about 30 minutes from where Sebastian Rogers was taken from. Now, he lived in a bigger community, and there's lots of schools there, where in our county there's not much, but um, there's not a lot. And a lot of these little towns around here, there's no other school systems. There's like one school system in your town. There may be, like in our town, there's 3 schools. There's an elementary school, a middle school, and a high school. That's it. Your only other option is to homeschool your children. And if you have a child like mine was very, very smart, and she was on a college track. She took college courses while in high school. She did, X, Y, and Z. She went out of state to another college. She did everything. And so I know that I know that I couldn't have homeschooled her as well as what she was getting in school. I couldn't have done that. And I don't think she could have gotten the education that she got. Not that our school's superb, but it would have outdone what I could have done at home, even though I have a college education. I've lost a lot of what I learned, as we do. But anyway, that's what I was going to say. I can certainly sympathize with what that woman was probably dealing with the school system. Of course, I can never sympathize. I mean, I can't say I know what she's going through because, of course, I've never lost a child like that. So.
I feel so bad for the mom. Like, it's really, really sad. And
yes,
bullying needs to be taken more seriously.
Absolutely.
But sorry for the background noise for a second. But the social media part of it can be really dangerous and scary. Like, a lot of people want to harm the bullies, and that's just like, that's not helping the mom in any way. You know what I mean? Like, she got her social media silenced over that from all the doxing that people were doing, and they think they're doing her favors. You know what I mean?
Right.
And
I certainly think she should be able to post her stuff. I don't think the doxing was necessarily right, but I think she should be able to post what she wanted to.
right. I guess that it's a temporary injunction. They didn't make her delete anything, so when the case is over, like, she'll be able to have social media again. But I'm not sure. Like, I don't know. I'd really like to see the paperwork on the case. Obviously, I'm not entitled to it, and I don't think I am. But I'm just really curious to know. You know what I mean?
Is it a civil trial?
Yes.
You should be. If
Well,
it's a civil trial,
I think it is.
if it's a civil trial, like in the state of Tennessee, unless there's I mean, unless the law has changed since I quit doing anything with the law, and I quit because I'm disabled now. Um, you can get those files. Um, I mean, you have to pay for the copying of it, which is like a
Well, I
dollar or
think
two.
there might be a gag order on it because because there's so many minors involved. Maybe.
Usually, you can get it, and they'll just redact their names.
Okay.
And it's like maybe a dollar or two for the first page and 50 cents a page after that or something. But you can get a copy of the entire file if it's a civil trial. Now, if it's something filed in but it should be a civil trial because it shouldn't be in juvenile court because they're not asking for them to be, because she's probably suing them civilly to try to go after their personal assets.
The
That would be
bully's
my guess.
parents are suing her, is what happened. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
The bully's parents are suing her.
Oh. Well, then, they're probably going after her personal assets. So I would say that it's probably civil, and you could probably go after it if you wanted a copy of it. All you would do is contact the court, and if you don't know what court it's in, you could just call each clerk and ask for blank versus blank if you know their names, and they'll tell you if they have the file on it, and just ask them for a copy, and then ask them how much it is, and then you can send them the money. And with a little letter and enclose a check, and then they'll mail it back to you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've just been checking this case out the last couple days, and I haven't.
Unless it's on file, I like online, and there's could be. I don't know if they've converted to that or something. They may have a database that you can online check it, like give you a access code or something, like, and you pay for it. But it definitely should be. You definitely could get a copy of it, and they may not even redact the names out of it. But definitely you should be able to get a copy of it, no doubt.
I don't know. People haven't been very happy with me, like in comment sections on TikTok, saying that the bully shouldn't be doxxed.
You can also, a lot of times, you can contact local attorneys' offices or paralegals that work in that area, and they will do it for you and charge you like $5 or $10, and they'll just pick it up when they go to the courthouse and mail it back to you. I've done that for people before. I don't live in that area, or I'd do it for you, but
Oh, I appreciate that. Sorry, I'm walking outside. There's probably some birds in the background. Sorry about that.
well, I'm probably not needed on this panel anymore. I've probably took up more of my time than I'm needed, and I've never been on a panel before, and I appreciate Queen letting me be on here. I think
Oh,
she's
no
left
problem.
us.
You're welcome
Yeah,
anytime.
you're welcome anytime.
I'm sure I've probably not added very much to your panel.
No, you did. You totally did.
Yeah, I appreciate you coming up. Thank you.
I hope that once I need somebody to teach me some stuff. Queen, you might need to teach me how to put
I know, that's why I said, I was like, I've had so many people ask me, I'm gonna have to start a class.
Well,
But you know what though? Listen, before you start a channel, you need to make sure you're ready for it. You have thick enough skin, and you're going to deal with the backlash or anything that comes with it. Because I mean, people will dox you. They will snoop through your stuff. They will try to find out where you're living, who your kids are, who your family is, what's going on.
That's what I was going to say. The main thing when you start a channel is to make sure you're locked down, bitch. Yep. Lock it down.
Well, I wasn't. Do you mind if I tell you a little bit about my story?
Well, go ahead and email me first, and then we'll
Okay. Well,
You
if
know, 'cause
you
like I said, I just don't want you to put out too much personal information. I want to kind of keep it to what we're talking about, anyways. So
yeah.
you
Oh,
can go ahead and
this.
shoot me an email, or I'll put my email in the back for you. Is that
I should
okay?
say, I definitely don't even know how to even. That's one thing I've got to learn how to do is like
Okay.
put the pictures and stuff in. But I'm working on my timeline and stuff right now. I mean, it's so intense. I haven't even got my timeline 100%. But I've got to learn how to cut all the audio and stuff in there too. So somebody needs to teach me. Queen might have to teach me. I might have to put you on payroll.
Yeah. I was gonna say I'm kind of busy, but I can try to help where I can. But I appreciate you, love. Thank you for coming up.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate it.
Yes, you as well. Have a good day, baby.
You too. Bye bye.
Bye. Yeah, I was gonna say some people are like, I will never start a channel. Keep it private. Yeah, it's Steenie, if you're just getting in here, you might want to rewind. Go ahead and start from the beginning. Because like I said, I mean, we're 2 hours in now, so go ahead and start from the beginning and put it on maybe 1.5 speed to help you catch up a little bit quicker. Yes, and Rowena said you did a very good time for your first time up here. There's lots of YouTube videos as well. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. All right, I'm gonna bring this video back up. Did we ever get to the bottom of Julia, the canine handler?
I don't know. Not really
Because
sure.
listen, I went on Granny's panel yesterday. So there was some girl named CJ up there yesterday. She came up there and she said, you know, basically like she said she thought that, you know, people were being mean. And I'm like, wait a minute. I keep an open panel. First of all, there's a lot of people that get misconstrued. Just because someone comes on my panel does not mean they're my best friend. And I think, you know, I think like they do, or I have the same views that they do, or, you know what I mean? It's
Exactly. And by the way, I'm your fucking best friend. So if they try to say that they're your best friends, like, they got another thing coming.
That's right.
Bitch.
My best friend.
Better recognize.
That's right. What they think. What they talking about, Willis?
Bunch of nonsense.
No, but you know what? I am glad that AF Pennington went ahead and
Me too.
You know what I'm saying, popped up and got that out the way, because I know Shady's been over there trying real fucking hard. You know what I'm saying? She's been trying extra hard.
Oh yeah, she's been trying extra hard.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, and I was thinking, like, don't even address it, because she's just trying to get an angle of getting you mad. I knew where it came from. So it was perfect for someone like A.F. Pennington to come up here and like address it in that way, because then it could all be explained and it's all respectful and it's a learning experience for real. Fucking Shady doesn't want you to learn shit. She wants to fucking coin you as the fucking community fucking monster.
I'm terrible.
Yeah.
Just ask her.
So, yeah.
Shit.
Literally. Quite literally. And she's not the only fucking one. I'll tell you that right now. She's not the only one that wants you to be the community monster. Like, I can't, man. I just can't. Fucking A. I swear to God. Oh, it's so funny. So funny. It's just too much. People need to step back and take a breath and kind of realize what's going on and, you know, just kind of calm down a little bit. And I'm not just being dismissive or anything like that. I'm not saying people shouldn't be offended. That's definitely not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that those are just words. That's definitely not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, like, to calm down a little bit and figure out what's what. Like, stop getting on your fucking panels and saying, like, demanding people address things. That we could start there. You know what I mean? Like, that shit's fucking irritating as fuck.
Yeah, I was really caught off guard with that bullshit. And like I heard Chasing said it yesterday. She's like, when fucking old Alopecia here, what she call Appalachia? Old Appalachia, Laura, when she tried to say, well, what about Queen Bee? Well, what about her?
You're
And,
her
She's
moderator.
like, well, you can hold the phone on here. She didn't have a chance to respond. This just came out. Well, no, I didn't. What about her? Why didn't she say something? I'm like, what the hell?
It
Can
had
I have
literally just come out like an hour before.
hear what's going on first prior to you demanding me to come say something? Miss,
Right.
no, Atlanta's too dark for me.
Yeah.
Don't start with me. You're one of the fucking biggest racist piece of shits out here. Don't you do that. Don't you dare fucking do that.
Yeah, exactly. It's fucking too much.
Well, and then, this morning Granny was like, talking about she, I guess at some point in time she had threatened, somebody had said something to her. She had threatened to say the N-word back. Somebody clipped it at some point, I guess. I'm not sure how it went down, but either way, she's dealing with a lot of backlash today about things that she said.
Yeah.
And she was on panel, I guess, yesterday. A lot of people got upset with her and they said, well, you said this, this, and this, and you've done this, this, and this. And so today, I guess Dietz was like, well, do you, because you know how people are, they're going to want to ask for receipts. So she's like, yes, I did say that. And I did apologize for it. I something along those lines. And I did make, an apology video. And she's like, so do you have that by chance to link it? I don't think she was being rude. And, me and Dietz don't, what I'm saying? We're not best friends or nothing like that.
Yeah.
But I didn't take her as being rude. I thought she was just saying, like, do you have that apology video? Because people are going to ask for it. Not because she wanted it, but because people were going to ask for it anyways,
Yeah.
And I think Granny took it as Dietz was the one asking for it for, like, proof,
Right.
She, like, no, I'm not. And if you guys don't, if you don't want to believe it, then don't. It is what it is. And I was like, God damn, you know what I mean? She's like biting her head off. But then again, like I said, I don't know what all she's been blamed for or what she's dealing with either. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's people are probably taking a jab, any jab they can at her.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Just like the ones were with me, you know what I mean? It's the same thing. It's the same shit, different day,
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know, man. I
shouldn't even have to come out here and say this. People that fucking know me and support me and are over here know damn the fuck well what I stand for and what I don't. I've been here almost 4 years now. Fuck out of here.
Yeah, and Savage last night was asking, Queen Bee, what do you think of this? And I'm like, oh, not her too, dude. Seriously?
She said, no, you need to come out here and answer for this.
Yeah, no, I don't. Okay, yeah. Like, I love the people with the history of fucking saying offensive shit themselves. Like, come on, stop.
Apparently she answered herself because she's like, I know Queen ain't going to stand for this. So apparently she answered the question herself already. You know what I'm saying? She already said it right there. Because she knows damn the fuck well, too. Fuck that.
Right. Exactly.
Don't you fucking do that. No, hell no.
It is kind of hard to follow, to be honest, because just the other night she was saying it was just a word and every snowflakes, and regarding the F slur, not the racism. Let me be clear on that. She never said that about the racist stuff. And then she was super upset last night.
With the racist shit. I knew she wasn't going to go for that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Her grandbabies, she ain't going to go for that.
Yeah.
But then again, like I said, I just found out about some of the stuff that was said last night too. I was like, this is really fucking bad, man. Like,
yeah,
when you're talking about putting babies in the oven, and then they say, and somebody comes back and says, oh, it says the oven set at 350? Bitch, what?
What are you fucking saying, you fucking trash bag? Like, that's some trash bag ass shit, dude. And I understand, like, it's probably harder for you and some of the other girls here, because you guys have kind of made friends with her, but, like, to be totally fucking keep it a whole buck with me, is that she kind of reminded me a little bit of two people I don't fuck with, which is Jones and Savage. Okay, she kind of reminded me of a cross between them, right? And yeah, and by the way, where do you get off calling fucking Jones and ugly? Y'all look like sisters, okay? And Jones, and don't call her ugly either. Stop. Anyway, but I kind of just didn't I kept my distance and didn't go out of my way to introduce myself because I didn't want to be a dick because she seemed nice. You know what I mean? Like, she was getting along with everybody. So that's why I never really got to meet her or nothing like that. It wasn't anything about, it wasn't anything she did. It was just oh, she kind of reminds me of these two people. I'm just going to kind of stay over here. It's too soon, bitch. It's too soon.
Well, you know what? There was a lot of people that said she's like Jones and she's like Jones and she's like Jones. And I mean, and I heard that, not I mean, I heard it nonstop, and I'm like, no, I'm gonna, you know what I'm saying? She's her own person. I'm gonna give her her
Right.
own chance. You know what I'm saying? Shit, it is
Be
what it
fair.
is.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And there's people, I mean, and there's a lot of people with their guard up, you know? I mean, that was fucking pretty shitty, you know? It was a pretty goddamn real
Yeah.
fucking thing that was done. So I
For
understand why
real.
people had their guards up. I understand why people were standoffish. You know what I mean? I get it.
Yeah.
I just was trying not to let my, you know what I'm saying, dislike for someone else be pushed off on her because, you know what I'm saying, she, you know, reminded me of someone else. You know what I mean? I thought she was really cool. I liked her. I really enjoyed having conversations with her. I thought, you know what I'm saying? I thought last night when, you know, all this came about, she would, you know, was gonna, you know, pop alive and explain why she had said these things, what the hell was going on. You know what I'm saying? Like there has to be a reason, you know, for no matter how flat a pancake, there's always two sides. So I'm like, you know what? You know, she'll come on here and let everybody know what happened, why she said these things, you know what I'm saying? And not that it justifies it or makes anything excuses anything, but at least it gives us a reason as to why these things were said or what they were said for. Why would she do that? You know, like why would she say these things? Did she
Right.
mean them? Does she still mean them? You know, people do change. You know what I'm saying? Like if they say slip of the mouth when they're mad, or you know what I'm saying, or they're in a chat and they're pissed off, or you know, they could be saying things they don't mean. Okay, and I understand that. You know, so so there it caught me off guard when
she was like, I don't give a fuck. I said what I said.
yeah, well, I wasn't ready for that. I figured she would be like, yeah, you know, I really fucked up. This, you know, this is not how I feel, and I don't know, man.
And her husband like
It's
makes
like
this
she's
video
entitled to
like
feel how she feels, but I'm also entitled to feel how I feel, and
yeah.
I don't, you know what I'm saying? I don't roll with that, and that's what it is, you know. It's just
And this whole like you don't like me, don't watch thing, she's not the only one who says that shit. But
Oh
it's
no, a
like,
lot of people say that. I mean,
how
you
are
know,
you gonna say that when you're a channel that reviews other channels you don't get along with or that you disagree with? You know what I mean? Like, or you have live streams talk shit about people. Like, you know, she has videos up about BHP and stuff. Like, okay, you don't like her, why you watch her then? You know, why are you seeing these clips then? It's, I don't know. I can't with this shit. It's like, and she's basically told people they don't have a right to fucking feel a certain type of way about shit. Well, that's not the way like this YouTube thing works, baby girl.
Well,
Not at
yeah,
all.
when you come out here and you know you're on a public platform, that gives people, you know,
Saying crazy, wild ass shit like you're saying, you're gonna get a fucking response. You know?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Gypsy, you're up here. How are you, love?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good.
What a
going on?
wild time this is. A bunch of freaking crazy shit.
Yeah. What you got to add, baby doll? What's going on?
I'm just saying, like, I think Clue is new to the platform, fairly new. If you think about it, 2 years, you know, I think the,
Oh, okay. I thought she'd only been here about a year.
yeah, I think, but recently, like, kind of bigger. I think it's hard for me because, unfortunately, when you're comfortable in a surrounding, and I'm from New England, so I'm a little bit more liberal. I talked on Grange yesterday, and I just got off. I'm done. I can't do it. But I literally, and
Well, see, you know, that's another thing too. We don't ever do. I don't ever do like politics.
yeah, I can't do it. Like
race,
I just
religion.
can't.
I don't do any of that on my panel or my channel. I don't none of that. You know.
Right. Yeah, I can't. So, and I was like, whatever. You know, I come from a different area, and I'm not from like whatever. You know, more a southern area. It's not like that where I am. Those things are some of the things that were said. I mean, it is common, more common, you know, but it's not insulting necessarily. It's just like, you know, conversation. I know I'm gonna get slammed. It's fine. Whatever. It is what it is. But it's like at the same time, give her a minute to absorb being in such a public atmosphere that you're not with people that are familiar with who you are. People don't know you, like really know you. They know a persona of a person that's a loudmouth and all this
Yeah,
stuff,
and
you know.
see, and I don't look at her as a racist person or a
Not at
homophobic
all.
person. I've never thought that she would, you know what I'm saying? She just doesn't come off as somebody like that. And then she says her daughter is, you know, she's a lesbian as well or whatever. She's, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, people, they don't know her. So I assumed when I asked her, I was like, did you mean this? Like, is there, you know, I figured there would be some sort of explanation, like some sort of, you know what I'm saying? Something.
I agree with that.
I mean, something.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that unfortunately, you know, she's a little bit younger than me, but I think you get stuck in that like fight or flight type thought, right? And it's like, nope, like I'm like that a little bit. I've calmed down, like I'm 45, but you know, when I say something, I'm like, no, I said it. I said it in the moment and I don't take it back because, you know, that's how I felt. And it's like, you know, and then you reflect on it. The problem is there was no reflection time, you know, where you could sit back and be like, all right, like this is kind of,
She's
but
got a
you
lot
do
of
that.
ego. She got a lot of
Yeah.
ego, kind of immature. Like I thought she was like 23 or something. Because I hadn't really seen her. I didn't know what she looked like or anything. Like I thought she was like in her early 20s, like the way she acted. And come to find out, she ain't. But like, I feel like this though. Like there's a lot of ass patting going on right now. Like her husband's video last night was so fucking like full stop fucking ridiculous. Like he's really calm his really calm voice, and I'm listening. His really calm voice like is comforting, and he seems really understanding. But then what you gather from the whole fucking video is basically like the same thing. If you're offended, who gives a fuck? Move on. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's just like no, but you know, and she, you know, it's a good thing she had this platform. We're probably gonna shut it down, and like, don't like the Cry Me a River shit. Like, you're not the fucking victim here. Stop. Like, regarding this situation with marginalized communities and the words you've said, you're not the victim. Yes, you were a victim of doxing. You know what I mean? But then stuff has also come out that's not totally fucking true. Well, I mean, she was doxed, but she said that F-slur prior to being doxed by that guy. And she definitely left that one fool on the panel for a long ass fucking time.
Yeah, I think that like an ego thing is it happens sometimes in defense mode. Like I'm not defending like all the things she's done. I can understand it to some degree. You know, as far as me and my family and like who's like what my, you know, I have plenty of family, you know, that including my kids, you know, that are different sexualities. I'm bi. I've used the word. I have, but but it means another word as like, am I allowed to say a negative word like the P word, like pussy? Sorry, but like it kind of correlates with that. Like, and I have used it. Is anybody in my circle offended? No. Would I use? Do I realize that it is offensive? In no, you know what I mean? Like, it's so hard because like I'm not saying it's hard like as far as like it should be acceptable. I think it's more hard because unfortunately, and they're gonna say, you know, oh well, you know, you need better friends, you need people you're surrounded. It's not like that. It's just it's I've used it. I have. But I mean, what am I gonna offend myself? I mean, for real, like, am I? Probably not. You know, I'm not offended. I don't really care, but that's me. The problem is we don't know how other people feel. And I struggle with that even with my 18-year-old daughter, you know, who's gay, you know, and I'm like, why are you so offended, dude? Like, I don't get that personally. And I live in a more liberal state. So I'm like, why? You know, so for me, that's hard to understand. Do you know what I mean? So I'm saying I understand where she's coming from because I also have had to adjust my thoughts. Do you know what I mean? Where my family's very liberal and open.
You're probably Gen X, right?
I am Gen X, yes.
I am too. Like Queen's like quite a bit, well, not quite a bit younger than me, but she's a millennial. But she's like on the cusp to where she gets it too. You know what I mean? Like times were just much rougher, even in the liberal state I'm in. Like things were fucking different back in the day. But that's what like You know what I mean? Like, if you look at history, it's just fucking common sense that things move on and things change.
Right.
And
That's
each
what I'm getting
generation
at.
evolves. And the older person in the older generation always says these same things. Like, those damn kids today, so sensitive, so this, so that. And the snowflake fucking thing is a real slippery slope, motherfucker. It really is, because you can. This girl caught herself this week screaming at the top of her lungs, "Y'all are snowflakes."
But then bitch out. Yeah,
You're
I know.
quite high emotion while you're screaming snowflake, baby. You know what I mean? Like, how it's
Right.
kind of, you know what I mean? Like,
I do.
Two things
I
can be
do,
true
but
at once.
I
Always.
understand the mentality. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I do. So
No,
it's
I
like,
get it. I get it.
you know, but I
As
struggle with
liberal as
my
I
own
am,
kids.
I get it. I'm not like a fucking
Like, I
unreasonable,
struggle with
fucking
my
far
own
left person,
kids.
you know?
You know, like my oldest is 26. My middle one's, 18. My youngest one's 12. You know,
Okay.
the gaps are like that, where I can literally see, like, what the heck, like, it's wild.
The difference. Yeah.
I can. And some of the things I look at my middle, I'm like, are you joking me right now? Like, how are you offended by me? Like, what's offending you? Like, why is it like, I get it. Like, but, and I've had to kind of come around with that and realize, like, it is sensitive, even though it's very accepting where I live. Like, everything's accepted. It doesn't matter. You can be
Oh, it's a whole new generation. Like, I remember
Right.
back in the 80s, like, all the moms smoked cigarettes, right?
I'm one
It
of
was
them still,
weird.
so.
It was weird if your fucking mom didn't smoke cigs. Now, like, my fucking kid is all over me. Like, "Dad, could you fucking quit smoking by next year?" You think so? Oh my god, nobody's
know.
mom smokes, and I'm just like, nobody's mom smokes. You think I fucking care? Really? Like,
right. It is true.
What?
And you double down on that stuff. The thing is that she's a public figure now. You can't be like that. You do have to think of every aspect of the people that are watching you and realize, like, it is offensive, or people's experiences and where they live are much different than maybe where you come from. And maybe
Yeah, I'm
that
from
comes
Los
with
Angeles.
experience.
It's fucking way different, I'm sure, right? Like, but I try to keep an open mind to remember that. You know what I mean? Like, I could think of a lot of things that could offend the community she's from. Do I fucking go around saying them? Do you know what I mean? Like, am I gonna, you know what I mean? I could say some shit. I could pop off and fucking say some shit that would definitely probably offend, maybe not her and Cletus, but offend somebody in their community. You know?
Yeah, I agree.
And I try to be mindful. Listen, there's a time to be a bitch and offend people, and then there's a time to fucking, like, recognize, okay, like, hurting someone's feelings, like, fuck you kind of shit. Like, obviously you don't want to, like, the case we're talking about, like, you don't want to bully somebody into fucking harming themselves. But then there's it's like a slippery slope. Like I said, like, are you supposed to just shut up and not, say anything to anybody? No. But then there is certain words and that pertain to history and where we've came from in the United States. And
I agree.
A lot of people have had a lot of pain and died under said words. To say, like, they're just words and just to move on, you got to kind of think about what you're saying. You know what I mean?
I do agree 100%. And I've even struggled with those situations because of where I grew up. That wasn't a thing that I didn't understand, seeing other situations happen. I mean, even look at, I know I'm going to go there, but even the Rodney case when I was a kid, like what happened with Rodney King. And I remember being like, what the actual F, like, is happening? You know what I mean? Why? Like, it's wild. And I think that what Clue needs to do, in my opinion, and it took me a long time. And like I said, if I didn't have my middle daughter, I would probably be a lot less sensitive. You know what I mean? Because she gives me the experience with that and how it is formulated to them, what they're feeling, and validate her as a person and also as a gay woman, woman. I think that I need to change who I am. I think Clue's problem is she takes everything as it's your feelings, like, get butthurt, that's cool, like, who effing cares, like, go cry about it. But what she's not understanding is there are people's experiences. It isn't just like, because I would feel that where I am in my little area. Do you know what I mean? Whatever, where I live in my liberal area, or where I'm in my family, or where I'm with in my friends, or where I am with people I've known my whole life, you know? And it's may not be like that, but I'm also in not being validating people that have really struggled, you know, and have to go through terrible, horrible things. And I think that's where she's getting caught up. It's like, okay, no one's telling you not to like to back down from being who you are, but take a step back and realize like people don't have your experience. It's not like that. People aren't your kid, you know, that may not care. You know what I mean? Other people feel other things, you know, and maybe if you want to sit on that, you probably should, but that doesn't mean you're backing down. It just means that you're listening.
Yeah, it does. And I don't know. It's kind of fucking the whole like you get mad and you say shit you don't mean kind of thing. Like I struggle with that, like in this situation, right? Because well, okay, so she was mad when she said the F slur. She wasn't mad when she said all the other shit in that chat. She was chopping it up.
Yeah, I saw that. I did see that.
You know what I mean?
I
Like,
didn't even know
that's
what
like,
that other
whoa,
one
bitch.
was. I had
Whoa.
never heard that in my life, honestly. I'm not going to repeat it. I had never
Right.
heard that specific thing.
I
But
hadn't
like,
either.
I've been called a certain, you know, like a something lover because of I've date anybody. You know what I mean? It's not like that for me. Like, you know, my whole life, I never took offense. Me, but that doesn't mean other people don't, and you can't talk like that. It's just not acceptable. But I like her. Like that's the hard part. It's like I just hope that she can sit with it and don't keep having your feathers ruffled and just realize like that's not making you a less person or not strong or a weak person or a little bitch. Like, you
Well,
know,
two
that's
things
just
could
being
be
a
fucking
person.
true at the same time. Like she can be a racist homophobe that's like that on a normal like discussion or topic or you know conversation or whatever can be funny or whatever. But the only issue with there is this is out there now and people.
I
It's
agree.
kind of like when the pretty girl's mean. You find out the pretty girl's mean, and all of a sudden she ain't so pretty. Like it's kind of like you're kind of seeing the way she's addressed it. It's kind of like, damn girl, like
Yeah.
okay, this is you, and you're unapologetic because she didn't. When you're not totally truthful, you're not standing on things. Like she says she stood on it. No, you're unapologetic, is what you are. You know,
I agree. I
You know,
agree.
because there was like half truths with you know, when she said the F slur and half truths about kicking the dude off the panel, like outright lies, pretty much. But that's unapologetic. It's not standing on anything.
I agree.
It just, I don't know, man. Like
It's
I'm
messed up,
trying to
but
think
the
of
other,
something.
even
Like
the
there'll be
thing with,
people that do really good things, right? And then you'll find out that they're an RSO or that they've harmed children or
yeah,
somebody that served our country and has a Purple Heart. And then you find out they're on the registry and it's just like, whoa, how can you like do
I mean,
something
that's a
so
little bit,
admirable
not to
and
say
then do
that's
something so
different,
horrible?
but I think that's really, really like, I mean, that's unfair. I'm sorry. I
No,
can't even.
no, it's only an example to two things can be true at once.
I know. I
Do you
know.
know what I mean?
I do. I just don't understand like all the creators like you better come out and just you do that like
Oh, that
okay
pisses me
like
off,
give
right?
a
Like,
minute. My gosh, like I understand, but like
well,
okay,
it
you're
pisses me
telling
off about the
everybody
other
what to
people.
do.
Like, how are you going to tell Queen she needs to come out and address it? Or any other creator that's associated with her? No, Clue needs to address it when she wants to address it. And if she's dismissive, that's her. And then everybody else has their time to address it. Do you know what I mean? Like, but that's the thing when you're a creator. What's your name? Gypsy?
Yes.
Gypsy is that like you're gonna come say foul shit. You're gonna get caught saying foul shit. People are
Right.
gonna talk. People are gonna say, "Hey, why did you say this? I really like you."
Oh,
And
I
if you have an
agree.
issue with that, then you're not made. You're not made for this shit.
Right. Or evaluate like not everybody is the friend that you have known since you were 12 and you can bust balls. Like I'm
Right.
being real. Like that's fact. Like I've
yeah.
been, told certain things, and I would never think twice. But if someone off the street said it to me, you're gonna face my face, like I'm going in your face and say, "Excuse me, what would you like to say?" Like it's different, and I think that she doesn't understand, and it's not right what she's saying, but it just because your friend that you've known for 10 years has accepted it and knows it doesn't mean that's like normal. Like that's all right. You know what I mean? And I think that's something for her to reflect on. But to beat a dead horse, I mean, okay, it happened. It doesn't matter if you see it 20 times, 10 times, 3 times, 1 time. It happened. Let her take her time, in my opinion, let her reflect on it. And then if she has a different thought process and thinks about it and is like, you know what, I see it from this view. Yeah, all right. Everybody's on probation period or whatever. You want to sit there and side eye or have at it. But you know what? Give someone a chance. Not everybody's the same. I sure as hell don't do the same thing I did at 30 or 20 or 40, and I'm 45. Like you learn and you grow every freaking day. Like in my opinion, I don't parent the same. I got 3 different kids. I've had to learn how to parent them all different. It's wild as all hell, and you learn. And I think that's maybe a learning experience, I hope, for her. I love Queen's Panel. I like being here. I unsubscribe to a lot of people. I just can't take it. But you're bringing the whole Julia thing into it. Listen, you don't know if she was a fan of her. For real, you just don't know to say oh, she's in on it. She definitely did it all. I don't think so. You don't think T-Bag would know that?
Oh, yeah, that's
stop.
a little much. Yeah, I have no patience for excuses regarding said words, and that's just me. You know what I mean? Because the reason why that kind of hate is still alive is because people overlook things and make excuses, right? But regarding the whole Julia situation, it's come on, internet, pump the
no, that's popping
motherfucking
off.
brakes.
That's popping off like crazy right now. And
Right.
I'm like, I gotta go. That's
pump
crazy.
the brakes.
now because Julia or whatever had commented, and it's do you know how far that was before that? Okay, you don't know what people follow or who they like or that liked her so if
It's a wild coincidence. I will say that they were talking. Is this true? It's kind of is, since Miss Julia over there isn't a creator and she just came here because of
but
XYZ.
think about me right now, right? I'm just a person. I'm not a creator. I'm nothing but a parent.
Right.
And I listen to certain people I like, right? What if, God forbid, okay, knock on wood, please don't let that happen, something happened, right? And you hear me talking shit right now, right? Okay. And then I'm a creator or somebody that's on YouTube supports me, and then all of a sudden they see, oh, look at this creator talk to her here, look what came out of her mouth, and she supports that. And no, what I say has whatever, and whatever Julia agree with, they're their own people, but that doesn't mean I'm associated with Queen Bee. I'm not. I'm not.
You know what? I think about it. Listen, I take that back. That it isn't really that crazy of a coincidence, because maybe while they were talking, they were like, "Oh, look at this case," and I live by this place. Okay, maybe I'll come out there. I don't know if those conversations were had, but it could be. You know what I mean?
Beforehand. It was a couple days before, and I guess they were in a chat, and Clue was being herself, and being whatever crass and racist. It said inappropriate things, okay, and
Right.
then Julia had responded at Clue, blah blah blah, but Clue never responded back. Was never oh, at Julia, blah blah blah.
Okay.
No, they were both just in the same chat with the same creator. And you know how we do, you and I, right now, we're right. What happens if something happens to you or me? Does that mean you've known me? You don't know me.
Right.
Right. It's just that we had a conversation on something, or you commented on something I said, at Gypsy Trails, blah blah blah. So that's what happened. I do not think that Clue's in it or on it, has it. No, she wouldn't be that upset with what happened with her daughter being threatened and all that stuff if she's close with TBI and all that, and Lauren, that we wouldn't even be here, in my opinion. I'm sorry, Queen. I totally am talking too much.
No, you're good.
Is she good?
I
I
think
feel
she
bad.
stepped away. I'm just having to mute because I'm like doing trash
Oh
recycle
no,
day.
I'm just
And
trying to
like there's a bunch of crows and traffic outside and fucking my mom
yeah.
my mom feeds the fucking squirrels and the crows come down and steal all the peanuts and they squawk and then they trigger fucking Queen's birds to squawk and it's a fucking madhouse around here sometimes when that happens, but
Me too. I just feel like, okay, like how much more? Like, but you're not worried about the guy that sat there and made what? How many whatever thousands of dollars off a fake call? That's not bothering you. I think that's like, yes, she's got her own
well, it
stuff, and
totally
she,
bothered everybody to be totally fair, but it's like those are two different situations
right.
that both like call for, a fucking response, in my
I
opinion,
agree. I do agree. I do agree. But at the same time, there's not. It's not going to make it different right now. You know
Well,
what I
and
mean?
listen, she doesn't. Yeah, we're not. People aren't going to change the way she is or the how she feels about things and stuff. People need to fucking have some self reflection as well. Like, hey, she doesn't want to change. She is who she is. You said your piece. There's no reason to just continue.
Right.
Like, unless you want to, it's it's fucking. I'm not telling anybody what to do. I'm just saying that's like kind of where I stand with stuff like that. Like I state my piece and I fucking move on because who am I to fucking tell her to not be how she is, I guess, it's fucking, of course I'm going to respond to the way she's behaved afterwards, like with all the ego in the world saying people want to wear her skin and people just want to be her and this is just a hate campaign because people are jealous of her and all this shit. Like, I'm fucking paraphrasing, but that's basically in a nutshell her fucking response to it.
I agree. I agree.
I'm
But
rich, I got a pool, I'm fucking the best. like that's why people are after me. Like, that's what I hear when I hear what she says.
I know. I agree. I think that if I had to think, what happens is you got to think her whole entire life, right? Like, I'm not saying I think she's had to learn to love herself for who she is, no matter what, because she doesn't necessarily fit into a mold, quote unquote. I'm not saying that negatively at all. I'm saying we don't know her experience. You know what I'm saying? So she's maybe have had to get like a tough skin and be like, F it, I don't care what you say, to insult me, like my exterior, who I am, what do I look like, and like as a person, that she's insensitive. I think that's honestly like she just is insensitive. I think she's viewing it as all negativity and what you throw at people and sling at people, whether it's your weight, whether it's where you live, whether it's your income, whether it's your nationality, whether it's not your sexuality or what you do. Everybody's got something. Freaking live with it. And just enough. Like, because if it doesn't bother me, it sure as hell shouldn't bother you, which is not really the mentality that you should have. But I think that maybe we don't know her experience. I don't, where you don't know if that's made her be like, F it. I don't, why you care? I don't, because you've had to learn that as like a coping mechanism type deal and be like, I'm not trying to be all psychology. I'm just saying, like, there's probably more to it.
Well, and maybe that combined with racism and homophobia doesn't exactly affect her directly, even if her daughter is gay, okay? Because she's not gay, from what I've heard. And combined with none of those things directly affect her, right? She doesn't know how racism feels or whatever, and to the fucking weight of the words, right? And on top of maybe her life experience of having to knuck up and be tough girl or whatever, right? I guess is what you're kind of saying. Like,
yeah,
life experience has brought her to this. I think that life experience has brought everybody to where they are anyway, but it's just,
it doesn't make it right though.
You know what,
is what I'm
this
saying.
community can be real fucked up, right? It'll never be good enough for some people. Like, if you acknowledge what you said and you try to move on and learn, but there's also a lot of forgiving motherfuckers that really care for her a lot, that are no longer supporting her, but probably wouldn't be in this position of not supporting her if she would have been like, hey, you know what, maybe I can be a dick sometimes and I'm uneducated on the subject. She could have said a couple simple things. And again, I'm not telling her what to say. So
I
don't
agree.
anybody go there. I'm just like kind of fucking putting out a hypothetical that if she would have addressed it differently, because her response is, this is just hate. Haters gonna hate. And
I
it's not
agree.
fucking really that at all. Like, I'm
And I'm
sure
gonna
there's
give you
some
an
people that
example.
don't like her,
I'm
you
gonna give you
know,
an example
but
of my own life, right? I agree with you, and I'm gonna give you an example, right? And I
Hold
didn't
on.
see the offense,
One
right?
second, Cappy. Go ahead and finish what you were saying. That was kind of rude, baby.
Me?
Yeah, I was waiting for Cappy to finish what she was saying.
What did I say?
I don't know. You just cut her right off. What was you saying, baby?
Oh,
no, it's okay.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
No, I was listening to
Oh
what
no,
Cappy
I'll
was
go.
saying,
I'm
baby, and then
sorry.
you.
I didn't mean that.
No,
I
it's
didn't.
not.
Dead
Okay,
bit.
go ahead.
Sorry.
Anyway, I was just saying, like, you know, her response is like, haters gonna hate, and really there is a lot of, I'm sure there is people that dislike her. That's where I was. I'm sure there is people that dislike her that are probably excited that she fucked up, but I think the majority is just kind of hurt and pissed, and that if she kind of would have taken it as a learning experience, they'd be very forgiving. That was it.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Gypsy. Go ahead, baby. Go ahead. I wanted to hear the end of what she was saying.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize it. I didn't hear on my side, so I didn't mean to interrupt you. I apologize.
Yeah, it's okay. StreamYard does that. It kind of lags behind. I didn't think you did, but I at the end of it, I came in. I was like, I wanted to hear what she was saying because that is kind of how things go down. But go ahead, baby. I didn't mean to cut you off either. I apologize.
Oh, it's okay. I'm sorry again. No, I was just gonna say my personal experience that I did not realize was offensive was for me in my life, in my generation. I felt like we didn't want labels at all. Like, we just want, like, be who you want to be, do what you want to do, like, live your life. I personally I never recognized people different, whether it was the way you lived, what you liked, what you didn't like, what color. It wasn't like that for me. And I didn't understand, like, now it's different, like, and then I understand, like, stick up for people, all obviously, like, that's what you should do, but I didn't realize myself, that was insulting, and I had to work on that, for me, because my generation, in my opinion, worked so hard not to label and just love people and everyone and who they are. A shitty person's a shitty person. A good person, people make mistakes. Do you really want to be around that person? Is everything forgivable? No, but sometimes you give people benefit of the doubt, but like other times you don't. For me, I had to learn that with labels, and like I couldn't understand that with my own kid. It was like, he, she, they, that whole thing. I struggled. I did. I don't get it. Why? Because when I grew up,
Baby, I still struggle.
Yeah, that's all. I was just trying to say, like, I understand the struggles of having to get away labels and not necessarily like, or, recognizing, color and, everybody, I don't want to say everybody matters. It's really hard privilege, but that stuff. And that was new for me because I felt like my generation worked so hard for just across the board.
Yeah, Gypsy.
That's all.
Seriously, Gen X, we invented the like, love sees no color lines.
Yeah.
And now, and that was us being progressive in the 90s, right?
Yeah.
And now it's like, and people have a point though, because if you don't see color, then you're not recognizing struggle. So I get it. But like time evolves and things change, and like, and as long as you guys, this is how I feel about it. Like, the pronoun, it's like, there can be a struggle because it's a whole different world. And like I said, like each, like, I feel like every generation, that like, they always do this. The older generation will be like, you kids with the change and the craziness.
Yep.
And it's like, you guys, from what you both said, you're willing to learn. Hey, it's a struggle, but we're trying. And that's the most important thing, right?
Yeah. And I guess my point was, I hope that's what she does. Because I don't think she's a bad person. I really don't. I just think maybe she's stuck in the fight instead of just looking maybe at the bigger picture. That's the only reason why I was trying to come up here and give my
I don't think Clue's a bad person. And I still don't think she's a bad person. I just don't agree with what she does and how she feels and how she thinks. And that's okay too. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to say she's a horrible person. I mean, I hope you didn't take it that way.
Not at all. I'm just saying I get her because I've been there and I've had to do the same thing and I've offended people and I didn't realize it, but I'm not on a public platform where I feel like I have to fight for my life. Whereas, maybe that she should have, maybe stepping away is good to evaluate that and then come back and be like, all right, maybe this is not who I want to be.
Sometimes stepping away is good. You know what I'm saying? It gives you time to take a breather and realize like, hey, this is not where I stand. This is not what I stand for or whatever, whatever the case may be. I mean, like I said, I'm not trying to force her to change or force her to come out here and apologize. I want it to be her own thing. You know what I mean? If that's not how she feels, then, whatever. I'm not trying to force her to apologize or anything like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree. I didn't mean to like overtake or anything. I was just saying like, I get it, but like, this is my experience just to kind of, not to make her validated, but at the same time, like I've been there. I just haven't been in public eye, and then I've had to sit with it and realize like, okay, like that is like, cause I've been called things and didn't care. But why didn't I care? Because I don't know. So I had to sit with that too. You know what I'm saying? Like I didn't find it offensive, but obviously it is offensive. And I need to if I care about people like I say I do, or I love my kids or whatever, me taking it in the way that I do is fine. But I can't make someone else take it in the way that I intend it. You know what I'm saying? As not being offensive. That's all.
Steenie said, what is your generation?
Me?
Yeah, he's saying, Gypsy, what is your generation?
Gen X. I'm 79. I'm like the last year.
I'm 78.
I'm 74. These Gen Xers, we're screwing everything up, aren't we?
I know.
Steenie, I know you had a question. I keep an open panel and I allow anyone to come up here on the panel. So anyone is able to click the link just like you are. So if you have any questions like that, you're welcome to come up and ask. You're more than welcome. I have no problem answering you.
Thank you, everyone. I'm going to go. I appreciate you very much. Queen and everybody else. I'm sorry if I offended anyone. That wasn't my intention.
No, you didn't. Give me 1 second though. Steenie, if you have something you want to ask, baby, you're welcome to click that link and come up here. Go ahead, baby.
It was good conversation with you.
Yeah, it
Gypsy.
was. It was good conversation. Yeah. I appreciate you coming up.
Thank you all. All right, I'm gonna go.
Absolutely,
have a good day,
baby.
You too, guys. Bye.
Bye.
Hi, guys. Growing up in the 80s really was we thought it was the best time, but it taught us a lot of bad things too. I mean, I'm continuously getting told, well, not all the time, but every once in a while I'll say something and my kids are like, Mommy, you can't say that.
Yeah, me too.
Well, and I'm not gonna lie,
why can't I say that?
I really had a horrible time, and I still struggle with the him, her, him,
right.
they, them, with the I still struggle with that really bad. I try,
right,
and if I have to, my mine yelled at me, and she's like, "Ma, you don't say that." I'm like, I didn't know he was. I thought
I know.
It's it's a struggle. So I just try to, be very nonchalant when I'm like he, they, them.
Right.
Because I still feel like I'm stupid. I feel like I don't know what I feel like I don't know. I don't. It really does genuinely make me feel stupid because I feel like I don't know.
I agree.
What words to use that I don't want to be offensive and I don't want to hurt someone's feelings.
What makes me angry is the people that I'm fine with people that are open about it or whatever, but the people that if you don't know and you misgender them,
yeah,
especially the they thems, And I'm not trying to be offensive here. This is how I feel. But especially the people that are they thems, you don't know what you're supposed to say right away before you even know them. And then
Right.
they get mad at you if you do it wrong. And it's like, wait a minute, I didn't know. But now if I have a friend who says, hey, I'm a they, them, then that's fine with me. And I will call you that because now I know, you know?
A good majority is pretty understanding, but there are
Yeah.
some people that aren't
The
so
people that
understanding. Like
aren't.
a good majority, if you're not trying to misgender on purpose, are very
Mhm.
like understanding. Like, okay, cool, I know you didn't do it on purpose,
Yeah.
but
My nephew
I
got in
just,
trouble with that one time at work, and he didn't know the
yeah,
person had just started, and they turned him into HR. And he was
yeah, you
like,
gotta
I
be
had no
careful.
clue.
Hey man, that's why I just like looking. I said, hey man, though, like you gotta be, yeah, you do gotta be really careful. But um, I find myself just like saying they them in the comments on TikTok because
Hmm.
TikTok is cutthroat as fuck. They will fuck
Yeah.
your world up. And I don't say much on TikTok because if you get blocked, you won't get to watch the videos. And I'm a lurker and I want to watch
Hmm.
videos, even of people I don't like.
Yeah.
And like, so I just stick to that just to be safe as of like the last like month or so. I don't want to fuck up. But no, I get
Yeah,
what
it's
you're
not like
saying,
YouTube. You
Susie.
can't block somebody on YouTube over here. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
over there, they sure do. They sure do. They get mad.
Because, bitch, we can be blocked all day over here and never know it because we still see the videos. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
over there, everything's gone. Facebook, everything's gone. But here, I kind of like it. Like that. You can be blocked and still watch. I love it. But anyways, I gotta
Hey,
jump
well,
down.
bro.
I gotta take the kid to camp and shit. I'll jump back up if you guys are still on a little bit. I love you,
All
Queen.
right, baby doll. We'll
I'll
still
talk
be
to you, girl.
here. Love you. Bye.
Hey, girl.
What's up, baby doll?
See, I call everybody girl. Okay,
Yeah.
it's like
I
I
know I call
call
everybody
me.
baby, and I need to stop, and I need to be very careful with that because I mean, I've always it's out of habit,
Right.
but I don't want
Well,
to offend somebody either.
right. And I mean, I did it last week at a restaurant. I was sitting there talking to the 70-year-old owner of this restaurant, and I was sitting there, I was eating, I was like, girl, these mashed potatoes. But it's like, of course I know he's not a girl, and of course he wasn't offended by it, but I'm just saying, if you ever have a question, the best rule of thumb is just ask. If there's a question in your
Yeah.
mind, then somebody's not going to be offended. And the majority, like Happy said, the majority of people are very understanding. And so the best rule of thumb is, if there's a question and you don't know him, her, they, them, if there's a question that comes in your mind, then ask them. Just say, you don't have to say, what are your pronouns, or whatever. Just say, what do you like to be referred to, because it might be they want to be called by their name. That's all I wanted to say. But good
Absolutely.
conversation.
Yeah, it can get confusing sometimes.
And then when you get nervous about it, then you tend to, I do, I'm like, and then it makes
Yeah.
you look like an idiot. And so, if there's a question, just say, what do you want me to refer you to? I'm not refer you to. What do you want me to
Yeah.
call you? You can say, what are your pronouns? But you might get 10. I don't know. I'm just saying, just ask. And that's the best thing, and people just don't get offended.
Yeah, I'm notorious for saying, "Hey guys."
Yeah.
To me, that's just general. Hey everybody,
All right.
It's just quicker
So,
to say, "Hey guys," I mean,
yeah.
and I've
So,
had people call me out. I'm not a guy, and it's like it's just a general thing. Hey guys, it didn't mean anything.
all right. Well, call a 70-year-old man a girl, and
Well,
I started laughing. I said, "Oh, I'm sorry," and we both just got tickled. I mean, I said, "That's habit." I say to my husband, he'll say something. I'm like, "Girl," and that's
yeah.
just another word for what, it's
Hmm.
just a habit. But girl, let me tell you,
Yeah, our generation gets in trouble all over the place.
yeah. I'm not going to say I'm not Gen X. I'm not Gen, I'm Gen Dinosaur. That's what I am.
She's a Gen Dinosaur. Just Samantha, how are you, baby?
Hey guys, what's up?
Not too much love. How are you?
Hey girl, I got a hot down. Love ya.
All right, Ro.
I'm sorry,
Ro.
Samantha. I'm sorry. All right, bye.
Yeah, damn, Ro. What am I, a piano killer? Pop
Yeah.
up, she leaves.
Give me 1 second left. Thank you, Texas Rose, for being a new member. I really appreciate that. Michelle, newbie to TC, says, with CHF, please make sure you check weight daily. Is that what that means, baby? Here, One-Eyed Flo. Good to see you over here, love. Can you imagine if we were all the same? No, it would be a boring world we would live in, huh? If we were all the same. God, no thanks. Good vibes, gifted a membership. Thank you so much. If you got whoever got the membership, please make sure you tell her thank you. Tribal Gal says, I'm 69, the Gen S. I just got upset because they took Louie off the damn radio. And Gypsy Trail says, thank you for having me. Sorry for interrupting. No, baby, I appreciate you coming up. Thank you very much. And I hope you jump up again sometime. All right, love. Go ahead, just Samantha. I didn't mean to cut you off, baby doll.
No, you got to do your thing and be appreciative. I get it. I'm gonna just rewind a little bit because I had to run to the grocery store, and I'm fully annoyed about the Chronicles of the Shady. Right, so I'm gonna just slow myself down, and I'm gonna try to say this as eloquently as possible. So you're gonna tell me that the community is in an uproar the last couple of days. Everybody's outraged, given so, rightfully so, over a very sensitive topic. Now, if I'm pretty sure this person used to go to your channel. Anybody who watches you, anybody who is a Hive member knows that you don't stand on, or that you wouldn't stand on that, or you don't fuck with that, is what I'm saying.
Well,
like
she knows that too. Even when she tried to help with and do all the shit with heels, she knew that. She knew back then.
So my point being is she took this sensitive topic that has everybody in an uproar and to use her hatred and dislike for you to point fingers at you and make a video when she knows damn well that we all know you are pro marijuana and that you are talking about a song. So you're going to tell me that that's not twisted and fucked up, that she just took advantage of people whose feelings are really hurt, and she just manipulated
That's the kind of piece
it.
of shit she is. She's a fucking piece of shit.
And that's the thing. The thing is there used to be a YouTuber on here. I'm not going to say the name, but she was always calling racism all the time.
That's why in my intro, I'm like, Shady, shut the fuck up with that shit.
Right. And it's like, now you're the problem is when you're screaming racism constantly when there really isn't racism. Now you're now you're downgrading the word. And nobody's going to believe when you call out racism when there really is racism. You know what I mean? It's a powerful word, and you need to take it seriously, because when there truly is racism, that is horrible, or homophobia, or any of that. You can't cry wolf, is what I'm saying. You're downgrading the word.
Yeah, she totally took advantage of a situation that has people very upset, and it was calculated, and I think it's disgusting. But nobody seems to care that somebody wanted to label you and just take advantage of the situation. It's gross. We know you don't get down like that. We know you're talking about a song.
She knows that. That's the worst part about it, is that dumb bitch knows that. And like I said, when she started her shit, when Nick and Mel come up here, she's like, I can't believe you're on her panel. He's like, shut the fuck up. All you do is drama. Who are you to fucking tell anybody where to go and what to do?
Yeah, total take advantage. It's so gross.
Well, the thing is, I mean, even the people that were affected by what Clue said the first time with the F word.
She clipped it. She clipped me saying, I do not stand for that. I do not stand beside that.
Well, like the people that were affected, like Jeff, I don't want to keep bringing him up because I don't want to put him on the spotlight, but what he had said really, really affected me. It really broke my heart. But anyways, and I really trust what he says. He's such a sweetheart. I just love him. But I forgot what I was going to say. I had a really good thing to say too. Oh, when she said the F word the first time, people, including Jeff, were going to give her a pass on it because she said it in anger or whatever. It was an oops. So we thought, everybody was going to give her a pass on it. But then she came out and doubled down on it, and that's when it's true racism. When you have listened to a song, or I mean, not racism, homophobia, excuse me. When you're listening to a song and you don't realize that that's not okay or whatever, that it's offensive, now you're just uneducated. That doesn't mean that you're racist. That doesn't, that just means I listen to songs. I used to like watching Archie Bunker. I never realized until I was an older adult that he was really, really offensive. I didn't even think about it.
Yeah, like
but
my
to
my
call
whole
people
point.
like that racist is terrible because you're not necessarily racist. You're just, and that's what I say. You're downgrading the word. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you're okay. Yeah, like that's why I needed to point it out that she just
Well,
took
you know what's
advantage
even
of
worse
that.
is she'll sit and make 155 fucking videos, and I respond one time, and she'll write Twitter and say, "Queen Bee's, she's stalking me. She's being mean. She's coming after me." Bitch, what?
Right.
You are sit your delusional fucking ass down.
Yeah, and you would think the people who are outraged and truly upset about this, they should be upset for her just labeling you. Like I said, trying to put that on you out of her own hatred toward Queen Bee. And I think it's funny how when people say, "Oh, she's not a real queen." I was joking in chat earlier, like, "Heary, Queen Bee is going to address the YouTube court because it seems like they all want to hear from you and what you say matters," which tells me that even the haters respect you, Queen. Like, for me, it's like, if the community wants to talk about it, okay, that's every right. Accountability is supposed to be huge, right? So Clue basically said, "I don't feel that way about myself. If you do, don't watch me. What more do you want?" You're not going to change somebody who, if they really do feel that way. It's like religion. It's a core value. You don't like those people, that's on you. But I don't have to fuck with you. I don't have to be friends with you. I didn't watch Clue to begin with, only when she was on her panel. So, on your panel. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not here to educate either. Like, I know that that's not how I speak and that I'm not okay with it, and I'm not going to involve myself with people who do. But I'm not going to try to change anyone's opinion either. So that's my rant.
Exactly, baby. Well, I appreciate you coming up and hanging out. Hey, be our guest. Good to see you, man. I heard you was going off the other day. Somebody said you was going off and something about Nicolina. You were doing a live on Nicolina. Was that same guy? Is that the same one? I don't know. Somebody emailed it to me. I am part Asian. I knew exactly what Queen meant. So, yeah, it's wrong for someone to twist it. Yeah, I was going to say, and we grew up with that song. People know I smoke fucking weed. I've never been shy about it. I've never fucking, tried to hide it. I've never, you know what I mean? I've never been shitty about it. There's a song, and it's always been, like I said, it's our, it was in one of the well-played songs of our little generation. You know what I'm saying? Chingy, what's up? Why ya so chinky? That's what it says in the fucking song. Matter of fact, we can go get the lyrics and print them out and do a fucking rebuttal on her bullshit ass video that she wanted to put the fuck up.
Right.
I remember the one, Queen, and forgive me, but it's
I played it once already.
You know the Chingy, though, it's something like, "Hey, what's up? What you doing?" "Nothing, chilling at the Holiday Inn." That's the Chingy one I remember. Yeah. Sorry, my couch is squeaky. But yeah, I just found that shit. That was foul to do that to you.
This reminds me of what our Heavenly Heels went through. Yeah, shit. I got caught. Look, somebody's gonna try to call me out for singing for using the Chingy. using the chingies, chinkai for smoking bud. JB Gunner's a racist piece of shit. That's who he is. He's a fucking garbage ass piece of shit. Weed smoker since 1979. I know that's right.
If you're going to call out racism and homophobia, call out the real people that are doing it. Don't call out people that, just dumb.
Look, and Chingy eyes, you can go back to Cheech and fucking Chong. Fuck out of here with that bullshit.
Well, none of us should ever quote Cheech and Chong, though. They were very.
No, I'm saying you can go back, clear back to Cheech and Chong.
I know,
you know what I'm saying? Come on now, fuck. I'm more bothered by the assumption of the association with that loser ass shitbag. Hold on, Beats him said on break, but even I was called a racist. Dude, I don't know what the fuck. This bitch.
If anything, I would think they would say
fucking serious. You can't take somebody like that serious. You just fucking can't.
Because I'm associated with you. People were asking me how I feel about the situation. It's like, I mean.
Well, how the fuck you think I feel? I mean, goddamn.
Right.
Yeah, you said it so many times. That anybody who even comes over here knows that you wouldn't be okay with that. Like it's common sense. Come on.
Right. Yeah, if you were a downright racist, I wouldn't even be up here. I wouldn't even be watching.
Now. Shit, we don't play that bullshit. Never have, never will.
Yeah.
And you know what's really fucked up is, like I said, I didn't even catch. So I know Jones come out with screenshots, right? So she showed these screenshots, and there was one that said something about she didn't want her kids around monkey behavior. And I was like, okay, you know what I'm saying? Then I heard Chasing reading the clip. I got a clip of Chasing reading it, and I heard her start like reading off shit. And I'm like, what the hell? Then somebody sent me her community tab that she had wrote a community tab. And I was like, fuck, I'm trying to keep up with it all. Then somebody had sent me, actually, I think Clue was the one who sent me Granny's Watchings tab or whatever. And I was like, well, as soon as I fucking, tried to get caught up with what was going on, as soon as I heard that, I said, this is really fucking bad. Like, is this how you still feel? Is this, I was hoping she was going to say, no, I'm going to come out and do a live and explain things. I guess that's what I was expecting. And she was like, you know what? You might as well just distance yourself and leave. And whatever she says, say the same shit to me that she said to Savage.
Yeah, bye. Yeah. Well, I was listening to Dago the other night, and he said that somebody, I think it was July 4th, somebody told him that his name is offensive to Italians. I'm Italian, and yeah, back in the day, Dago wasn't a good word. I don't find it offensive that, and he said, don't call me a WAP, though. And I'm like, what's the big deal about WAP? WAP is all that means is without papers.
I thought it was without
papers. No, not that.
Easy with the jailhouse
WAP,
reference.
you know what I'm saying? WAP stays.
No, W-O-P.
Without papers.
I know.
WAP stands for something else in this generation.
I know. I know.
It's over here.
I like that song. It's a good song. But
I'm done right now. Yeah. That did it.
But anyways, I'm talking about WOP, and it just means without papers. That they used to say when our ancestors came over to Ellis Island, they used to stamp on your thing if you didn't have papers, WOP, and it meant without papers. That's all it was. So to me, WAP is not offensive because it doesn't mean anything bad, And then I in his chat I called him. I said, well, call him a chooch. And now somebody should be more offended by that because chooch is, like stupid or jackass. That's what it means. Chooch. I mean, it's a jackass or stupid. Well, anyways, in my family, we call each other chooch all the time. And hey, chooch. It's a normal thing, and we laugh about
it. I've never heard that before.
Well, most Italians and what how do you say? I don't know the proper word. Mexican, Spanish, Latino is the proper word, maybe. A lot of people than them they know that word too. And yeah, it's just jackass or stupid. But yeah, I mean, I call my kids Chooch all the time. As a matter of fact, my youngest daughter, we call her Chooch. That's like her nickname. You know, I mean, and she loves it. She thinks it's hilarious, you know. But it just depends on, I guess, how you take things. I guess, you know. But
Well, I
the
think
things,
Dago was saying that that was his childhood
yeah,
nickname.
it was his
So
nickname.
he's
Yeah,
been being called that his whole life, and now what are you going to tell him? That
right.
it's offensive? I mean, he's called that with love from his family. You can't take that away from him.
Well, yeah, like my daughter and Chooch. You know, I mean, you know, she loves that. She proudly tells, and she's an adult. She proudly tells people my family called me Chooch. You know, I mean, but
Cheesy. When you said WOP, WOP without papers, I
yeah,
thought you were giving us a jailhouse reference, like how they have paper parties in jail.
no, no,
My bad.
no. Little history education there. Yeah, that's what WAP means when they call an Italian WAP. That's what that means. People don't
Wait a minute,
understand what
hold
that
on.
means, and they just think it's a way to make fun of an Italian. But yeah, really and truly, if you know what WOP means, you know, it's really not that offensive. I guess I'm just a little more open minded than some people. So,
See, I
you know,
thought you were saying, you know, like Cardi B, WAP.
yeah.
Hold on, be our guest says one time his son came downstairs in the evening saying he was wrong and he told him to go back to his room and to eat water. He came back down. He was locking him in his room. Who you talking about, homeboy?
I think you might be referencing that JB Gunner. That's what the vibe I'm getting.
Oh, got you. Yeah, that dude's a fucking piece of shit.
Yeah, he is.
I don't even know how the fuck he's got a channel. How does he even have a channel on here? Oh, Dago is who you talking about. God dang.
I apologize for the mistake. That's what I was just gonna say. I don't know if I was right or not. I was guessing there.
Gosh dang, man. I like him. That's it, man.
Well, I'm gonna step down, guys. You know I'm always a quickie when I'm up here. So thanks for letting me come up, Queen.
No problem, love. I appreciate you.
Yeah, love our hive, and like I said, everybody knows that you don't stand with that shit. So fuck you, Shady. Hopefully he doesn't make a video about me. All right.
Fuck
Bye,
her
guys.
in her videos.
Yeah, fuck those videos.
The thing is racism and homophobia is not YouTube drama. It's a real thing, and it's a strong thing. It's a horrible thing, and we need to not use that as as me. Like if I was to just call you a bitch, you know, it's not the same thing. It's it's a very powerful thing. It's a very hurt. Racism and homophobia is a very hurtful thing, and it should not just be passed off as just YouTube drama and be used like that. You know what I mean?
Right.
It just, yeah. Anyways, I'm stepping off my soapbox.
Well, it's okay. I mean, like I said, I appreciate you anyways, you know?
Seems like I've been on the soapbox an awful lot lately.
And there really ain't much going on in the Sebastian case anyways right now, except for BHB being down there acting, you know, how she does. It's
Yeah, law enforcement hasn't come out and told us anything, and I mean they've just got all that fuck shit going on and between Julia and them all, and it's sad. It's sad that this case has come to this. But hopefully the police are onto something and they're gonna figure this out and find that boy alive and safe, I hope. And
hold on, baby, we got somebody coming up. Let's see here. How are you, Karen?
I'm doing good. How are you, Queen?
I'm all right, baby. How you doing? What's going on?
Well, I've been seeing all of you are born like in the 70s, and my kids are in they were born in the 70s, but I was born in the South in the 50s, early 50s, during the Rosa Parks, the schools that were segregated. I think I might have been in the 8th or ninth grade before I ever had a black person in my class. My father was a black man. He worked across the street from where I lived, and when I was a baby in a high chair, he would come over and get me off my porch and take me and carry me around. And there was another little store like next to it, and he'd go, and as I got older, he'd buy me drinks, soft drinks, and peanuts, stuff like that. I loved that man with all my heart, and I grew up in the time when racism was really, really, really bad. And for a few years, it seemed like things were getting better. I had even got to where I don't notice color. My family is very biracial. I have biracial cousins. I have a biracial granddaughter, great granddaughter, and another grandbaby on the way that's going to be biracial. And when they called and told me, I said, those mulatto children are beautiful. And they are. They're beautiful kids. I can't say too much about the LB. See, I can't even say it because I don't know that much. I know that my grandson got into drugs and he became bisexual for a short while. But and I don't know how he is now, but I told him then, I said, I love you for who you are, and what you do is between you and the Lord. It ain't got nothing to do with me, but I'll be here for you. I'm not, I consider myself not racist. I worked with a girl one time, and she told me, she said, Karen, we're all alike. We all bleed red. We may look different on the outside, but if you cut us, we bleed red. And so I've tried to live by that. I try to look at people as God would look at them. I try not to have any, I try not to judge anybody. I don't judge their language. I don't judge their looks. I don't judge their wealth or anything. But I just wanted to share what it was like back in the 50s and growing up in the 50s in the South. It was hard for me to grow up, and because I was hearing the racism everywhere.
Yeah.
And but
that would have been a tough time.
I'm sorry?
That would have been a tough time.
Oh yeah. Well, I just wanted to jump on and share that with you, and because you were getting a lot of the Gen X information, but nobody, I'm sure you've got some people in your chat that are. I'm 71, so and I'm sure they know what I was talking about, especially if they grew up in the South. But anyway, y'all have a very good day.
You as well, ma'am. Thank you for coming up.
You too.
You have a good one.
Thank you.
Hey, B. Tim, how are you?
Nothing much. I just jumped up. I was just finished up work. I just, whatever. Shit. Pretty surprising situation. Definitely. I did not expect that stuff that was probably shown last night, but yeah. Jeez. Yeah. But I mean, like, what can you do? She doesn't want to change. Got to move it on.
Right.
I mean, in the end of the day, I'm not going to support that type of behavior, and that's disgusting behavior, and that's how it is. But it is what it is. Kind of shocking, to be honest with you, but what can you do? Anyway.
Right. And I don't understand the homophobia thing. The only difference between me as a straight person and a person who's gay is what we do in the bedroom. Nobody cares what I do in the bedroom, so why should I care what anybody else does in the bedroom?
Well, I mean,
they
with
still
that
have
stuff,
they still have marriages and lasting relationships and everything else. You know, I was like just pissed when they were trying to fight gay marriage, because for centuries they talked about gay people like they were promiscuous, and they were going from one person to another to another to another. And it's like, okay, now they want to get married and they want to do what you guys were so against, and now you want to make it so they can't do that. I never understood
well, I don't
that,
want
you
to.
know. And it's like,
I don't know if that's an appropriate thing to get into, like, involved with that, because it has to do with religion and
yeah, it's
basically
politics.
state.
I know.
You know, you're going into a subject.
You're right.
Yeah, we don't go on. Yeah, I don't do
You're right.
politics
I'm
and
sorry.
religion like that here. I'm sorry, baby. We just
No, I know.
Yeah.
Sometimes I get carried away.
Yeah, it's all good though. Anyhow, though, it's just, it's a little upsetting that people, come out demanding things, and I thought I was very upset with Arctic because, and I did go in there.
Yeah, that guy. I didn't even know.
I had my caps locks on. I was fucking.
I didn't even know.
I was in there bitching, and I'm sorry, Arctic. I didn't mean to come at you like that, but I was really upset.
Well, I mean, first off, I don't even know why I was like mentioned. I don't know the guy, and number two, it's like, I mean,
I've just seen him in chats. But I don't know him either.
Yeah, but like personally, it's like, listen, when I responded initially, it was initially to that the F slur being thing, and I thought she said it out of anger towards a guy that doxed her and fucked with her in real life, and I thought it was just ignorance when she just kind of like said what she said. I was like, okay, then, when she doubled down on it, I was like, okay, that's not good at all. And then, like, you guys didn't even give me time to fucking respond. Like me, I didn't know about all that other shit because I don't watch Joneson. When I say I don't watch her, I don't. I have it unrecommended. I have unrecommended for Chronicles of the Shady because I just don't like them. I think they are. I don't
watch Jones. I don't watch fucking shitbag Shady. I don't.
I mean, for what Joneson,
I don't watch any of them, but I did get the clip. I did get the clip from Chasing when she was reading stuff off, and then I got her.
I don't watch it anymore.
I got a clip of hers, and I got her community tab that she wrote.
Yeah, and I just don't, did not know about it, and I find out about it like last night. I didn't even know about it until last night. And it's like people just immediately jump, and I'm kind of against that. I usually like to just kind of figure out how things go and know what the hell's the whole story instead of just reacting purely out of emotion.
Get all the details first,
Yeah, because I think like people that just react emotionally without all the details, they can overreact and you can not get the whole picture. And I just want to know the whole picture, and now I know the whole picture. It's a pretty fucking nasty picture. It's pretty terrible, and I wish I knew this stuff way beforehand because I actually liked Clue. I liked interacting with her. I had fun, but finding out this whole other side of this person is really not great to see, man. I really dislike it, and it's disgusting. But what can you do? I mean, and then the person doesn't want to change. It is what it is. You do you, and I'll do me. I mean, that's how it is. But I don't react immediately because I did that before with Heels, and I just like to kind of get a full picture of everything before I react and then just explode, because I feel like when you do stuff like that, you're not really thinking. You got to really just because everything you say as a content creator can be used, and if you just immediately pop off the mouth and you get mad and everything like that without getting all the facts, then you can really bring a lot of problems. So that's why I wanted to kind of wait and just see what the situation was. But now I know the situation. It's pretty fucking clear, so it is what it is. Yeah, I always try to wait to see how that person, if let's say Clue came out and said, I apologize, I said these horrible things, my comments would be that, but the person doesn't want to and doesn't want to change. And, it is what it is, it is what it is. It's disappointing. Because I like the interactions with her, and it's really disappointing, actually. I
agree.
But what can you do? I mean, it is what it is.
Then we start feeling bad about ourselves because we're like, oh, we really misjudged that. How did we misjudge it? You know, but
I don't think
there's
we
no way of
misjudged
knowing.
it. I don't think we misjudged it because there's no way we would have known. Because at the end of the day,
Yeah.
what happened is that she said Nepsler, and then people that basically started digging into her, and they found the dirt. And why would
Yeah.
we dig into her? Why would we? First off, why would we be in JB? Like when she went on that panel with that JB guy, I didn't even know who that motherfucker was. I was like, who is this racist piece of shit? Like, who is this crazy fucking racist? I was
Me
like,
too.
what is this guy? Laura knew who this guy was. I was like, Laura, you know who this guy is? Okay. Okay. I didn't know who that guy was. I was like, why is this racist? And initially, I wasn't watching that stream because number one, I think we were like live stream, or I don't even know. Like, I know I wasn't watching her at that particular time. We might have been live. I don't know. And that thing got like immediately gone. And initially, I thought it was like him saying that, you know, they just let some crazy racist up on the panel and they just got rid of him.
Yeah.
Did you even see Arctic Trooper? I did. I heard like what he said a little bit, but don't really watch. I mean, like, why would I watch? You know what I mean? Just not my cup of tea. I just heard a little bit about it.
Well, Arctic Fox does have he does do a lot of with missing kids and stuff.
Yeah, respectable.
He's a good,
you know?
he's a good guy.
I was gonna say I thought he did Idaho Force stuff.
Who, the JB guy?
No, the Arctic guy.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Yeah,
he might have
I know
dabbled in that, but
I know he's got a smaller channel. I mean, I do know
Yeah.
that. But I mean, when somebody sent me the clip of him saying, you know, I don't know why Queen Bee ain't speaking on this, and then he said, you know, directly to you, and I'm like, what?
Yeah.
What the
Yeah.
hell?
Yeah, I didn't understand that. I mean, like, because that's the same thing you should be kind of against. Because, like, initially when I heard that from I'm like, bro, well, don't you want to wait until someone actually has a chance to start responding to all this stuff before you jump on a live and start?
Yeah,
naming
this is
names?
a lot. This is a lot to take in. I mean, that's a fucking lot. It's not just one message. There's a whole lot of shit to that.
Right.
Oh yeah. By the way, and yeah, I'm not gay. By the way, just so everyone knows.
But
Nothing
what
wrong with
does it
that.
matter if you were though? That's the problem. What does your sexual preference have anything to do with anybody on here?
I know. I just thought that was weird. I was like, but I keep it
Yeah.
separated. I just don't like to put my personal business out into the public. There's things I don't talk
I mean,
about.
he doesn't know if you're fucking married, and that could cause your marriage to fuck. You know what I'm saying? You don't fucking know that.
No, I have hair, so I'm not married. So
I don't care. I'm just saying it doesn't matter. What I'm saying is he don't fucking know anything about you, let alone to be putting that out there like that.
yeah, I don't know why.
I
I mean,
mean,
like,
you know, even if he was, it was not his fucking place. That's all I'm saying.
yeah. In the end of the day, I just thought that was. I didn't even know that like about that. I was just basically doing other things, and because I was working all day that day, you know. So I don't know, man. It's just weird.
I mean, and then he wants to put a little thing down there like, oh, well, I was misspoke. No, hell no. Either take the shit out of your video or take your fucking video down. That's bullshit. Why the fuck would you even keep that up?
Yeah, I don't even understand why.
Talk about you're fucking upset about this, but I mean, damn.
Yeah, like I get you're upset, but like, why am I being mentioned? Like, what did I do? I didn't do anything. I mean, like this stuff.
Not only that, expecting you to have a response, calling you out to why don't you have a response as a gay man? Why don't you have a response? What?
Yeah, like okay. Weird, man. It's really weird. The thought process.
Piss me right the fuck off because that's bullshit. Wouldn't matter if he was or if he wasn't. Doesn't matter. It's not his fucking business or his place to call you out and expect you to make a statement on something because you are a guest and a co-host on my panel.
Yeah, I don't understand that. But that's just like the normal react. Like, unfortunately, you see a lot of that happen with people. They get emotional, they jump on a live stream, they start talking instead of just like waiting for all the chips to fall. Because it's like it's not really fair. It's like it would be unfair to people to go at Savage before she went live and made her response. Because she made her response, you got to wait for people to fucking get all the all the facts before you start going at them. And I think that, because you have to be very careful when you speak on this platform. And you have to also realize that this person we were very friendly with. I mean, like, do you just immediately think that because, like, we're just going to jump on without trying to get the facts before responding? I mean, what type of people would that make us? Popular,
Right.
you know what I mean? We need to get the facts before you could do that. We're not snakes. You know what I mean? It's just how it is. And it's very unfortunate because I like the lady. I liked the personality. I thought she was funny. And unfortunately, to find that out is just terrible that she would say all these things. Oh, no problem, Range Cardi. Believe me. And, like, I just don't like the fact that people try to connect us to this behavior. And it's like, oh, she was on your panel, so thus you're racist because you were on a panel with them. I'm like, what? First off, I didn't know about that shit. And that's so crazy to say that. I mean, it's just so weird that people immediately went to that. And I don't know. It was just very weird. Yeah, I mean, like, I agree with you, Justin. It's like, it's better to have a conversation in private to see what the situation is and just see what's going on. You know what I mean? Personally, I wouldn't trust you if a person just went immediately live. If they just went by emotions and, like, rumors without verifying facts. I just think that's the most important thing when it comes to that. But it is what it is. But yeah. But I don't know. And then, like, you had that shady person trying to, like, make it look like Queen, like, is supporting them. Like, fucking lady, can you? Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, can you, like, stop at this point? Like, because you're like, your hate for someone is just, like, tangible. Like, it, weird. It's just weird. It's like you're not a clip channel. You're just a propaganda channel at this point for yourself. It's weird. But yeah, I did not know about that JB guy. Weird.
Yeah, so I'm gonna play a little piece of this.
What piece are we playing?
Arctic, where he says about me.
Oh, okay.
So this is Arctic Fox, and this is where he starts in about me.
Same with Queen. Queen hasn't really called it out at all. And my problem with Queen Bee isn't necessarily with Queen Bee herself per se, but with B Tim.
What? No, I haven't called it out. Bull fucking shit. First of all, I said I didn't stand with that shit from the fucking beginning when she said the F word with the bullshit, and we talked about it with Jeff and all that. So I had already been said I didn't stand with it. But then when this shit came out, not everything was even out until last night.
Who is a gay man and who has
I am
said
not.
about.
I am not.
Right. And you're not, but it wouldn't matter if you were. He has no fucking place saying that. And to call you out? Who the fuck are you?
Yeah, like, you would think this guy would just be like, would jump on an open panel and say, hey, Queen Bee, I have a question for you.
No, the thing is, if you want to make a statement, that's fine. That's all fine and well. Go ahead and make your statement. Do you? That's fine. That's fine. But don't sit here and say, well, I'm mad at this one because they didn't call it out. And Granny Watcher didn't call it out. And Queen Bee didn't call it out. And her panel guest didn't call it out.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah, especially B Tim, because he's not a creator. He's not a public face. He's not, yeah.
Yeah, I jump on a platform,
I mean,
a
not
panel.
that creators should be expected to call it out either, but especially B Tim, because he's just a guest on the panel, really. I mean, he's not.
Well, I try
he's
not
more
to
than
go,
that, but you know what I mean.
I try not to go with pure emotions. I like to figure out what the hell is the whole story eventually, and that's it. You know what I mean? Simple as that.
Right,
I did not know about her jumping on this JB live stream and talking all this crazy stuff. I had no clue. That was just weird.
Right, because how many times have people on YouTube jumped the gun and said the wrong thing because they misunderstood the situation?
Yeah, it's like, I mean, like, this was a person I was friendly with, we were friendly with on a panel. So immediately jumping, like, what type of person would that be if we just like, oh, well, everyone just basically is going to hate her and we're not going to do any research or have any clue what's going on and just pop a live up and stick that knife in. It's like, no, I'd like to know what the fuck's situation. Queen verified, had a product, figured it out, and it is what it is. I mean, like,
But emotions run high in situations like this, and people fly off the handle. And
Mhm.
sometimes we should stop and think before we say stuff.
Well, because when you say stuff, I mean, just like this gentleman here who claimed I was gay, it becomes a rumor now. It becomes now they can just go up to Arctic Fox and now you just put that out there as a rumor. You did not think to yourself to maybe ask me. You could have jumped on this panel and said, "Hey, B Tim, are you gay?" I would have said no, and that would have been that. But now you put that rumor out there, just like other people put rumors out there, and you fed into the rumor mill. And unfortunately, sir, I mean, you made a mistake. You acted with emotions, and you didn't think logically, and you put a rumor out there. And now it's that a rumor is going to be forever out there now. Not a bad thing.
And
I
not only
think,
that, though, but listen, and this
but
was after he explained the emotional turmoil he experienced before coming out. Then turns around and accuses someone else with no evidence, no nothing.
Yeah.
Again, it doesn't even matter if you are or if you aren't. That's not the point. The point is, it's not his fucking place to sit here and say, well, B10, as a gay man, you need to respond. But what? No.
Yeah.
That's bullshit.
Yeah, it's just weird. And it's like, that just, to me, was just very weird. And it's like, that's two examples why you shouldn't pop a live out with emotions and stuff and not doing the research. Because when you do stuff like that, you don't get all the facts. And now you get situations like this. So it is what it is. I learned my lesson with the heel stuff. It is
Again,
what it
like I
is.
said, you want to be outraged, you want to do a video, that's cool. I mean, everybody wants to have a response, and that's fine. I appreciate it. Him, wanting to say his piece and stuff, and his responding to it and stuff. But don't sit here and throw everybody else under the bus, or because Granny didn't respond, Savage and I, and this person, that person, they didn't respond on your time when you felt like they should, or you know what I'm. It really upset me. What's up, Roro?
Hi. Well, I'd like to know, did he shout out to Pascal or Icked Mill about their outrage about it? I mean, come on now. This makes me. I mean, I'm just saying. You're basically saying, calling out all the things that we talked about. Call it out, call it out. You don't give anybody time to process, and then you sit there and say, "Well, this moment," but then you miss. I don't know. Just like
Well, I mean, we can't hear you, Roro. You're away from the mic, but half the shit that, like I said, half the shit I didn't even know until I heard it on Savages last night. Because I don't watch fucking shady ass weirdo, and she's the only ones that put all the shit together. I guess, from my understanding, I don't know unless somebody else has a video on it.
Right. I think I'm having mic trouble. Anyway, and I'm sorry I had to hop down earlier. Samantha, no disrespect to you or anybody else. My washer machine overflowed when my power came back on. So, yeah, it's a whole thing. But, yeah, that's, I don't know. That was just wrong. And I ain't going to call for nobody to give an apology. When you have to beg for an apology, that's not an apology. Apology is for yourself that you're going to do better, and the person that you're apologizing to, they don't have to accept that apology. So there's that.
Right.
I won't ever call anybody to say, and everybody's saying, well, if she just stand on it, y'all, she's not going to. She has no problem with who she is. It is what it is. If people are saying, and it's like, like Shady put out that video about Granny's watching. She said that in 2021. She made it clear today. I said it, I said it, and then I realized what I said, and then I apologized for it during the same live. And 3 years later, she's still apologizing for it. What do you want? I haven't heard her say anything in the past year, but I don't watch her that much. But when I haven't seen all this. It's from years and years and years ago. But it's like, what do you want? I mean,
Well, if
she's not
Granny
making
was saying
excuses
anything like
for it.
that, she'd be clipped and she'd be clipped and put on a clip channel anyways.
Well, she admitted saying what she said. She admitted and she apologized for it. She gave the whole context of what happened, and
And that
it is what it
was that
is.
about NC's niece being black?
I think so, or some. I don't know. Something about a token. I don't know. Anyway, but
Oh,
I'm
she
just
called him the token blackie.
or
Granny's watching. Is that what you're talking
something.
about?
Yeah.
Yes, that
Yeah. So
yes.
was she calling her niece the token blackie, or what was she saying? What is that? What was that? Do you guys know?
I don't understand the whole story of it. I've heard it, but I don't get it. I'm just saying she said it, she apologized for it, and then, but it's like, so everybody's like, well, Clue, if you just stand on it, she, do y'all want her to come out and fake say, I'm sorry? I mean, I don't, you know, and to me, words, words, I'm sorry, that's 2 words, right? Those are just words. It's actions that show me more than 2 words. Just saying. And Samantha, I agree with everything you said up here about why Shady did that. And shame on you, Shady, for exploiting a real life topic just because of your hate for one creator.
Right.
You nasty. But I'm gonna hop down, so I'm sorry. And I am having issues. So today's just not a good day. Anyway, I'll talk to you later. Thank you, Queen. Bye.
I don't remember the exact context of what Granny said, but what it sounded like was it was kind of one of those things where she said something and didn't realize what it meant or how it meant, how people would take it. But as soon as somebody explained it to her, she came on and apologized, and she hasn't done it again. And her actions have, she's not, she doesn't continue to do things like that. You know what I mean? Say things like that. She learned from her mistake. And that's a big thing. It's different if we say something that offends somebody. Oops, I'm sorry. I didn't even realize. I mean, it wasn't until I was an adult that I even thought about the saying, and I'm going to say it, an Indian giver. When I was a kid, that was a big thing to say, and I never realized how hurtful that was until I was an adult. And then it's like, oh, wait a minute, I've said that my whole life, but I never realized how hurtful that is, and that's something that I'm very sorry for saying that as a child, but it was my ignorance, and that was kind of how Granny's watching. It was just her ignorance,
What did
and
she
that's
say that
how.
was? I don't even know about that. Granny was watching stuff. I have no
Yeah, I
clue.
don't remember the exact context, but that's what she said, token blackie, and it was her ignorance, and she apologized for it. But the reason why we're pissed off at Clue is because she's standing on what she said. It wasn't just ignorance; she's standing on it. A temporary ignorance you can set aside, but when you stand on something, that means you meant it. You meant to hurt somebody with that. There's a difference. And for anybody that wants to clip me saying that word that I just said, that's the thing.
Yeah,
I never did that
I
to
mean,
be
cheesy. I
mean.
would probably just state this. You probably shouldn't be defending anyone until you get the whole context. And
Right.
then, because you're going to be clipped. So I'm just saying, probably the best thing to do when it comes to Granny and stuff is not to defend
Well,
it until you know the context.
I listened to the whole thing. I just can't remember the context. That's the thing.
Well,
I listened to the whole thing, and it was an ignorant thing for her to say, and she apologized, and people moved on. That's what I'm saying.
Well, like even back in the day when we were in like preschool, even like, I mean, would it be 17 years ago, 16 years ago when mine was in preschool? They would say, Okay, kids, get up here and sit Indian style on your carpet. Find your square and sit down.
Right.
Cross your legs and sit. Yes, they would. And so now, because that's offensive, they don't say that no more. They say, sit down and cross your legs, you know, like in a square or whatever. Or I mean, crisscross, like, you know, sit down and crisscross your legs. They no longer say, you know, to the kids to sit Indian style because that's not what they do. You know, it's upsetting.
Right.
Like to some people, you know what I mean? So like there's things that they used to say like that was in school. Kids learned that in school. You know what I mean? That was something that was pretzel. Now it's like, now it's the shape of a pretzel.
Yeah, but I probably would not defend. I don't know what the whole
I'm
context
not defending anything. I'm just saying there's
we're not
things that
defending it. We're just saying it was an ignorant thing for her to say. She admitted that it was an ignorant thing for her to say, and she apologized and she said she's learned from it. That's what I'm saying. That's the difference between what Granny's watching said and what Clue said. Clue is standing on what she said. Granny's watching said, "Oops, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I didn't realize that was." You know, sometimes we say things, and if you stop and think about it, it's like, "Oh my God, yeah, that is offensive." But when we grew up, words were just words. We didn't think of them and stuff, and we say things that pop out of our mouth that we don't even think about the meaning. I mean, this is an important thing to say, you know, but it doesn't make it okay. But we've learned from our mistakes. That's the main thing. That's what we're trying to get to, is
Right.
that Clue was not learning from her mistake. She stands on what she said. She is a racist no matter what she says. She is that, in my opinion, because she's standing on what she said. That's my opinion. And whether she's an out and out racist where she's like, you know, whatever, but she she has racist tendencies in my opinion because she's allowing herself to say these things and stand on them. She said, what did she say? I'm standing on it 10 toes down in the sand or whatever she said, you know, or on the ground. You know, she's standing on it. That's the difference.
when I heard when I heard Savage read off her message, she sent me the same one or similar one or whatever, and I assumed that she would say, you know, hey, this is. I guess that's what I get for assuming, but I assumed that she would say, you know, this is something I said when I was upset in the heat of the moment, talking to somebody, you know, things I shouldn't have said, and you know, those are comments that I shouldn't have said, or I was repeating this, or you know, I was repeating someone else that said this and this, and no, that's not how she responded. That's not how she responded at all. But she did say she is not a racist, she is not homophobic, and she doesn't feel like, you know, that she is. Like I said, I feel differently, and that's not something I'm willing to stand by or stand with, and I'm not I have no grace for it. I have no tolerance for it. I just don't. To hear last night that they said the baby needs to be put in the oven, and the response was, "Oh, did they set the oven to 350? Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah.
Are you fucking kidding me?"
Yeah, that's a level psychotic, actually.
That's kind of fucked.
Like, yeah, that's psychotic. You know. Yeah. Yeah, well, that's true, one-eyed. But that was disturbing. Yeah, it was so weird.
Okay, so what I said was what Granny was talking about, the what she spoke in her live yesterday, and I am not aware of any other things that she has said racist. Sorry.
No, then he said something about he's gonna Trayvon Martin someone. He really fucking said that on a fucking panel. That JB bastard. I don't even know where the fuck video she played last night, but there's a video somewhere out there that's got these in. I don't know where Savage got that one from, but she played one last night. Matter of fact, let me go. I'll just go right to her shit right here. I know she stopped it about, a bunch of times, but it's in there somewhere in the. Let me see if I can find it in hers. Matter of fact, Chasing was reading off in this too. She's got her reading off the parts that she was. Let's see here.
People in the chat of JB Gunner were talking about reparations, allegedly. They weren't really even talking about that. He was. He brought it up randomly. Cool Minotti says, I'm racist as fuck then, because I am paying you a thing for something that happened when I was in someone's ball sack. Fair enough. I mean, all right. Gotcha.
Right. Okay. Whatever. You know what I'm saying? That's cool. You know what I'm saying? Oh, did she share it? Okay. I'll have to go over to hers then. I'll go over to hers, but I just figured I could get to hers. I could get to Savages faster. Hey, Kathy, you don't have to keep your camera on, baby. You can turn it off. Do you know how to turn it off?
Here, what if I just do it this way where you're looking at my ceiling?
Well, I mean, it's completely fine. I can keep the screen.
No, I don't want to be on. I don't want my face out
Be
there.
careful. If you have a clean.
Hold on, B Tim. Hold on. Let me finish telling her, please. I'm the only one that can see you back here.
If you're the only one who can see me, honey, I don't care.
Yeah, it's just me. I have the screen up, so there's no one that can see you. It's just me and
so
you.
Will you see me if I stick my tongue out at you?
Yeah, well, it's just me and you. I'm the only one that can see you, so yes. But you also have a button on your phone. If you tap your phone, there's a camera button, and if you push that camera button, it will turn it off. There you go.
Did I do it?
Yep,
damn, I'm so smart. I'm proud.
I was about to say, like, you better make sure your ceiling is clean before you point it at, like.
Hell no! There's some cobwebs I can see now that you mention it. Shit.
Granny, you're up here with us.
Hey, Granny, I really like her. I appreciate what she said today, but when you're ready, I have something to say, and it's nice.
Oh no, go ahead. You're fine. Go ahead.
Okay, so people might take this wrong, but I belong to a whole bunch of different clubs. I belong to the Dead Baby Club, and don't take that wrong. We all call ourselves that, okay?
Right.
I'm Native American, and I'm prune picker, as my mom used to tell us, which means I guess my family chased the picking the prunes, right? I guess I'm just not understanding it. You know, I've been called slurs. I was born and raised in Southern California and then moved to Arizona. But why do people let them get to you so bad? I'm having trouble understanding that. You know, make it make sense. Am I crazy?
No, repeat. Can you repeat that again?
Okay. I'm a little bit of everything, right?
I heard that. Yeah.
But I'm not. People are taking what's online so personal. It's sad that I think they're wasting their time not enjoying life and focusing on what was said online.
Oh yeah. I
mean,
but you know what? Some people can't get outside though. Some people can't move. You know, there's
okay, agreed.
And they do. This is their life. You know, like they really, their life revolves around this. You know, so I mean, it does.
Yeah, I guess.
And if I may, for many people, those words affected their real lives, either previously or currently, or so.
You know, the sad thing is you have to learn though, or you don't have to. Forgive me. It's a reflection on them, not on you. How do you say? if you want to call me that, no, it's not nice. And would I like to kick you in the butt? Of course. But it shows you.
Right.
It doesn't affect me. You're doing nothing to me with these words. And that's how I was raised. So, because I'm in my 60s,
in
it's
all
hard.
fairness, some people are very upset by words, and they really do get.
Yeah, and it breaks it.
You
it breaks my heart for them. I guess.
Like sometimes, words aren't. They don't hurt me as much as they hurt my sister. My sister gets really bent out of shape over some things, and I don't. But.
See, I don't understand why they don't call it sitting Indian style anymore.
Well, and that's the thing too, is in preschool, the kids used to always say sitting. I mean, the teachers would say, even to mine, okay, kids, let's sit down, sit Indian style on your butts on the carpet. Now they say sit like a pretzel because it's offensive, and I get it, and
sad.
I don't want anyone to be offended.
No,
so I would
no.
say sit like a pretzel than to hurt someone's feelings.
Yeah, it's sad. It's really sad. I love listening when you guys can laugh about what idiots are doing out there. That's how I found it. I actually found you because you were speaking to Chris and Katie, and I could empathize so much with Katie. Sorry, guys. If cards play out different, I'd feel different. But that one night, I hurt for her. I've lost a child.
Right.
And she's up against a 50-50 chance. There's, bottom line. And then I saw you laughing at Betty.
Yes.
and that's so enjoyable. Other than what she's doing to you. Okay.
I mean, and we will get back to that. We will, but this had to be.
It's sad that we had to be sidetracked, but all right. I'm just trying to understand something I guess I've just never encountered, and I appreciate your time.
Absolutely.
You guys have a great day. How do I shut this crap off?
Oh, you know what? It's okay. I got you. I'll help you out.
I'm playing.
Alrighty. Hey, Granny, what's up?
Hey, I'm here to face my accountability.
Well, what I just said, I don't know what I guess I could be wrong. You know what I'm saying? Somebody said something about token black. What was that? That's a long time ago. That's
it was
ago, correct? Or
it was like 2021.
Okay.
It was really stupid of me. I was speaking of how Natasha Cooper was acting at the time. A lot of things had come out about her and the racism, and some people were excused on the basis of having, the black relative. And at the time, she had a guy on panel who did a lot of her dirty work, who was named Token Hottie. And I very stupidly said, Natasha Cooper, I got my token hottie and my token blackie. And I'm not going to lie, I didn't even think twice.
I thought I was shit. You didn't even realize it was something that was going to be hurtful to.
Yes. And it was like, it was like stupid in a moment. It was like a rhyming type of thing, like token hottie. And as soon as I realized it was so hurtful and everything, I immediately apologized. I continue to apologize. Never said no dumb shit like that again. And the other thing is, around the same time, to the so-called token hottie, he doxed me, and he doxed my father, and with that, he posted an article that had to do with my father that made it go trending. I'm not crying, my voice is just losing it. That made it go trending,
right? But
locally. And when it went trending locally again, it of course was top 10 on local news, and I had to tell my parents why, and I had to explain to my kids what was going on, because
that's hard. Some people come up and they're like, oh, I want to start a channel. I can't wait to start a channel. I want to start a channel. And I'm like,
don't do it.
Make sure you are very prepared before you start a channel. I just wish there was a way that people could say, hey, this is, consider these things before you open, start a channel and whatnot. Miss Independent, you're up here with us, okay?
And I was very reactive. And in that moment, I just spewed out the F word, the FAGGOT, which is why I offered grace to Clue, because who would I be to judge her so harshly when I've done that? And I even did say, I grew up saying that in the R word. like it was nothing. And I understand today as an adult, well, I actually asked why it changed so much. Why was it so used back
Well,
then?
yeah, because back in the 90s, I
Yes.
recall hearing it nonstop, like
Same.
nonstop.
And I used it nonstop, not even aware. I was a teenager, not even aware of what I was saying. And old habits are hard to quit. And that was around the same time. I'm not making excuses for it, but it's not who I am today. I have educated myself. I have made a conscious effort to change my language. I've never said no racist shit ever. Didn't even really realize that was racist at the moment. Like it was like it was stupid. It was just me being stupid. And yeah, so I am sorry that I said it. And I was very sorry. I immediately apologized for both things. Some of the people trying to hold it against me weren't angry at me then, and yeah, I'm sorry for anybody I insulted by saying that then. And I've never said no shit like it since and never would.
Well, and and that's the difference here too with Clue. When I said, when I asked her, I was like, this is really bad. Like, is this still how you feel? I really expected her to say the same shit you just did. Like, hey, I didn't know it was so upsetting. You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't know I was going to hurt.
You mean it? Yeah.
And I did, and I'm sorry for that. And I need to take that into consideration. And what I'm saying? Just,
well, and that's what I said.
There's screenshots flying and stuff. I did hear something about Deets asking you where the was there an apology or something like that?
Yeah, but again, it was 3 years ago and it was during the same live stream. I couldn't even tell you what stream it was, which is why I'm still equally apologizing today. And that's pretty much all I can do. Like, has anybody heard me say some racist shit since then? Has anybody heard me say the F word since then? You know what I mean? Like, I don't have a history of this shit. I was very worked up, caught up in the moment. I don't even want to say it again. I'm afraid people will say I'm saying it, but
or they'll try to clip it.
Right. The whole token thing, honest to God, I wasn't even saying it from a racist place. You know what I mean? Like I was rhyming. It didn't even cross my mind. And of course that's ignorant as shit, which is why I was like, oh my God, that was ignorant as shit. I can't believe I said it. And the F word, I said it from a place of anger. There's no excuse for either things I've said, but I understand like digging up skeletons, especially like, oh, well, Granny's a hypocrite because in 2021 she said this. Well, in 1996, I said a lot of shit too, but I've grown and I've learned and I've changed. And I hope that speaks more than these videos or clips or out of context things that are going to be.
Well, I just sent you so I just sent you an email with the screenshots that are going around. There's a couple of screenshots that are going around where it says,
yeah.
Okay, so you already know about them.
Yeah, I spoke about that today. So at that time when people were holding my feet to the fire for saying the token comment, I was in chat, and of course it was Angela, which was like a best friend of mine, right? Encouraged to speak there. And I said, what I was saying, and if you read them from this perspective, you'll see it too, instead of the perspective they want you to see. What I was saying is, I can't believe these people are more outraged over that remark that I made, that comment that I made, than the fact that this woman openly called that child what she did, pulled out a KKK suit and said it was a COVID suit, and was kicked out of local Facebook groups for her racism. Would it have been better if I went out there and said, right? And then I said, and it was in private, dude. It was in private. I said, what would have happened if I would have went out and said the NIGGA word, and I said, oh, maybe I'll do what she does and I'll go out there and say the hard ER word. And in those screenshots, I even say, like, I'm not fucking racist, man. Like, half my family's black. My kids' best friends are black. Like, and I'm not saying that, right? This is what I said in those messages because it was in private, right? And I'm like, I can't believe these people are more outraged over that. Imagine if I did what she did, then be outraged is how I was writing that at that moment in private 3 years ago.
Yeah, because that's pretty much what these say on here.
Yeah, they show it that way, right? Like, you see what I'm saying in it?
You want me to read it, or do you want me to not say?
You can read it if you like.
Well, I emailed it to you. Why don't you look at it first?
Right. It's being presented out of context. And remember, the person who's showing them now stayed with me for a year later. Okay. I think that's important. And unfortunately, I can't dig them up.
That's usually how it goes. People are okay with
Right.
you until they're not, and then it's you're a horrible fucking person.
And we're going to demonize you for everything you've ever said. And unfortunately, because this person was going through so many of my messages back to back to back, putting them out, I deleted this particular group chat because I was trying no longer engage. I don't engage. I don't address them. But, you know, this situation I will. So I said, I can't wait. I'm going to get every photo of me with my black godchildren, black nieces, black neighbors, my daughter's black friends. I'm going to tokenize the fuck out of all of them. Notice, though, that these are very clipped, right? You see that. You don't see anybody else's responses or anything, right? Just me. Because that's what I felt this woman was doing with her niece at the time. And yet they were all mad at me for that slip up. I also did have black people come to my defense and say I'm not a racist. So I said that. I'm going to clip the two black folks. I said the two black folks that came on my panel and BX saying it's not racist. I said, oh, were they? Of course, they clip out what they said. I don't remember what they said, but obviously they're defending me. We're having a whole conversation. I said the two black people in BX weren't, so I'm assuming it meant offended. I said, so now I'm really going to go clip Nat A saying her best friend says the hard ER word, because that was one person that was holding my feet to the fire, but on a panel saying her white best friend says the hard ER word all the time, doesn't get mad. I didn't say that word. I said token hottie and token B word. Again, equally as offensive, but I didn't mean it from an offensive place. I said, truth be told, I'm about to go live and say Nigga repeatedly. Maybe I'll throw in a few endlets as well, because that's the slur she used towards her niece that everybody was overlooking. All of those racist things to say Granny is a racist because she said token hottie and token B word. So that's what I said.
Oh, okay. That explains a little bit. That's why I don't really go into talking about things unless I have full context, because I don't know what the situation is back then. So,
and listen, I'm not saying it's okay by any means.
And I was gonna say, this is just the same screenshot. I can't wait. I'm going to get every photo of me with my black badges. Is this the one you were just reading off?
Yeah, because that was me saying, you know, oh, we can just tokenize black people now and not be racist. And, you know, so should I go out because they're now calling me the racist for that word? Should I now tokenize the fuck out of every black person in my life to prove I'm not a racist? That's what I was saying. Did I say it in the best way? No. Was I very defensive and caught up? Yeah. I definitely was. I mean, it was a very bad place to be. I was in a very bad defensive place.
Right.
Yeah, and this is me saying, oh, they're offended. The two black people in BX weren't. And then Nat A was another person who was saying I was so bad, but yet her best friend who's white can say that word. And then I said, I'm about to go live and say Nigga repeatedly, which is what people were doing, that they were defending, and that was okay. But hold my feet to the fire and call me the racist. And then that's the racial slur she used towards her niece that I was pointing out at the time, which led to the stupidity of what I said. I was pointing out racism, ended up using a racist slur while pointing out racism, and then suddenly I was the racist, is what it basically came down to.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying what I wrote in those messages are okay. I did not go public and do any of those things. I was speaking out of anger, and I think a lot of times,
spoken out of anger myself before, though, and said, oh, well, if she's going to do this, then I'm going to do that. If she's going to call my fucking job, then I'm going to call her fucking job. Fuck her.
With no real intent.
The same shit, you know?
Right.
Not racial things, but I mean, I've said things out of anger, just, you know, like, for example, if she's going to do that to me, then I'm going to do this to her, you know, blah, 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 you know? So I can see saying things out of anger.
And this was like in 2021?
Yeah, this was when I was brand new to YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And again, I'm not looking to make excuses, because I do take full accountability. What wrong is wrong, and I was wrong. But I do believe the context of the situations matter. I mean, again, I'm being doxxed. My family's being doxxed. The articles, and I know a lot of people are like, "Oh, well, Granny, it's always when you're being doxxed." Yeah, because that's when the ugliness will come out of you, especially when it comes to your family.
When you fuck with somebody's family, their kids, their parents, that, you know what I'm saying? That shit will make you go a whole different, you know?
Yeah.
You don't know how you're going to react until it happens to you.
Right. And again, I ask you all to ask these people, why were they okay with it then? Why were they okay with it after then? Where's their part of the conversation in those messages? Because I sure as hell wasn't speaking to myself. And if they think it came from a racist place, what does that make you for staying with me and defending me throughout all of it until today?
Yeah, because that just, you want to see the whole context of the conversation. You want to see actual screen recording and stuff like that, because you want to know what the hell the conversation was about. I don't know.
Yeah.
It seems like you regret stating that, and you apologize multiple
absolutely.
times. And I mean, there's not much you can do after that. I mean, like, it is what it is.
Like I said, have I done anything like that since then? Have I said it? And to say like, oh, well, what Granny, the Granny she sees today, she just knew to be. No, that's not true either, because I've lost my shit many times since then. So this,
yeah. Well, that's why you got to be careful with emotions. You got to just kind of check yourself off. But I can understand why you were mad in certain situations like that.
Well, and I've learned to log off when I get to that place, so that I don't do that. And also, I'm not in communication with people that I'm not longer wrenched in that type of place where that type of shit is everywhere. A lot of the people that are used this against me, I encourage all of you to ask them about the people they currently sit with and their current racist, homophobic, transphobic, bigoted behavior that is of recent and of the past.
Yeah.
Because it's hypocritical.
Yeah, it's very weird. I mean, like, even like what was Dietz like asking you, where's your apology too, or something like that?
Yeah. Where's the apology? Well, there's one here today. There was one there yesterday. My past year of behavior.
I mean, where's her apology for, if she's going to ask for apologies, where are your apologies for sending a super chat to Turtle Boy saying buying them chicken cutlets when you were advocating for the harassment of the Alberts business? Where's your apology, Dietz? Because you sent money to the Glare and to Turtle Boy while they were co-paneling. And you says, here's money for the chicken cutlets. And you were laughing about them harassing that man's business in front of his house. So where's your apology, ma'am?
So, I mean, I think all of us have things we're not proud of. And of course, mine is very shameful. And I recognize that. You can't really argue you're not a racist. People that want to believe I'm a racist based off what they saw, they're going to believe that. And I understand if they want to. I just ask, again, for people to judge me based off who I presented to you, at least in the last year, because I did. I took a big, break from YouTube, and I regathered myself as a person because I wasn't proud. I started off on the right foot, or so I thought. I got caught up in the hype. I've often said repeatedly, when you call out nasty behaviors and stuff, you start to mimic them without even realizing them. I've apologized personally to Natasha for what I've done to her, and she has accepted that at the time. It doesn't make everything right, and she's done things back to me, but I'm just not in that place. I jumped in the waters and I came out smelling, and I had to regather who I was as a person, and I've done that. And I just, for anybody to act like they've never been caught up in a bad situation, a bad moment, a bad crowd, or you're lying to yourself. We all have ugly moments. We all have moments we're not proud of, and some get broadcasted louder than others. Some get smoothed over. And
I mean, like, there's not much you can do. I mean, you can only apologize and try to change. And if people want to, still criticize you in the past, or you could say, well, okay, whatever, but I apologize. I'm trying to change. And I mean, I don't know. I just usually say, like, judge a person by their future actions to see if they change, and that's pretty much it. I mean, that's all you could do. But I mean, I get why people might be like looking in the past and be like, look at this, but they have to put full context and say, well, if this person apologized afterwards, you got to put that into your live stream, because you're being dishonest.
They never do, beat him.
Yeah, because you're being dishonest at that point. You have to show the full thing. You could show that Granny said something bad back then, like really bad, but you also have to show that person also apologized, so people get a full context. And if you're not going to do that, then you're kind of just doing the same thing how Shady's kind of doing to Queen or what other people like that.
Shady just clipped me the other day where I said to Terry Lynn, just like you planted the pants, but conveniently clipped off where I said, and let me make myself clear, I'm not accusing you of that. That's what people are accusing you of, and you don't want to clear that up. But that part was all clipped and left out. I'm like, wow, okay.
I mean, like, yeah, exactly. I mean, I just think the full context is very important, so everyone has an understanding. And people might still be like, "Well, that's really fucked up. You said that, whatever," and they're welcome to it. But like, give people the full context so they can make the proper decisions for themselves. Stop trying to manipulate people to think how you think. Just because a person doesn't like you, I mean, doesn't mean you have to manipulate the data so that everyone thinks like you. You got to just show the whole thing. And as a
Right.
person that had to deal with that in the past, it's not fun to deal with people cutting you out of context so that they could push their own little propaganda pieces, so it's unfortunate.
And to make myself clear, I've never said like, oh, I apologize, but we've all been racist. I never said that. When I said that word, I wasn't coming from a racist place. It wasn't.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and I think people have a right to change. Like if Clue came out our media and says, I said these things and I apologize, I'd be like, listen, I don't agree with what she said. It's pretty fucked up, but at least she's fucking starting to, take it with she said apologies and you can see if her actions change in the future. If she apologizes and her actions change in the future, maybe there's a chance. But if someone doesn't change and they're just like literally doing the same thing, then there's no point in even entertaining that anymore. But yeah, I don't know. It is what it is, but it's the fun times of YouTube, right? Because I guarantee you probably like 8 months from now, this is probably going to come out again. And you'll have to explain it again, probably to a new group of audience, probably. Unfortunately, just like Shane Dawson. You ever heard Shane Dawson, Granny? Oh, she's gone. Well, she's gone. Is she apologetic? What? Clue? No. She doesn't seem like she's apologetic at all. I'm talking about, as I was using as an example. But anywho, I don't care over Shane. Yeah, but I'm just like, I wanted to use him as an example where like everyone kind of forgets about all his shenanigans he did in the past. He builds up his platform and then someone does an exposed piece and it starts over again. That guy has like a cycle of like people like he bros, everyone loves him. And
I was
then
gonna say what happened. Everybody dropped down.
everyone dropped down. I don't know what happened. I didn't say anything bad. But
I was gonna say, what'd you do? Scare him off or what?
I don't know what I did. I didn't do nothing. I was perfectly fine. And I just mentioned about how and I mentioned Shane Dawson as an example, how people will forget about something and then 8 months, because I just joked with Granny. I was basically saying go wait until 8 months from now because people are going to pull this out again, to the new audience. The cycle. That's how it goes. You'll just keep on having to personally, I recommend this in all content creators. Just have a folder of your explanation so you can just be open it up and just continue, do it over again, because you'll do that every 8 months to a year. It's just how it is. Clockworks.
Yeah. So do I not? Is the link not pinned? What the hell's going on?
The link is pinned. But maybe the AI chat kind of
Yeah, I was gonna say that AI chat blocks it out. Damn it! But I posted in the chat, baby. Go ahead.
Yeah.
And anybody's welcome. You guys know that. I mean, like I said, anybody's welcome. If you guys got something you want to speak on or you want to say, most def, come up and say it.
Yeah.
Oh no, baby, you're fine. Go ahead. It's okay. I think I just popped it in the chat. It probably already flew back by again, but here I'll do it again. But that chat AI box gets in the way.
Yeah. I swear, whenever you say I'll do it again, I keep on thinking of Jones and I'll do it again.
Right. I am that snake bitch and I'll do it again.
Just that flashes in my head every time.
Hey, you guys.
What's up?
How are you, baby?
I'm good. How are you?
So. I mean, to find out that someone you were friendly with becomes to be a tremendous racist is exactly the greatest thing to wake up to, you know, it kind of sucks.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say Nonsense was pretty cool at her too. She was.
I didn't really have a relation. You know how I am, Queen.
Right. That's why I said you were pretty cool with her too. I mean, I knew you guys weren't besties, that kind of thing. But I mean, I knew that you guys had.
I talked to her a few times, and I invited her on panel to do the calendar, but The reason I popped up here right quick, and I just want to say, like, this continues to happen, and it's not directed at you. It's been happening all over the place. Something that seems to be really frustrating is that every time this happens, I said months ago that this was turning into Georgia all over again. It felt so similar to so much that we saw in Georgia.
Yes. Yep. Like
And
an
it's the
instant
same
replay.
thing.
Deja vu. Yep.
People channel builds, they get in with certain people think you're friendly with them, it kind of happens. But the thing that really bothers me that continues to happen is when one person is addressed and blatantly, like, there's no excuses for this overt racism in 2024. There is no place for that. Homophobia, transphobia, it's a hard no for me. Now I'm speaking for myself. I'm on Queen's panel, so please don't
Yeah, no, I've already
attribute
said
my
that.
words.
It's just not. I mean, I shouldn't even have to come out here. But like I said, my people know I don't stand for that shit. I never have. I never will. That's it. That's all.
Right. And that's, for me, like, it starts this whole thing of what about isms. Well, what about this person said 3 years ago? What about this or what about that? The thing is it's wrong across the board. Doesn't matter who the fuck said it. Doesn't matter when the fuck it was said. If you haven't changed your behavior and taken accountability and grown, you're still that same person. There's
Yeah.
always opportunity for growth and educating, yourself and stuff, but people got to want to change. And if there's not that want to change and want to be accepting, here's the problem for me. Many of you are in the true crime genre.
Right.
If you are addressing, and I'm not addressing or speaking specifically to you at all either, just in
Right. I get you, baby. Yeah, I got you.
So-
I understand what you mean.
in the true crime arena, we are talking about cases, right? That's what true crime is. They're supposed to be the voice for the voiceless, the people whose stories haven't been told, the victim stories. But people seem to miss that a lot of these tragedies are stemmed out of hate. Hate is taught in the homes. Hate is continued to be pushed in these narratives. And if you can't even take a step back and look at the stories that you're covering, well, claiming to be true crime, and how this affects the families on the other end, this is so problematic. And it is what it is. Like, it's a hard no. Everybody should be against it. Like, I don't even understand how people are making excuses for it. Truly don't. But it's just it's the lack of understanding. Like, it's so weird to me to see people be able to talk about our justice system is broken, but not understand the foundations of the justice system and how we got to this place to begin with. There needs to be overhauling on all of this, but racial inequality exists. These stories, these tragedies, how many of these people are out here covering any other cases of all the missing, of all the tragedies? They're not. They pick one single case like Sebastian, like Summer. There's a ton of Native American missing children, missing adults, but they won't touch those arenas. You really want to see how it affects people? Look into some of those. And it's really freaking sad. It's so sad because this shouldn't even be a conversation that anybody has to have. It's a hard fucking no, especially if you're wanting change for victims and their families. For me, it's a hard hell no. How that point can even be missed is beyond me. But I just had to say that because it's just irritating to me. I was in the comment section reading some of them, and people are kind of like, well, context. Overt racism is overt racism.
No, I was talking about context, if you want to clarify. I was talking about context when it comes to, like, someone who apologizes. Like, if someone basically said something racist or something in the past, and they realize their actions, and they basically realize they made a mistake, and they change, and they apologize, but someone just clips them saying the racist thing and never, clips them stating the apology or basically changing, to me, I feel like that's a manipulation of the audience to try to kind of go after that person. That's what I meant by my explanation. Not that I'm trying to say, yeah, I know. I just was trying to make that clear. I wasn't saying like, racism is, good thing. I'm not saying that at all.
No, I know, Kim. I know that's not what you're saying. There's just been a lot of excuses for it. And it's really interesting to watch people that follow true crime think that this has no impact on the stories, the cases that talk about. Our justice system is so broken. The disparities in communities, all of it is so big. Like, and to miss that point behind
Drugs were originally drugs were like basically illegal because of race. So for instance, cocaine. I remember I was watching the History Channel.
Well, hold on. Let Nonsense finish what she was saying, bub.
No, he's okay.
Yeah. I was originally just saying, like, they had the History Channel had that episode talking about how drugs were illegal. And, like, cocaine was illegal because apparently it was a testimony from a police officer saying, cocaine given to an African-American person makes them stronger and wants to sleep with more white women. And that was basically the discussion back then, and also kind of with marijuana as well. So a lot of, like, drugs becoming illegal had a lot of racial, like, basically they...
Oh, absolutely. Look
you
at the
know.
Reagan campaign. Look at the whole thing of cocaine having less penalties than crack. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, for instance, there's so much you could go back to. The history and the foundation of where a lot of these things come from are in the 80s, 70s, like way back then, you know?
Yeah.
But they've existed for a long time, and that's why it's just interesting to see. Burnt Toast, I saw that she said, you know, she's been sharing the MM. I appreciate that so much because there's just so much that happens. And it takes each and every one of us. I keep trying to share everyone I notice that she puts out because it's important. You know, there's so many people that need voices, and we cannot keep blaming ignorance or blaming, oh, I was angry about that's motherfucker. I was doxxed by a freaking train wreck with 80K subs on this app. You didn't see me reverting to homophobic slurs or racism. No. I laughed. There's just no excuse. It's just gross.
I do want to mention, like someone said in the chat, that someone's trying to claim Chris and Katie are racist now because they somehow they know Clue. And I thought that's such a ridiculous. Like, I hate that when people are like, well, you were near this person. Like they make racism sound like it's a contagious disease. Like, just because, like, maybe they just didn't know her outcomes, they didn't know what she was chatting. You know what I mean? Like, I don't like that, man. That feels so fucking disingenuous to attack people like that.
That's the problem of people getting close to families because, Queen, tell me if you're uncomfortable with me. But I was listening to a stream last night that was, now they have taken back all the way to trying to come up with some scenario that she was involved with them before he went missing because, you know, her and Julia were in a chat. Like, people are jumping. Yeah, her and Julia were in a chat together. But that has nothing to do with Sebastian being missing. And people are now got their tinfoil so fucking thick and laid on their heads that they can't even see the forest through the trees, which they haven't been to begin with. But now they are taking it upon themselves to out and put Clue's personal business out here, which, again, you know,
which I'm against.
Nothing to do with this, but now trying to tie last names of people and shit. It's just gotten so out of control, and it's not any better on that end of things either. And you don't have to stoop to those levels and do the most because you don't like those people. And I'm sorry, but the people speaking out about it, I'm specifically talking to the one that had a panel last night that sat here and ran her mouth and outed Clue's private business because, you know, she's been digging deep. If you know, you know. Ma'am, you might want to shut the fuck up, in my opinion. Again, not speaking for Queen or B-Tim myself, because your husband's very comfortable using those same words, and I don't ever want to hear you preach at any of us about it, because whataboutisms doesn't cover your ass in this whole situation either. And when you try to come at us and say we didn't do this, this, and this, or we tried pointing it out, miss me with the shit.
Yeah, well,
that was some bullshit.
To be expected, unfortunately.
But then there's all the hate bombing that goes with it, you know. An enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Welcome to YouTube.
Right? Ethan, this is why I don't have any friends, okay?
I mean,
I have real life friends.
You do avoid a little bit of, like, problems, you know, here and there because of that.
Trust and believe, I do. I absolutely, because I do not entertain the shit in the back end. I do not have a Discord. I do avoid a lot of it, but I was really offended, and Queen will probably understand this, by the expectation that I wasn't going to say out and that people thought they would have to pressure me. I've been speaking out on this app about this stuff from jump. People looked at me side eye because when Molly went after Queen Tulsa, I had a freaking fit and made videos of it right off jump on this app. But people and subs, I hope that you know, as creators, like sometimes it's not that we don't want to speak out against things either. At the time, we might not have time. We might not know all of the context. Like when I went off the other day, Monday afternoon, I had watched 20 minutes of what had gone on. That's all I needed to see. It was right there and that was it. But some people don't know how to navigate these situations either, or they just haven't gotten all of the context yet either. And subs, other creators, the pressure is wild to me.
Well, I mean, like personally, like there's real life, obviously, because you have a job, you work, and you can't just jump on a live immediately if you have a 9-to-5 job. And also another thing is you kind of want to do research on this stuff, because it's like when you're friendly with someone and they show you this one side you really liked, because I would be lying. I was very friendly with Clue when she jumped on. We laughed at certain things.
Granny, you up here?
What's up, Granny?
I just want to make sure it's her.
Wait, B Tim, you mean there's life after YouTube, outside of YouTube?
Yeah, there
Oh,
is.
wow.
I
Just looked up. There's
Yeah.
more people here with us.
Yes.
Hi, nonsense.
Cheesy.
I do want to go back before Granny talks. I do want to go back to the whole clipping thing of what they clipped Granny about. Somebody a long time ago, when I first started clipping, people were like, why do you clip so much on the clip? Just get to the point. That is the whole reason why my clips are so long, is because I don't want to just say what the person clip, just what they're saying. I want the context of why they're saying it, because that means just as much as what they're saying. And a lot of clip channels don't do that. They'll just clip what the person is saying. They won't put it in the right context. And I am very, very adamant. I try very, very hard to make sure all my clips are in context so that people know exactly what they're saying.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of clip channels I like Tragedy Pimp Exposed does like a good job. It's very long, but it's mostly like videos at times. Sometimes it's just a video, like it's not even a clip. It's like literally like an hour video, but you get the full context after the hour video.
There's a reason for that. Yes, I just wanted to put that out there because I do not want to put somebody out here in the wrong context, because then I look like the asshole.
Yeah,
I appreciate that, Cheesy. Personally, context is everything, because it can change the entire meaning of something.
Because this whole thing with Granny, I was up here defending her, and then I was showing that thing, and I was like, "Oof, now I look like an ass," But now she came up and explained it, and if that was put in context when somebody sent me the screenshot of that, I wouldn't have felt so goddamn bad. I mean, yeah, we need to pay attention to context.
Yeah, for sure.
And I'm not excusing it based on the context. I was equally as wrong to write that in private. But I was writing it from
excusing it either.
Right. But I was writing it from the perspective of like, oh, they're okay with X, Y, and Z. Like if I did that, and that's a bad habit I have had that has been used against me many times, like Queen example. Oh, they're going to talk about my kids. What if I talk about their effing kids? Oh, they're going to dox me. But, and I've learned not to be like that, because it doesn't matter if you go through with the action or not, you'll be labeled that,
Well,
but there is
hotheads. It happens. Some of us that are hotheads, it happens too.
Yeah. Well, and again, they intentionally left out their parts, and I find that to be I don't know why anybody never questions that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, wait, was she talking to herself? And you stayed another year, and you defended her, and all these things. And it's like, but now, which is why I said they sit with people that currently display these behaviors. But I guess we have to wait till they fall out for them to admit that.
Granny, I got a question, and maybe Queen, all of you guys, B Tim kind of answered already, but or Cheesy, any of you guys. This JB Gunner character, I'm hearing that he has been a part of these communities that overlap over here for quite some time, that he's been in a lot of these chats, that he's been around for a long time. Is that true?
I mean, I
I've
heard
never
from
seen him.
I heard from Laura. She said she saw him in the Idaho 4. I saw a clip of that. So, I mean, like maybe he was like around the Idaho 4 stuff. You know, like true crime with the Idaho 4 or something.
Well, he was here prior to that. So it's funny you say that because ironically, that's where this sector ties into that one. The person that I do have the thing against, that was his idol, right? So the people that are posting these screenshots and they ride or die for that person, ask them about his current and previous racist behaviors that they're okay with. But that's how I knew about that person, because that they kind of birthed from the same like manosphere, women are beneath us, racism is okay, which is why I pointed out today that person came into this community, not JB, the other one, saying the hard ER. And when the community gave backlash, they made a video, which I still have, that says, I will no longer be using the hard ER word because I won't be able to make money over here. So don't you dare call me out for writing GA in private when you're okay with that shit, because you know damn well there's a lot of that, and it still happens from that person. Yeah.
I've never seen
So
him around, so I don't know.
That was the intermingle that I'm aware of. And then, like I said, there was an odd account try saying I was in JB's chat. I've never been to that dude's channel, chat nothing. He did appear in a smaller chat I was in. It was about a month ago. And he said something like, oh, Granny, it's nice to meet you. Heard a lot about you. And I responded back, yeah, I heard a lot about you. And that was it. That was as far as the communication between us.
It's just
I don't know him at all.
It's
Hi, Traders,
confusing
by the
to
way.
me. Hey, Trader.
Hey, Trader.
Hi, traders.
Can I hijack this for just a few minutes?
Of course.
All right. So,
I'm giving permission on Queen's panel.
real quick,
right?
There's a difference between bigotry and racism. So bigotry is coming from a place of lack of education. So an example would be like using a slur, token. I'll use that, token, as opposed to racism, which is subscribing to an ideology. So when the H-man conquered Europe and caused the Holocaust, that was an ideology. It was ingrained in people. That's a lot of what we're missing with this topic. The Jonesens shared a video, and I watched the video. She said start at 50 minutes. I watched 50. I got to like 58, I think, and that's when the ideology started to emerge. And Illuminati was absolutely engaging in the ideology. That is a white separatist ideology, and that is racism. So using a word like, and I'm not excuse, I'm a very offensive person, I get that, but there is a huge difference. And I think creators need to take accountability. When you call everything racist, that's the crying wolf. Okay, so you're drowning out when there's actual racism being shown.
That's what we're seeing here.
If you call
That's what I said earlier.
Yeah, if you call bigotry racism, which is fine, you know, but you have to take some accountability that you've called everything racism and you're demanding that people call these things out. The issue is, why is it that we are waiting for our favorite creator to call something out? Is it, if it's wrong, why are you waiting for Queen or anyone to call something out for it to be wrong?
I got some. I could probably answer that. One is that people are, they need like, they're kind of like sheepish. They don't want to actually say it themselves because they are afraid of actually putting themselves out there like that without seeing that the general people will support them. And I mean, that's the truth. And the other thing is that other content creators kind of use it as like a gotcha moment usually. So that's usually the two situations.
Right.
Now, I want
Well, and that's what I said earlier. It's,
go ahead, Brandon.
sorry. I was saying, even calling it out, I knew I was putting a huge target on my back. Like I knew people were going to dig back to 2021. I knew it, you know what I mean? And I expected it and forgot about some of it, to be honest. But and that is, people as subscribers, they don't have that happening. And then, so there is a target to be had. But I did compare that, traders, to the H-man, and people need to educate themselves on how he started, because he didn't start it with, we're going to get rid of Jewish people. It's not how he entered the scene. But if I may, did you say the word token is racism, is racist?
No. I said that would be
Oh,
an example of bigotry. So when you're coming from a place, now, if you were, okay, there's a difference. So if you were uneducated into the fact, knowing that was a bigoted statement, okay? If you subscribe to the ideology that all Black people are inferior to you and things like that, also using terms like token or other terms, that's racism. And there is a difference.
Oh, okay. Wow. I didn't know that. I've heard that used. I obviously, you guys know I've used it. I thought it was a way to describe people that were using the Black people in their lives, or the whole like, oh, I got a Black relative, to justify their racism. I thought that's what that meant.
Right. No, I use it too. I said things and I call it a token, not necessarily a Black person, but that's what it means. It
Right,
means
like your token gay child, your token, transgender friend. Right. You're using them to justify your own racism or hate. Okay.
Correct. And because it offends people, then it's in the bigotry column, right? And there is a difference. So when you were educated to the fact that it's offensive and here's why, you gained the education you were lacking before you made the statement, and you're better because of it.
Which is why I offered the grace that if Clue wanted to be educated and acknowledge it was harmful, and I know others didn't offer it, and I understand, but I've had it offered to me, and I feel like why beat this into the ground if it's not to educate? Is it just to show like, oh, I'm a better person? Or is it because we care and we want to make changes and we want people to change and be better and do better? And, and I asked that today. If Clue thought about it for a few days and said, you know what I did was extremely wrong. I was caught up in the heat of the chat. I realized it was, blah, blah, blah. And she made a conscious effort to change going forward. Would anybody offer her grace?
I wouldn't. And I'll be the first to say that. And the reason is because it's not, this is a choice, that it's a continued pattern of behavior. This is a lifestyle choice and a belief system that's way deeper than, I don't know how to explain it the best, but for me, no. Because it's all of it mixed in one. There would have to be some really hard decisions and changes off this app, and not because she said a word on this app, but some real decisions deep down inside that would have to be changed for me to ever see that. That's my opinion.
Well, and then the video they made as well kind of was like, if you're assaulted by our words, figure out why.
For me, it would have to be the long game. I'd have to see a long time of changing and showing that she's changed before I forgive or give grace.
Which, forgive. If I may, I did see, and I do truly appreciate it, because Coco was very hard on me, and I did see Coco offer me that grace in the comment section here today, and it took me by surprise. So I want to thank you, Coco, for acknowledging that, I have actively tried to change, and I'm not a perfect person by any means, but I go back to what I said today. Just because you don't like me, or just because I haven't done everything right, doesn't mean I don't have a voice to call out what is wrong. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
And can I add also, when I'm talking about white separatism, which some people have merged into nationalism to hide that they're actually racist movements, there's a huge difference. Nationalism is just being proud of your nation, wanting your nation to continue to grow and prosper and develop. White separatism is whites only type ideology. And the comment, well, there's two comments that back up this, but I'll just use one for instance. Kluminati says, I mean, to be fair, they complain about being brought here. Let's start a GoFundMe. So the H-Man used the final solution, which I don't even want to get into that topic because of many reasons, as a way to move Jewish people to their own land. That's white separatist ideology. Also Aryan ideology, keeping it separate as if that would solve everyone's problems. Now he disguised it, the JB guy, saying multiculturalism.
Well, he believed, Mr. H-Man believed in that the availability of land would make a larger group of people, like they would have an expansion, and also farmland as well. Was a big deal. That was his main concept. Also, he was kind of backed by the occult, a lot of occult groups in the background that actually taught him. They thought that he was the savior and also the one that would save them. There was one particular, like, because there's a lot to it, but he was definitely a huge racist. It was very interesting though. It's like if you took onto this, the one Jewish person that he spared was actually a doctor, Jewish doctor. What?
An oncologist?
No, doctor. I think it might have been an oncologist, but it was like I knew he was a doctor, and he spared him because he treated his mother for free or something like that.
Because his mom died from cancer, and he wanted to cure cancer. So the doctor that he spared was an oncologist.
Yeah, but I also heard the story that he did it because he thought that was the one person that treated his mom for free, and he just gave that guy a pass and his family a pass. But that's a story on Wikipedia and all those other things. But yeah.
And I do not mean by any words, if a racist person uses terms like token, I've seen this in the chat earlier. No, they're still a racist. If a non-racist person says things that are offensive out of a place of a lack of education, that it's going to hurt people, or is what the buzzword is racist, that's the difference. And I was trying to make that clear for people because we're getting lost in things. What, in my opinion, Kluminati in that chat was subscribing to actually racist ideology.
Well, it's just like the saying, ignorance is the difference between ignorance and stupidity. Ignorance is you had no availability to know about the facts around you, and you can learn later on. Stupidity is that you had the ability to find out about the information, but you chose not to even look it up, so you're stupid. That was told to me by a judge one time. like when I was in class, when a retired judge was teaching, he was like, "Oh, that's the two differences." And I was like, "Oh, that's good." It stuck with me. But yeah.
I would like to go back to what Granny said about if Clue was to change or whatever, would we give her grace? Honestly, that's not a question for me. It's not my place to give her grace because it wasn't me that she was saying the stuff against. I'm offended by it because of all my friends and people that I love and just being a decent human being. But it's not affecting me per se because I'm not black and I'm not gay. And I'm not, we all came from somewhere, so we all have a race, but I mean, or a nationality or whatever you want to call it. But what I'm saying is those are the people that should be asked that question, not us, because it's not.
But
I don't want to say it the wrong way. I stand by people against racism, but I don't want to take that away from those people either, because that was a big thing through the whole. I'm from Minnesota. That was a big thing through the whole George Floyd thing. Was white people are trying to take our power by being offended by this. And that's not what I'm trying to do. I will stand by these people and fight with them, but I will stand with them, not take it for them. You know what I mean? I hate to say the wrong way. I hope you all know what I'm saying.
What you're saying is it impacts people around you, but I'm assuming now, so please forgive me if I'm wrong, but as a white woman, you don't want to overspeak. And
Right.
at times it's better to listen and elevate the voices that should be speaking that are
Exactly.
impacted. I totally understand that. But the other side of it too is if we remain silent, we're complicit, in my opinion. Like, we also have to be willing to say enough's enough, because how often do they have to be expected to constantly say, this hurts us, this affects us? We've got to be good allies.
I've been put in my place a couple of times, and here I've always believed I'm not racist, I'm not a bigot. I love everybody for who they are. And I used to always say I don't see color. And honestly, I need to change that, because I was told on Facebook, when I said I don't see color, when I thought that I was being a good person, I was told that I was an entitled white woman, and that's not what I meant. But I have to change it as I don't judge by color. You know, I don't judge people by their color. I don't judge them by their sexual orientation. I judge them as a person, how they treat me, how they treat other people, you know. And I was also, and people, not me per se, but a lot of white people were put in their place during the George Floyd thing, because this was a huge thing across the nation. But let me tell you, being in Minnesota, you really felt it, because there was a lot going on here, and white people were really put in their place as, don't take this from us, you know, this is our fight. Don't try to overstep, like you said. Don't, you know, this is our thing, not yours. And so I really try not to overstep my boundaries as a white person, because I don't want to take that away from anybody either, you know. But like I said, I will stand with you and fight, but I won't take that away from you. I hope y'all understand what I mean, because I'm not very good with words sometimes.
I want to say one more thing. When growing up, I mean, I knew I was gay from when I was like 14. But clue, if your daughter is gay, and listen, I use the F word. When a straight man calls me a man, that's my go-to word. I don't know why it bothers them if I wear a hat, you know, whatever. I don't use it too often anymore, because you know what happens is we get up here and this, you know, somebody's going to misgender me, and I'm gonna hit them back. But that's a drama community situation. But if your mom is using F word or these things, it's gonna teach your kid to hate herself. And it's a weird way how that works. She may not be offended because she knows she loves you, but it will mess with her brain and get her to hate herself anyway. And you got to understand that I get that I'm not very sensitive. I've never been very sensitive, but it's weird how the mind works, and you can't control that. So if you are a parent that uses words or has these weird impressions that this race is going to do this and this race, and we're losing our white power, essentially, is what you were subscribing to in that chat. If your children date another race or anything, there's going to be issues. And why? When you would just educate yourself and realize that all the things that you're thinking are actually wrong, and you have a bad source of information. And no mother wants their kids to hate themselves, but that's exactly what's going to happen. Okay.
Thank you for saying that, Traders, because that was something that really bothered me. And the whole thing of, quote unquote, my daughter is gay. To me, that is so intolerant to your own child. And it's so hurtful, because instead of teaching your daughter and educating yourself that's really hurtful to her, you're trying to get her to conform that it's okay and she just needs to accept it. It doesn't have any meaning, when other people absolutely use it with hate. It's hateful, and all you're doing is making insecurities long lasting, in my opinion.
Yep. Okay, I appreciate y'all. I'm gonna drop down. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, traders.
All right, bye guys.
Bye.
People don't give her enough credit.
Thank
She is
you,
very, very
traders.
smart. She
Traders
is very
is
smart.
amazing.
Yeah, she is.
People
She
don't
really
give her
is.
enough credit.
And she'll say some horrific shit and she'll own it and she'll apologize and then she'll be okay, but she is so smart.
She is. And J Dub said it perfectly. We want you to stand beside us, not in front of us. And that's kind of what I was trying to say.
I always struggle with that too, Cheesy, because
yeah, we want to fight for them and we think we're doing the right thing, but when for Black people and other nationalities, they actually are offended by some of our actions when we're trying to do the right thing. Because white people have overpowered the Native Americans. I hope that's the right word. The Black people, the everything. We've always overpowered those people, and it's not right. And we still are doing it, even though we think we're doing the right thing. Even my heart is in the right place, but I'm not trying to overpower anybody, but sometimes it gets taken that way. And it's very hard these days to try to navigate, to try to have your heart in the right place, but not overstep,
I always get
yeah.
stuck in the chat watching Burnt Toast comments because she educates in her comments. I'm going to hop down, you guys.
She does.
Thank you guys for letting me up today. I just wanted to say that because I've seen in comment section all over, like people are making excuses for it. People are, oh, well, there's, people have to decide what they're, I don't know, tolerant on their own. That's their decisions. But when it's right in your face and we discuss these hard topics, like there's more to these discussions than what we're seeing surface level. These are systemic problems in our systems that need to be changed. And a lot of it's built off of hate. So there's that. I hope you guys all have a wonderful day.
Bye.
Bye.
See you later, love.
Bye.
And I hate to say the wrong thing because it really does hurt my heart if I was to offend somebody. It really does hurt me inside to offend somebody because I really, really don't mean to,
Yeah, no, like to piggyback off of that, like allies screaming too loudly thing or topic. I'm sorry. It's a rough one, but yeah, I mean, I don't even like refer to myself as an ally even because a lot of people that do like lately, it seems like on social media specifically, it's like a lot of white people that like to center themselves and be the good guy. And then when it comes to a situation where maybe they've said something offensive, they lash out at people and they kind of they'll center themselves in the situation instead of like fighting on the sidelines with people, like the one person said in the chat. You know what I mean? And try to be like the good guy. And it ends up being kind of like the motives were not like the intentions weren't pure. The motives were selfish. You know what I mean? Sometimes that happens, or sometimes you're just really passionate about it, and you just really want to help people, and you might just scream too loud. But I get what you're saying.
Here,
I agree
Jamal
with that.
said, he said, okay, she played every side. Notice the consistencies always end up defending sets while bashing. Y'all know what I mean. She played mind games, every trigger word, race, politics, religion, disability. I'm not sure what all you mean by that, baby, but Naughty Audie member for 2 months. Thank you, love. I appreciate that. James Blonde, thank you for being a new member. Cash, keep aware of words and actions. Absolutely, man. Let's see here. Gypsy Trails, in all fairness, that's how Clue said it. She wasn't saying it in a racist way. Doesn't make it right or better. That's what Gypsy Trails just said. Jane
disagree.
Calamaris gifted 5 memberships. If you guys got one, make sure you say thank you.
Seeker, member for 5 months. Thanks, QB in the Hive. And Seeker gifted 10 memberships as well. So if y'all got one, make sure you tell them thank you. But would you say you disagree with that?
I disagree with that.
Yeah.
With that chat, with the whole going back to Africa discussion, yeah, that was really bad. I don't even want to repeat what the subject matter was, but yeah, that was good.
Well, like I said on my community posts, unless you are a Native American, all of you came over on boats. All of us came over on boats. So how can you say something like that?
But humble yourself, gosh dang it.
Right.
Right. You know it, bitch.
Right.
But yeah, that was something I addressed earlier, B-Tim, was that like, okay, so she was mad when she said the F slur. Oh, she was mad so that there's an excuse formed there. But she was just chopping it up in the other chat when she said the other shit.
Yeah, man, that's just crazy. I don't know.
And the topic of the stream is important as well, because I don't know how many people actually listen to what the topic the stream was having, but that also plays into it.
Yeah, I don't know. It's honestly like I find that like a lot of times people who are like think like that, I feel like it's like a brain rot. And YouTube, like the online community, makes it worse because it makes an echo chamber, and then it recommends videos that kind of pushes that idea to you. So the more you watch, the more it kind of rots you in your thought process. And that's what I think. I think it's a lot of brain rotting when you think like that. It's not logical. It's not appropriate to think like that, because I don't know. And also, I think like people who don't interact with other people of other races often get a weird idea in their head. They don't understand those people's struggles. Me, I live in New York. It's a melting pot. I can be in one day. I can be in the most expensive part in New York, literally sitting in a Manhattan plate, like most expensive place in Manhattan, talking to a multi-millionaire. Probably, I once talked to a guy who was worth $500 million. To the next moment, I could be going in the middle of the Bronx in someone's apartment to talk to someone who's like worth $10 in his bank account. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, you get a perspective of things when you do that, a wider picture, if you will.
That's something I mentioned. And
sorry, I just seen she popped back up, so I just wanted to make sure her mic was working. She could hear me okay.
I just wanted to say right quick to the whole whoever said it wasn't said with racism, bull fucking shit. Bullshit it wasn't. And how you guys can sit here and condone that stuff is fucking unbelievable to me. And by the way, sorry, Queen, I'm gonna go off for 1 second.
No, go ahead, baby, go ahead.
Those of you that are in this chat saying that I think I'm holier than thou because I'm offended that my friends are hurt and people I love are affected by people that are overtly racist, get the fuck out of here. First of all, if you think I'm holier than thou because I won't stand next to somebody and rub elbows with somebody because they're a racist, you're damn right. I'm not standing there. Go ahead and sit in that seat. You go sit at that table. I sure as fuck won't. Okay? And it's straight up bullshit that it wasn't said with racial undertones. I don't even understand this conversation. Okay, bye.
Oh, wait, nonsense. Wait. She was referring to what I had stated, not Clue.
Oh, okay.
Are you sure about that? Because
that's what the commenters are saying now.
Oh, okay.
Well, maybe.
I thought she was.
I was believing it.
I thought she was talking about Clue. To be honest with you, myself.
Because she was part of our discussion yesterday, and I think she was pretty on board.
I have seen some people talking shit about nonsense being holier than thou. So I think that it's good you came up and said that shit.
Fuck that shit. Like, I'm so sick of that shit. I'm so
sick of the excuses and the bullshit, dude.
Yeah,
so
me
they're saying that person was referring to Granny's watching and not Clue.
Well, it's still bullshit all the way across the board because racism is racism in that capacity. What Trader said is absolutely valid, but there is no excusing that bullshit because I'm sorry, but I don't know if I went into a chat and somebody said my Aryan sister, I damn sure would be correcting that shit. First of all, you wouldn't find me in a chat like that, but I'm sure you wouldn't be.
I laugh at the ignorance of that because that whole concept of Aryan it came from a fiction
I
novel
know.
about people that lived underground, and it was read by the H man because he just loved that. Like your whole concept of the perfect race was based on a shitty an 1880s fiction novel. Like that's why I laugh. Like I listened to it, I read and it was and it wasn't a racist novel. It was just basically talked about underground people and stuff like that. And it's just crazy that a fiction book has created a group of people that think that way. It's wild. Wow. I guess that's how it goes.
Yeah, Gypsy wasn't. Jen's correct. Gypsy wasn't who. Gypsy was the one making the comments about the racism stuff with Clue. I think that's what she was talking about. Maybe she was talking about Granny. I don't know. It's all confusing. Gray Pearl is who said I was holier than thou. I am okay. I apologize in advance. I am so sick of this whole thing that we think we're smarter than you. We think we're better than you. We think we're holier than thou. No, we don't do stupid shit and then have to make excuses for it. If these words aren't in your regular vocabulary, you're not getting mad and using them. So again, those are your issues. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. Like, I am so sick of people saying those things because they're uncomfortable with what they support. You also notice one other thing before I hop down. She doesn't do this on her panel. None of us would have realized it by watching her. She went to other people's channels and did this. That's intentional. That's manipulation. Right. So there you go.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye.
The truth.
Yep.
That's what I was saying about people being like, if you still subscribe to her, if you've been in her chat, I'm like, well, you got to be fair and acknowledge she didn't behave this way on her channel. So you can't really hold subscribers who were unaware.
I mean,
or even us creators.
I mean, I even super chatted her. I super chatted her before. I was like, oh yeah, that's great. You're doing great. And I super chatted her. So,
right.
I mean, it is what it is. I can't hold it against people. But the one thing I do disagree with, I heard Choyson was like, well, if I see you in her chat, I don't want you being my chat. I'm like, I don't know if that's I don't know. Like, people can go whether the fuck they want, even though I disagree with them. You know what I mean? But to go after the people that just watch, I don't know. I'm not down to that type of deal. I just feel like that's a little.
I disagree with it too.
Yeah, I think that's a little too far to me. I think people, you can't just be like, well, that person's a racist because they're in that chat. No, even if they're watching, no. I just don't feel like that's an appropriate thing to say. But that's just me.
Especially when she's not displaying that behavior on her panel, Yeah.
If you start saying the N-bomb and you're in the chat saying "Go girl," then that changes things a bit. But you know what I mean? That might change a few things here and there. I was trying to look for a good channel to recommend. Someone says I was recommending a channel on the occultism. I was going to recommend them a rabbi I listen to that goes through ancient manuscripts, and also talks because I like to listen to a little bit of the college level types of ancient cultures and their thought process back then when it comes to their belief systems. So there's this good rabbi channel that actually he's I think he's an accredited into the into stuff like that, and it's interesting. I like this review of the Dead Sea Scrolls and stuff like that. I'm trying to look for it. I think it's called. So sorry if I was a little quiet. I was trying to look for that channel. For some reason, I have so many damn channels I'm sub to. It's insane to find it.
Good Lord, beat him.
What?
I said, good Lord, beat him.
What?
When you said Dead Sea Scrolls, I lost all attention span. I
No, I like watching, I will jump from that. I was watching the history of silent films and horror. For instance, Nosferatu, the vampire one, just a sidebar. It was based the guy who actually wrote, created that was into the occult, and he wanted to make a bunch of and that's why the writing on there is basically an occult writing, and people even theorize the guy that actually played that guy was actually a vampire because his name meant terror in real life, and they even made movies about it. So it's like interesting to listen to like the background of that, the Nosferatu the Vampire, 1922 silent film history on that, which is a pretty interesting thing to listen to. So I got side interests. I don't
I'll
listen
have
to
to check that out.
Yeah, it's really good, man. I like Nosferatu 1922 silent film. It's like
I'm fucking trolling the absolute fuck out of you right now.
I was about to say, like, it's the height of expressionism in movies. That's what
I'm
they used to
joking with
call.
you, buddy.
Like,
I'm
yeah,
joking with you. I adore you, B Tim.
I don't know.
I'm totally
I guess
joking.
I guess I'm the only one that watches silent films that have no
I guess
talking.
so, buddy.
Like 19 black and white silent films. Just saying.
Hey, Queen. Last night I saw this really sick silent film. I fucking have said that like never.
And he wonders why all of us thought he was like 60 or 70 years old at one time.
It's shocking that I thought you were fucking like 15 years older than me, B Tim. Turns out you're like fucking 10 years younger than me. But anyways.
Yeah.
I'm totally joking with you, buddy. Totally joking.
I'll back you, B Tim. I've watched a few silent films. Most recently, one that was like "Take Me to the Moon" or something. It was fair. They remastered it and added color to it. Another one, I wouldn't even know the name of it, but it was like this witch and a man running. So I'm sorry to admit, but yes, I've watched quite a few silent films. They're actually interesting.
Good grief, Granny. I swear to God.
Well, they're the height of
Sorry to admit
expressionism.
it.
So I don't know. It's how they used to go, you know.
You know, and I have to say, don't knock it till you try it, because some things, like my dad likes things like the Dead Sea Scrolls and stuff like that, and he watches the History Channel and all this other stuff. And honestly, I never thought school was really boring to me, right? So I never thought that I would enjoy some of that stuff. But sometimes when you get into the Discovery Channel and some of these other things, it actually is very interesting, and you shouldn't knock it till you try it. Sometimes
I know.
some of that
I'm
stuff
really
is
bad
very
at that.
interesting.
No, Mr. Cappy, my husband, he's fucking totally into that. He could probably talk with B Tim for hours about shit like that, and I'm just like, meh, like I just void. And when like there's certain educational stuff that I love to engage in and like learn about, but then there's certain stuff that just doesn't, and I don't have the ability to fucking hear it or something, and it just my brain turns off. I don't know, man. But some of it's really interesting. I don't know. I'm a sucker for true stories. I really like true story movies and then 80s movies, and that's about as far as it goes. I do like theater. I like to go to plays. I'm into that shit.
The 80s had the best movies and the best music.
Right? Fuck yeah.
Well, they must have, because everybody's trying to repeat it nowadays.
I know,
That's
right?
because they're talentless hacks. I can't think of anything new because they basically burned through every single IP idea in the past.
Because the 80s did it all, that's why.
Yeah, I don't know if they did it all. I think they basically need to go back. They just need to go to like novels now, like older novels, to try to pull them up and make movies about them, probably. I don't know. But anyway, there's a lot of good.
Do you think?
Yeah, you go.
Do you think electronics have replaced creativity?
Electronics?
Yeah, like the uprise in like electronics and iPads and all that have like, and the need not to read books and having TV at our every access. Do you think that has affected the creativity?
Have you ever read like Carl Jung, a psychologist?
No.
Well, I mean,
no,
like
I am very dumbed down, B Tim. I'm lucky if I read Go Dog Go.
Well,
Not
Carl Jung believed in
feel bad. I'm right there with you.
Believed in the concept of collective unconsciousness. That basically believed that there was certain portions of the mind that exist. You have the consciousness, unconsciousness, which you kind of tap into when you're sleeping or when you're in the background program. And then you have the collective unconsciousness that kind of links through all humankind through time and space. And he also talked about architects, like what you saw like that. But basically, one of the works he talks about is that people in their first 40 years focus more on the external things like technology and meeting people and stuff like that. And then he says to continue with your actual becoming a full person, you have to focus internally. And I think a lot of people focus more externally now than they do eternally. They don't reflect. They don't go into a room and silently contemplate why they feel these things. They don't like to research on the different religions and different concepts of society, and they just basically focus more on materialistic things and how they look and everything instead of focusing on eternal things. And I think that's what's happened. And this all started, I think, based upon the concept of like the concept of God has died down, and we try to replace God with the concept of science and replace. But Nietzsche warned against that particular concept of replacing using God, sciences to replace God. He focused more on the Übermensch, which was basically becoming like these individuals that replaced or became these greater types of people that replaced it with the self. And I think that's the problem with society. A lot of people do not replace, they don't look for like becoming self and actually internalize and actually, I guess, trying to figure out the proper words, but instead of that focus on the external, focusing on the eternal and trying to get completeness, I would guess. So that's and so a lot of people are very hollow, and they try to fill the hollow space in their hearts with technology and materialistic things and how they look and everything. And when they hit 40 or 50, they realize that they've wasted their life on things that are just not tangible and needed, and they never really complete fullness. That's my thoughts.
Very interesting.
It is very interesting.
Yeah, a good novel to read like Nietzsche would be like you can listen to YouTube channels that kind of break down Nietzsche a little bit. He's a very great writer. He was not into he would never be down with the Nazi stuff. No, never ever. He was actually completely against that stuff, but they used him as his stuff as propaganda. But actually, he was a great author. He actually talked about how he hated the concept of Pluto. Concept of kind of having a reason. He was more like in the lines of, well, if you're strong enough, you don't need a reason. And that he said the whole concept of reasoning is kind of chains that destroyed the Greek society from Greek society. The greatest part of Greek society was that they just took over things and didn't have to give a reason to take over things. And he says, well, and that's another thing he talked about in Nietzsche's works. But yeah, it's interesting to read philosophy and just get a general idea. But I think it's mostly people just focus on the external, the eternal, and actually trying to understand things.
Right.
I'm sorry, I bored. I lost about 100 people in the chat. Sorry. Sorry, Queen. Sorry.
Oh my God, no, you're so funny.
I just killed the live stream. Sorry.
I don't think these days, as far as movies and stuff go, I'm gonna bring them back to beat Tim.
We need to bring it back.
I need to bring
Granny,
it back.
have a fight with Cappy. We have to fucking start yelling at her.
I gotta save the show, beat Tim. Sorry. No, I don't think people are talentless hacks these days as much as really kids these days. Like when we were kids, I mean, we did all kinds of fuck shit, but these days kids are just on their phones and that's all they're doing. What do they got to write movies about? I mean,
well, I mean, they don't focus they don't really focus on eternally. I mean, like they're children right now. I mean, I think until you turn 40, you're still kind of focusing on external things, wealth, money, and stuff like that. But that's why a lot of rich people have problems in their lives, because they when they get the money, then they're like, well, what now? And they're lost. They can't think of religion because, like Nietzsche said, God is dead, we killed him. And the reason why is for a lot of people, and they try to replace it with technology, but technology is just, not going to do it. And they that's why a lot of people kind of go into drugs and stuff like that when they make a lot of money, is because they're trying to fill that hole. And in my personal opinion, I think philosophy is a great way to look into things, reading religious books, because the whole concept of the word, even if you don't believe in God or whatnot, the words being written by these books are important, because it's literally the emotions of that particular time. You're actually reading the right. You know what I mean? And they have lessons in them and they can help you. And even if you don't believe in God and whatnot, you can read these books and gain a lot of insight that that could really help you, I think.
I agree. But all those people that I just brought back, you just chased away again. I'm just kidding.
How many times a day do you think about the Roman Empire, BJ?
I don't think about the Roman Empire at all, to be completely honest with you.
That question was fucking hilarious. What do you mean?
I am very interested in what you have to say, B10, but there's a lot of people on here that aren't.
They're not interested. They're done. They're like, fuck this. We're out of here. We're gonna have to. I want to see someone yell at someone saying something. You know that.
Me and Granny
Should I not ask you to my next question then?
You make me want to go read a book.
Hop on pop, bitch. Like, stop.
No more questions to beat him. No more questions about it.
B10 makes me want to go read a book.
Reading. I like reading a lot, but I don't read any of that kind of stuff. I read like,
well, I mean, like
true story type shit. I like to read.
I ordered a book because I was listening to Skrelly. You know, Mike Skrelly, the guy that went to jail for.
No, I don't.
Well, I was listening to him because he's like, you know, I listen to a bunch of people, and I was like, I grabbed the book that he, you know, talked about, which was pretty interesting. It's called Common Stocks and Uncommon Profits by Philip Fisher. And I plan on reading that on the concept of stock markets.
I do watch all kinds of different content though, but not that kind of content really. So
I like listening to financials. Like I'm right now, like I'm trying to like see what like everyone's talking about Nvidia and stuff like that because Nancy Pelosi 6 months ago bought a bunch of stock and she gets like inside information. But I'm like, yep, that boat has sailed. She bought them 6 months ago before everyone knew that it was going to jump up in price. Too late, guys. Move on to the next.
Yeah, Lady Butterfly. I was talking about that song earlier, Money for Nothing by Dire Straits. Like, super racist stuff in that song. Like, I remember when I heard that song when I was younger, I knew that the F slur was that he was saying it, like, definitely, because people used to say that word just meaning asshole back in the day, but they also meant it in a homophobic way too. It depended on the person, right? And in the song, he definitely was being homophobic. And then it got to that one other part of the song where he's like banging on the he's like, what's that Hawaiian music? Or banging on the Hawaiian noises, banging on the bongo like chimpanzee. And that part of the song, like, I didn't figure out till later. I was like, holy shit. He's fucking saying Hawaiian people are chimpanzees. Like, that's really fucked up. Wow. You know? I'm just like, damn, I really like that song. I like classic rock. I like my parents' age generation of music. You know, they had good music.
Yeah.
But
I even like polka myself, so.
Polka music?
Polka?
A little ditty about Cheesy Weezy. She loves polka.
No way.
I like all music, honestly. I like classical, I like rock, I like oldies, I like 80s, I like country. I love it all. But yeah, I even like polka.
Oh shit. By the way, is there any background noise? For me?
Is it me?
No, but you saying, is there any background noise for me?
No, I didn't hear any.
Not for you.
Okay, I'm just making sure because you know I have to my computer. I don't want to have it explode, so you know that's why I have to put the air conditioner on for it. I don't need the air conditioning. I could be like, I'm actually wearing like sweatpants and long sleeve shirt at 80-something degrees in my house. But, you know.
Fucking weirdo! You're like a lizard.
Isn't that wearing karate pants?
No,
karate pants. Tie fisherman pants.
No, I just got used to the heat. Just telling you
Oh,
how
that's
it is.
great. Thanks for correcting.
I'm not an alien. Just because that's why I'm like so surprised. Like the mayor of New York's like, "Hey guys, we're in the biggest heat storm." I'm like, bro, do you know like this lady, like New Yorkers have like lost sight. Like really, you ever see those old photos where people used to be? It was so hot at night they used to sleep on the fire escape balconies at night. They would put the bed out and they would just sleep on the fire escape balconies. They wouldn't even sleep in their house.
I've seen pictures of that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's how hot it was in New York at the time. Like, people need to toughen up a little bit in New York. What are you doing, people? Giving us bad names.
Yeah,
especially
pretty hot.
Especially with the mayor teaching us how to use the garbage pail. That was quite interesting. Or was it the governor? I don't know.
Was it you, Cappy, that said you love all types of music?
I do, but it was Cheesy that said it too.
That was me.
Oh, Cheesy. Have you guys noticed? I've like that Sirius XM, and it has like the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, and you can listen to the transition of music. My son has such an ear for music; it's impressive. But has anybody else noticed that the music has become like, part of me believes music is part of the problem. Like, music more nowadays is more about like, it's no longer about like a ditty about how much you love a girl and treating her respectfully. And I know there were songs that weren't that way, but that was primarily like what the older generations, like our grandparents, listened to, and then our parents. Like, it was more where music nowadays more is inspiring like the like sleeping around culture, or the culture of like materialistic things, and it's not the same at all. Like, even R&B from the 90s is so different than today's R&B and rap and even classic rock and all of them.
I don't know though. Like, okay, so I've seen some videos, right? Like, about what songs are about that we listen to, and there was a lot of sex you up songs from my generation. Like, and I like to listen to Too Short and like DJ Quick, and like they were pretty dirty. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of a whole different section of music in itself that wasn't played on the radio. Like, I'd buy the albums and play them. You know what I mean? Or go to the concerts. But
like when I discovered Peaches and Cream was not about peaches and cream. Like, I'll never forget that day. Or I remember like asking like my dad, why does he cry? Like the baby when I'm grinding. I'm like, why does he get excited when he's crying? Because I didn't know it meant grinding. So, yeah, some of those things, you know, but they were more hidden then. Like, I feel like they were a lot, or maybe it's because I'm a mother and I become like.
Yeah,
So
don't ask me about my music. With the whole chat last time. Remember I said, like, can we play a song during Queen's party? And I literally played like one of my songs, and the guy said, oh, this is from the 1800s. You don't like it? The
1800s?
You know
Has
what
anybody
was
heard the Drake? I'm way late. Sorry.
Listen, I was down a rabbit hole of how they normalized being with young girls in the 70s music. Like, there was like the Beatles, she was just 17, and you know what I mean, and all that. And then I think his name Billy Mandranos, I think his name is. I might be saying it wrong, but that song, She's Just 16 Years Old, that song, have you ever seen the video to that song?
Yeah.
That fool was 34 years old when he fucking made that video. And the story behind the song is disturbing as well. He didn't, like, it was his girlfriend's daughter, and him and his buddy were up all night partying, and she walked in the house, and his buddy was like, hey, what's up? And he was like, nah, she's just 16 years old. And they wrote the song about it, and I'm just like, oh, so
yeah,
gross.
a lot of songs and movies and stuff back then would not be okay nowadays.
Never. Like, but yeah, because like there are very wholesome songs. I do agree, Granny, but there is a lot of songs that like kind of just flew under the radar, I think.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah, I'm thinking of quite a few now that you said that.
Elvis was
I actually did a stream, misunderstood lyrics, and like even what song is it? It's about their first time. And I'm like, oh my goodness, I didn't even realize that. It was basically like, I'm going to take advantage of her, whether she says yes or no. But it's a classic, and we all sing along to it. I'm like, oh,
Well,
I didn't even know that's what that meant.
How about American Woman? Was basically, you know, what the whole concept with that was. It was basically like the song was started because they didn't want, like, it was like basically saying Americans don't come to Canada to invade Vietnam. American Woman, stay away from me.
Oh, shit.
I want to see your face.
Wow.
No more. I'm trying to sing it and think about how it's offensive. I'm trying to figure it out.
Queen has basically checked out. I think she said to herself, fuck this, and she's just walked the fuck away.
Like,
She's
I'm done with you fucks. Jesus Christ. Way to kill my show.
But you know, Granny, you should listen to like Paganini. That's a good violinist. You should listen to.
Who is it? I'm sorry.
Paganini.
Huh?
Can you type that out?
I mean, he was called the devil violinist, basically, because he played so well they thought he sold his soul to the devil in the 1800s.
Wow, okay.
So I put it in the back, by the way. You can look at it. That's like part of
like some people have an ear for the instruments. Like my son's like that, like, and naturally talented with instruments, but he hears like, I never paid attention to all of that. I don't know how to explain it. Like, now some people are like, oh, do you hear how they just did that? I'm like, no, I don't hear any difference. And my son's like, oh, the way they just did that with the banjo or something. I'm like, oh, that was a banjo? Like, I never heard all of that, I guess, like individual instruments being played.
I can play the violin and the accordion, so
damn.
and I can read music. I can read music and I can play by ear.
Oh shit.
See, then you have an ear for it, because listen, like, I'm the same way. I don't hear any of that shit. And like, I dated a drummer one time, and he was just like basically kind of telling me, like, the drums can be taught, but they can't be taught. Like, you have to have an ear for that to keep that beat, or you don't have it. Like, it's just kind of something you're born with.
Right.
Like, to play the piano by ear, or like other instruments can be taught a lot easier than the drums. The drum is like the ability to keep a beat. And the rest of it can be kind of more learned. But I had my one friend, she can play the piano by ear, and I have a cousin that can too, like, can hear it and just play it. And
My son can too. Yeah.
Wild, right?
He cracked me up one day. I came in and he was playing the new Abracadabra by Eminem. And I'm like, how did you learn that? But if you name him a song, he can just do it on the piano. And I'm like, I don't know where he got that talent from, but it's pretty cool. If there's somewhere to go with it, would be great. It's a passion.
That is really cool, because it is something you're born with. It's not that ear cannot be like something that's taught, you know?
Yeah, it's impressive. No, very impressive. And I feel like, doesn't that tie into math as well? Like, usually people with like the musical ear or that key to them are good at math. I've heard that somewhere. But I've also heard that people are most creative at like 3 a.m. too. So I don't know. I hear a lot of useless facts. I don't know if they're facts.
Like a right brain, left brain thing or something like that.
Yeah.
By the way, I got a video of Cheesy basically playing with music in the back. I just put that back there. I just see Cheesy just playing music, playing the guitar. She's very
I
talented.
could play the beginning of The Entertainer on the piano, but any other instruments cannot play at all.
Anyway, all right.
Not even a little bit.
All right, more people are leaving. Kathy, you have to say something.
Okay, you dork.
We could go
You
right
wanna
back.
curse me out, Kathy?
We could go right back to the fucking trenches. Let's do it. Fuck yeah.
You can curse me out really quick. The views will jump up a couple hundred.
Granny.
Take that instructions on me.
Yeah.
For anybody that wants to know what that video was about, it was Chuck E. Cheese playing the guitar.
It was Chuck E. Cheese playing the guitar because she's a cheesy weezy, and I thought to myself, like, Chuck E. Cheese. So that was the joke.
I thought it was funny.
We used to go to Chuck E. Cheese all the time. I used to have off on a certain day, and my son loved Chuck E. Cheese, his music, everything. And I used to go all, and actually, I'll never forget one time the Chuck E. Cheese worker was like, oh, maybe he'll grow up and be Chucky here. Because he had like the shirt and on, he like mimicked them, and he's like a little toddler. And I'm like, well, maybe he'll grow up and like own Chuck E. Cheese and like shoot a little bit higher.
Yeah, like maybe he'll be like, he'll serve the pizzas here.
Right. Maybe he'll dress in that dirty, smelly costume one day. And I'm like, yeah, that's sweet. Maybe a little bit better. Not better, higher.
Did you know? Did you know I used to always wanted to be some sort of mascot? I have always wanted to be a mascot. I think that it would be so fun. Yeah.
Like doing like the flips and hyping up the crowd. It's hysterical.
I am really and truly in my real life, I am kind of like a center of attention kind of person. I love to dance. I love to sing. I can't carry a tune in a bucket, but I know all the words to all the songs. Like my husband used to like turn the radio station. I could sing the music. I could name. I'm not as good as I used to be, but I could name the person singing it and everything. It really sucked that I don't have a good singing voice because I really could have been a good entertainer. I love to be the center of attention.
Shocker. Cheesy.
Well, I'm opposite of you. I actually have a great singing voice. I just don't ever pay attention to artists or the names of songs or movies, who wrote them. You know, like a lot of people know like actors and actresses. I can watch a whole season of a show and still not know like the main characters' names.
Yeah. And my kids always wanted me to go on that one show with what the heck was it called? With the music where you got to sing the rest of the song.
Finish the lyrics type of thing.
Name the lyrics or something. Yeah. Yeah.
And I definitely cannot sing. I wish I could. I'm very envious
I
of
wish I
people
could
that
too.
sing. It's such a beautiful thing.
But when I'm in the car, boy, I am the star of that concert.
A lot of failed singers on this panel. A lot of failed singers. Cheesy, Cappy, Bernie, Queen.
Who are you talking about? Failed singers now. Hold on.
I used to be a tap and ballet as a kid, and
I played softball.
I love that stuff.
I mean, when I was a kid, I did archery, bird watching, RC cars. I actually
No way.
Oh,
I did
bird watching.
Bird watching. Yeah, we used to go. What we used to do was we used to go to a bird sanctuary. We'd walk the trails and we'd write down the type of different plants and different birds.
Were you a Boy Scout?
I was a Boy Scout. I was actually a Wedlow. I was, I think I was a Cub Scout, Wedlow, and Boy Scout. I didn't get all my merit badges to become Eagle Scout, though, unfortunately.
I finished Girl Scouts all the way through. Cadets.
Did you really?
Yeah.
I was a Girl Scout till almost a cadet. But yeah, I didn't. I started smoking cigarettes and shit. I fucking cut out of that place.
Well, I did that too, but yeah.
Archery was fun. I was shooting a bow since I was like 10 years old. And I started out with a compound recurve with an Olympic style bow. And I used to do little competitions for the Olympic style bows. So, which is, if you don't know, it's the same style of bows you see in the Olympics. It was early on in my, I was hoping to eventually go to the Olympics based on archery, but unfortunately it was not good enough. Let's just say you need a high level of skill to be there. But
We go and do archery.
Oh, nice. What type of bow?
Yeah. I have no idea. It's like is that our local little
It does have like little wheels on the top of it that like reduces the weight when you do a full draw.
Yeah, and some of them have like the red cloth ball thing. It's like just a little event they put on at what do you call it? Like our reserve, like our wildlife reserve place. I don't want to name it, but I'm sure people know exactly where it is.
Okay, so but does it reduce the weight when you fully draw it, or does it just keep up the weight?
It keeps up the weight.
Okay, well, is it like curved all the way, or does it like recurve a little bit, like it curves at the end?
Oh, gee. You're asking me for details I don't pay attention to.
Yeah,
I just shoot the thing and go.
Yeah, you're probably shooting a recurve, probably. Not like a natural, like there was no sights on it?
Yeah, it's just meant for like family fun, like, the kids come out and then the adult, yeah. So whatever that would be.
I mean, longbows are pretty tough. I remember the original history was when the longbow was actually used in war, they considered it an actual war crime because they said it was just too dangerous, like it was a weapon of mass destruction. I forgot what battle it was, but it was like 1100 AD when the original longbow was used because it was just such a devastating weapon at that time and the draw distance. But,
and look where we're at today. That's wild.
You know why I no longer have a pool?
Because someone shot an arrow into it?
because my nephew, my husband, has a compound bow and we have targets. And one time the target was in front of the pool and my nephew went to shoot the bow and arrow at the target. He didn't miss the target, but the bow, it was such a strong bow, the arrow went right through the target and then through my pool.
Yeah, I mean, that happens a lot. Like, they don't realize how much that can. There was one time I was in an indoor archery range and this guy brought a crossbow. And like usually they don't allow that in indoor ones because like what happened was he fires his first shot, goes right through the target, through all the back, like because they have like a bunch of cardboard in the back, just kind of stops it, and he just went right through it and hit the back of the thing. And like he says, okay, that's your first and last shot because you can't shoot anymore because that's way too strong. Like that crossbow is like ridiculous.
I had just bought that pool for like $600 that year. I was so pissed.
I don't know who gave a gift though.
I only swam a few times in it.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
I don't let him live it down either.
Seeker, I think. Seeker,
Daisies, brownies, juniors, cadets, seniors, and ambassadors. Ambassadors definitely new.
Yeah, I've never heard of ambassadors. We were cadets.
I think
You
like
guys
after,
Girl Scouts, right?
After cadets.
Then afterwards, I think after the archery, I was doing Taekwondo. I did like the South Korea version, like not like into like worldwide. It was international. I did that for a little bit. Went up to black belts on that one. So I did not do recommended black belt 1 or 2 or anything like that. I just went to black belts. So when I was a kid, I just did a lot. Very active. Very active. Now I want to take a nap. That's all.
I was very active too, and in my young years and my young adult years, and now in my 40s, I just had beat the shit out of my body, and yeah, now I'm paying for it in my 50. I'm 50, and I'm
because you're partying so hard.
all over.
Queen's like contemplating her life right now. Like, what the hell? What the hell?
Why am I friends with these people?
Like she's like looking at her birds right now, trying to like making sure the birds don't steal her marijuana or the devil's weed right now.
But you know what? I mean, where else other than the internet would bring all of us together as buddies? You know, because we're from all different walks of life. I mean, we do all different things. I mean, you know, what do we sit and think? You know, years ago that we'd be talking to a guy about philosophy and talk about
Bird watching.
Right.
Yeah, and like Girl Scouts. I'm probably with Queen. I'm like Girl Scouts, bird watching. That nothing I've experienced.
The internet is so great sometimes, right?
Yeah. Laura Lee, I have heard that bullshit. Jackson is a liar, and also Yanetti's a liar. And honestly, that whole team is a bunch of liars. And they recently hired the same lawyer that represented Epstein now. So not only do you have the lawyer that represented Weinstein representing Karen Reed, but you also have the lawyer representing Epstein. All that's missing is the lawyers from the Nuremberg trial, and you'll have the dream team of the most sleaziest law group I've ever seen in my entire life. Like, I swear, I hate that. And honestly, his wife is probably the next murder trial is probably his wife, because the wife saw the photo of him dry humping his client in the streets of Boston. So I don't know. Well, that might be the next molecular, conspiracy. Did she do it? Alan Jackson going to avoid the back of that car with his wife, because his wife was fucking pissed when that photo came out. She looked like she was going to fucking beat him up in the garage. So that's my.
They showed his wife.
They showed his wife. It's on TMZ, that photo. It's been confirmed, that photo.
Oh yeah.
With the photo, right, Granny?
Yeah, I saw the photo.
Yeah, him wrapped around Karen Reed. I was told to come to you for my questions, but I have a feeling people don't want me asking them. But I did see that photo. But did they show the wife's reaction?
Well, they showed a reaction of him like leaving the garage, and his wife had the most pissed off look I've ever seen a woman. And his head was slouched down. He was defeated. His shoulders. He looked completely defeated. No, it's not fake. It's real. That photo is real. TMZ.
You have to imagine, all the publicity he's getting from it, how close he's getting to Karen Reed. Karen's not a bad-looking woman. I'm sure it does make his wife feel. And then that photo coming out, I know there was some saying it wasn't that inappropriate. For a married man, I do find it very inappropriate.
Yeah, I don't think it's also kind of bad as a lawyer to do that. I don't know, man. I get the publicity where you're going out with your client and doing drinks and you take photos and stuff like that because you're trying to boost the publicity of your client. But that seemed a little odd to me. And I talked to a couple of attorneys. I've talked to a couple of attorneys, and they said that would not be what they would be doing. So that behavior is odd.
No, there's other ways to get publicity than to disrespect your marriage.
Yeah.
I don't
I think
know.
that's context is everything, though, too. I mean, it was a bar; they were drinking. I mean, I don't know how many times guys have come up and put their arms around me and stuff, and danced inappropriately with me at the bar.
Yeah.
And I've been married 31 years and never. I mean, me and my husband, we're not jealous of each other. You know, we never have been.
Right.
And we know where we're going at night. You know.
The problem is, Scottston, is that, but most of what they're stating is affidavits and hearsay. Like, they're not actual statements from the person that's going to testify. And this whole affidavit is basically a publicity stunt. It's not going to ever be going through because they're not going to call back 12 jurors to re-vote on things after a week past the trial. And honestly, if they really are trying to push for this, then Jackson and Yannetti fucked up. They should have, if they knew about this, then why did they not say it at that moment when the jurors were like, yeah, we can't hold anything, we can't continue. Why did they just say, can we poll the jury? They didn't. They were just calling for a mistrial as soon as possible and smiling and dancing with victories. To me, either they're like that affidavit makes them look like complete idiots or incompetent, or they're just liars. Like it makes you look really bad. And I don't understand but I know the main reason why it was done. The main reason why it was done to drum up publicity. I mean, that's the truth.
Are you saying like how they didn't call it out in the courtroom but waited till after the fact? Or I haven't followed it that closely, but I do know something came out about they lied about the juror count.
No, what happened was that jurors came to, like, there's an affidavit being submitted by Yannetti and Jackson. I have to read the exact ones. But basically they're saying like some of the jurors, like they all unanimously had a verbal agreement that murder 2 was that they weren't going to vote for murder 2. They had this unanimous agreement, and I believe the other charge was like 6-6, and there was another lesser included that they were like kind of like deadlocked to 9-3, like 3 for not guilty, 9 for guilty, or something like that. Just going off the top of my head, I would have to read it. So they're stating that, you know, because of that, because they have this kind of anonymous verbal agreement on the murder 2 charge, that there should be like double jeopardy on that, and the jury should have been polled for that particular one. The problem is that should have been done like while you're at the courthouse with the jury, and they waited a week or 2 afterwards. And to me, it's like a little too late. And also, it's optional to do polls when it comes to that. And also, what they're trying to do is against Supreme Court Massachusetts rules. I have to pull it up. So it's like, it's the only thing, like every single legal person has stated, this is just a publicity stunt to basically just so that they can, you know, get publicity. Because the main thing is Karen Reed's going to need more money. She's going to probably need another $500,000, maybe more. She already spent $1.2 million so far on her legal defense, and she's going to need more money. And this is like a good way to keep her in the news, keep her in the media. And that's pretty much what
what are they talking about? Sorry.
What do you mean, what are they talking about?
I don't understand what I've seen recently. Like, oh, Aunt Bev didn't tell the truth. It was 12-0.
No, what they're stating is that they had an anonymous agreement. Like they all 12 agreed that they weren't going to charge her with, they were going to convict her with the murder 2. But the problem with that is that no one, it wasn't written on a piece of paper and submitted. And and the defense just immediately asked for a mistrial, never asked to poll the jury. Like if they would have asked to poll the jury, and then they would have came back and says, yeah, we don't believe she's guilty for murder 2, then that would have been double jeopardy for that charge, I believe, and they wouldn't be able to bring that charge back at her. But the problem is the defense never raised that.
About 2. What? I thought they said that was the outcome for 2 of the charges, was 12-0.
I don't know. I mean, I've heard conflicting remarks from like 6-6 or stuff like that. I got to read it again. But even if it's 2 of the charges, yeah, but the problem is it's too little too late. They should have done the poll. I mean, like either they're incompetent, the defense, for not doing that immediately, or I don't know, like there's someone's, or they're doing it for publicity.
So what I'm understanding, B10, is they weren't told. Oh, I thought I seen two charges that it was 12-0, and they weren't aware until the jurors started coming out and telling that was the results.
But the problem
is, I haven't followed, so I don't know.
Yeah, but the problem is with that is that number one, if you read the actual affidavit, it's like intermarriage. I can't say it. The guy in between talking to jury A and jury B, and like there's always like all this hearsay. And the problem is, it's like, what is the how do you solve that problem? Like, there's no problem. There's no way you can solve it. You can't call back the jury to have them vote now after a week and a half afterwards. They never brought it up. And also, these are experienced attorneys. Why didn't they ask to poll the jury? Like, you're talking about Alan Jackson, who is a pretty famous attorney, and you have Yannetti, who's been practicing law there for a very, very long time. I believe he was actually, was he also a prosecutor at one point? I'm not even sure. I have to look up in his history. And honestly, they should have asked to poll the jury. I mean, like, if they would have, but they were too, but what did Yannetti do? He just immediately asked, we want a mistrial. We want a mistrial. We want a mistrial. They never actually polled the jury. So it's like, to me, I see it as a publicity stunt. I see it as a way to just try to get good publicity for them, and it will never go through. That's just how it is.
Is it common? Is it common to poll the jury? Like, is that a common practice?
It's optional.
It is?
Like,
okay.
Yeah, you can be optional there.
It's optional, but it's common.
Yeah, but
it's common too. Okay.
Yeah, but it's also
so there is a good chance. To be honest, there is a good chance that either A, they believe the results, if we're to believe that they didn't know until these juries came forward, and my understanding is a fourth one has just come out, or they knew that it adds into the whole it's a corrupt courthouse, corrupt system, and here this shows the corruption, so it's better to come out in this format than address it in the courtroom. Do you know what I mean? Which I think we're kind of agreeing on that part.
I mean, the problem with me is it's like these attorneys should have, like, if they really did, like, if these jurors really were going to say not guilty for like second degree, then these lawyers are admitting that they committed malpractice. like their affidavit is like, yeah, we're just completely incompetent, and we didn't poll the jury, so my client could at least get not charged with murder too. And now we want to fix our boo-boo, and we're going to blame the judge who said that she did something. No, maybe I'm going to blame the guy who's been practicing law there for almost 20 years to not poll the jury. That would have been the first thing I would have done.
The judge didn't give them the opportunity, but let me say,
that's what I
they
thought.
didn't have any problems with arguing with her about other things.
Yeah.
So why didn't they argue about this?
They argued about the jury form. I mean,
Yeah.
like, I don't know why they didn't poll the jury, because now they're wasting their client's money. They should have immediately polled that jury. They might have gotten lucky with the murder two to get that dismissed. Personally, I didn't think they met their burden for murder two personally. So I can understand why they weren't pushing for that one. They didn't believe the conspiracy. They just didn't think, like, I think they didn't just think that he died because of, like, the car or something like that. One of the jurors, like, they couldn't, like, the wound and the cold, they didn't attribute that to the car, one of the jurors or something. But I don't know why. I mean, like, that's a weird one, but I think it's going to be dismissed immediately, and then it's going to be rescheduled in the trial. And, like, not dismiss the case, dismiss that motion. It's just listen to stop.
Well, is there a chance they didn't argue it or fight for it because no matter what, it was good for their client?
Why would that be good for their client, that they could have called the jury?
I mean, a mistrial is better. I would assume a mistrial is better than a guilty because it gives them more time and more,
I mean, that's a potential that they were worried that they would poll, like, yes, like a bunch of them would have polled, like, murder. Yeah, we have all agreed on murder too, like 11 of us. They could have been like that. I mean, personally. So, I mean, I probably would have polled the jury if I was, like, a lawyer or whatnot, because, I mean, like, honestly, I truly believe, like, I like Lolly. I think she did it, but I didn't think that the prosecution made a good case for murder, too. I think it wasn't clear enough for murder, too. So I would have asked them to poll the jury so I can get that on the record, at least, that my client's innocent of murder, too, get that double jeopardy on that and not have to worry about that shit. I don't know. But they decided not to, and they did a disservice to their client, in my opinion. Their client who paid them $1.2 million. Like, yeah, I think you should get better service if you're getting paid $1.2 million. I don't know.
Well, what's next? Like, are they going to retrial her, you think, or are they going to let it go? I see Turtle Boy saying, like, this was a win in his book, and it proves that I wasn't harassing witnesses, and everything was validated now.
It's gonna be she's going to be retried, and I don't know. There's an 80% increase in chance of you going to jail when it comes to retrial. Like 80% people who get retried, like after a hung jury, go to lose and get a guilty situation.
Oh,
Granny,
Mama
no matter
Gladiator
how
said you can't pull. Sorry.
Well, she withdrew her
no,
comment.
no matter how you feel about the trial or what side you're on, never listen to Turtle Boy.
Never listen to Turtle Boy. He's
No,
wrong
yeah.
about everything.
He's a fucking idiot.
Them and Blair are the worst when it covers that. It's like they get everything wrong. I mean, like they were talking about how the belt was missing, the shoe was missing, the 227 time. Like they get everything wrong. Like there hasn't been one thing they got right. I mean, like honestly, I think Karen Reed would have had a better defense where she just said, "I never meant to hit him. It was an accident. I didn't even know I hit him." She probably would have got acquitted with that argument. Why, instead of the ridiculous third-party culprit argument? If she would have just said that, I think she probably would have, because she would have gotten like they overcharged her or something like that. If that, you know, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I think the third-party culprit defense, when they did the never cracker defense, where they tried to say Cullen beat up, Cullen beat John up because Cullen likes to throw beer cans on the lawn. To me, it was like, that's just crazy. I thought that was crazy.
Yeah, it's really interesting when you depend on what perspective you're on is what you see, and I feel like that goes across the board on everything. You know what I mean? Like we always have.
I mean, that's the thing. Like I think the defense, like for instance, the two experts that they from the FBI that was hired, those guys qualified. Give them that. But the problem is they weren't given the complete information. They weren't given the full speed of the car backwards. They were told that the glass was thrown to break the tail light, so they built a cannon to shoot at it. I mean, like, it wasn't like the ME who was qualified by the defense. You know, the ME, the guy who barely could breathe. He had a lot of qualifications, but he wasn't even given all the information that would have been helpful for him to make a better decision on what happened. And even when he looked at Chloe's bite history, because they do have a bite history of Chloe with that other person, he said they didn't match. Now, I think like if the defense focused more on, you know, like how it, you know, they can't conclusively say that John was hit by a car, and they focused on like basically a rushed investigation that had evidence that just wasn't collected properly, or inexperienced group of people that just rushed to get Karen Reed instead of the never cracker and the 227. I think she would have probably had a better chance of being acquitted, to be honest with you. But the whole third-party culprit defense was terrible. The jury didn't believe it. Like, to me, it was a terrible idea. They would have been better off focusing on like reasonable doubt, and most likely that like the evidence was like collected badly, or like a rushed investigation or something like that. You would have been better off with that, to be honest with you. And I think she probably would have got a better chance of acquittal. That's just my opinion. But I don't know. They wasted so much time on that whole Green report. The Green guy basically apologized. But there was bad sides on the prosecution. Like Trooper Paul, terrible witness. The ME for the state was terrible. Like she basically was like, you could have came up to her and says, so do you think a meteorite hit him in the back of the head? Yeah, could be. Do you think aliens said teleported down and hit him in the back of the head with a screwdriver? Yeah, could be. Do you think like ET, like, you know, she would have said okay to everything. I was like, oh my God, that was so terrible. I sat there, I was like, man, you need to fucking fix this. Like next time. If you get it next time, you need to fix this ME. Because this lady says yes to everything. Everything. I couldn't believe it. I was like, Jesus Christ. But yeah, that was
Yeah, I didn't. I know many people found it very interesting, and I remember when it first happened, and I was going to speak on it, and I didn't, and I felt like my problem with all of it is the actual victim has been forgotten. It's become about Turtle Boy, it's become about Karen Reed, and you don't often hear John's name, and I've heard John's family's even spoken out about that, like, you know, this is supposed to be about John and justice for John, and instead it's justice for Karen, justice for Turtle Boy, and it's not. It's no longer John, and that's sad.
I never hear John's name, and I refer to Karen as a cop killer. She's an alleged.
There you go.
She really is. She's an alleged cop killer.
Yeah, I haven't followed it closely enough because, like I said, that just turned me off. All that added distractions, and you know, the Turtle Boys and the annex there, and this and that. I couldn't get into it after all that.
Yeah, I mean, like, my problem is not the opinions of people based on, like, you know, if you believe she didn't do it, fine, you're welcome to your opinion. I'm not going to attack you based on that. But I do have a problem with the harassment of witnesses, And like
Yeah.
at one point when like Jen McCabe talked about how a picture of her daughter was sent to her with human semen on it, and her 18-year-old daughter. And then the Glare looked at it. He was like watching it, and he says, "Oh, it must be turtle semen." And then also had written on the thing property of Turtle Boy, I think was written on the note. And like it was just so disgusting how these people. It's like, guys, this is not right. Like you cannot do that. I wouldn't agree with that behavior being done to Karen Reed. I don't agree with harassment of Karen Reed. I don't agree with harassment of the witnesses. I think any sort of harassment of people is mob rule, and I don't agree with mob rule. I don't agree with the mob going after people based upon like what people believe are right and what they believe is right and wrong. It's up to the justice system. It's just how it is. You like it, you don't like it.
That's
Just like
what they did to Turtle Boy's parents. That was horrific.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't like the fact. I was like, I still give sympathy to Turtle Boy for his mother passing. I know it's a tough situation with his mom passing. You know, that's. I seen people just start saying like, I know a couple of them. I don't agree with going after the guy's mom. I mean, like at the end of the day, I don't think. You know, I mean, I know it's tough to have a parent die. So, I mean, even if I think the guy's a piece of shit, I'm still not going to start gloating about his dead, his mom being dead. That seems pretty fucked up. And I'm not going to I'm not going to go against that, the same thing with that. I give a lot of, I'll give my condolences to him. And I hope, it's probably tough for his dad, and it's probably tough for his kids. And it's a tough situation to deal with, for sure.
Did you see what they did with the turtle, though? On his mom's property?
That I'm not sure, because there's theories stating that because he did that right when Kate from Show Mafia was on, I think, Court TV or something, and some people think that he planted that right there, or someone else planted that. I mean, also that was a pretty goddamn big turtle. Like there was no ring.
That was huge.
That was like a 20-pound turtle. I was like, they hung a turtle. I was like, bro, who grabbed the 20-pound turtle to hang in front of Turtle Boy's house?
And I'm with you about the whole ring camera, because they knew at that point he's a high profile and highly hated or highly loved person. But I can't imagine with everything going on, you want to protect your family, your house with, you can get a camera for your house for $20 now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you would think he would have a camera.
That's why everybody get one.
That's why I think it's planted. Like until he produces receipts that like someone did it, I'm good, because his word's worth nothing to me. He lies all the time. That's the problem with him. He lies constantly. So I'm going to believe that guy? No, I'm not going to believe you until you produce proof. If you show a photo of some guy, like someone that, planting it on you, then I'll believe you. I'll be like, but still, and I would say, no, it's not right that anyone harasses his mom, so.
Don't you also kind of feel like he is sneaky enough that if he was going to plan it, he would have somebody plan it and have video evidence of that person doing it?
Yeah, I mean, there was some people on Twitter stating that it was like Tom CPU because he's into fishing. He was the guy that planted it for him. Like, so there's like conspiracy theories on like Tom CPU with a dead turtle trying to do a Boy Scout knot, because they said, look, it's a Boy Scout knot, and they have the turtle. I'm like, oh my god, like it's just such a clown show, that case. It's like really
nothing would surprise me about Tom CPU though.
Yeah, Tom CPU driving in his 1980s convertible with the dead turtle on the side passenger, just like, okay, I gotta get this hung turtle. Turtle Boy asked me to do it. Gotta get the views.
Would Tom even be able to carry that turtle? It's pretty big. Looks pretty heavy.
Maybe he's stronger than he looks. Like, we don't know. He could be a very strong person carrying that turtle.
Could be.
But yeah, I mean, like the problem with that case, honestly, it's a lot of drama. If it was just a simple case where you discussed, because sometimes I get mad about a lot of people I feel like, in my mind, are innocent people that are being harassed and fucked with, and I just don't like it. I hate the fact, because until you produce proof,
that case is wild.
Yeah, I get so angry with that, because like I don't like that. I don't like that with any cases. I like that's really fucked up to me, and I hate seeing that.
No, I believe.
Well, y'all, I got a skedaddle. It's 2:20, and we've been on here 6 hours. So
all right, you have a good one.
I got to get some. Yeah, I got to get going. I got a double header in 2 hours. So I appreciate you guys hanging out, and I'll try to catch y'all on the flip side. If not, I'll catch you guys tomorrow.
All right. I'll see you guys. You have a
Bye,
good one.
everybody. Thank
Yeah,
you for
bye,
having
Gracie.
me.
Yeah, thank you for allowing me.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for coming up too. I know, and like I said, I didn't know the situation, and I really probably shouldn't have never even brought it up, but I was in the chat from when you were live talking about it, so kind of just carried on
Yeah.
over here, you know. And I wasn't
No, I
sure
get it.
how it was said, why it was said, what was said. So I'm glad you came over to clear that up because I didn't know really much about it.
Yeah. I'm just glad for the opportunity. Like I said, I'm not making excuses by any means. The context does matter because on surface level, it's horrible. And honestly, even deeper level is horrible. But I promise it wasn't meant from a place of racism. And I can only just, express that. So thank you.
Get voice, hold on. Get voice, strong hugs from MD. Well, baby, my voice is shit anyways. Thank you, Granny. I appreciate that. Are you up here, Cap? Well, anyhow, I appreciate you guys. Again, thank you guys for hanging out. You up here, baby?
Thanks for having me up.
All right, baby. I didn't know
Yeah,
if you were
sorry.
busy. I was just going to take you back with me and then knock you off.
Yeah, I was running around. Sorry about that.
That's okay,
Thank you
baby.
for having me up, though, baby.
Yeah, thank you for coming up and hanging out and, putting,
No problem. I enjoyed it. All right. I love you, girl. I'll talk to you in a little bit.
I love you too, baby. I'll talk to you in a little bit.
Bye.
Bye, baby. Bye, guys. Thank you guys so much for showing love, and I appreciate you guys being here. Let me make sure I didn't miss some of these. Gypsy Trails. I wasn't condoning Clue. I was saying Granny saying she didn't mean it badly is what Clue said at first, but it doesn't matter. I mean, like I said, I hope Clue, thinks about stuff and maybe she will have a change of heart and maybe she will come out and talk to everybody. I don't know. I have not talked to her today. I don't really have too much to say, I mean, it is what it is. Rowena says, I'm boucher as fuck. I need sound and color. Let's see here. Brianna says, blast from the live journal past that I feel is very relevant here. If you step on someone's toes on accident, you apologize whether you meant it or not. Words hurt people just as badly or worse. Intent is not magical. Absolutely, love. Words definitely hurt. They can definitely hurt really bad. And like I said, I appreciate you guys for being here. Thank you guys. I hope you have a good day. We have 2 games. Like I said, we got a double header here in a couple hours. So I appreciate y'all. I got to get ready. I will catch y'all on the flip side. Bye, everybody.